day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
June 6th, 1944.
Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
The day freedom began the long march toward the defeat of tyranny.
Invasion of Normandy.
D-Day?
D-Day.
It's D-Day.
On the beaches of Normandy, this is D-Day.
Codenamed Operation Overlord.
We would honor the ones who didn't make it home.
Brave men dying on the beaches of Normandy.
Let us begin.
It is June 6, 2024, 80 years ago, D-Day in Normandy. We will talk about that today as we honor those that have fought and gave their life on the beaches of Normandy. Right now, President Biden has been speaking there in Normandy with surviving soldiers and that had fought and are still alive today, touching on 100, but are there on stage. So it is a special day, and we welcome all of you in as part of the Rick and Bubba Show. We have a busy show on tap today, and we thank all of you for being with us. Over to my left, it is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Coach Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
What's up? What up?
What up? What up? What up?
Always easy for me to remember D-Day.
Yeah.
You know why?
I do not.
It's also Mac Daddy's birthday.
Well, happy birthday, Mac Daddy.
How about that?
Oh.
How about that, man? That's a good man right
Can't
there.
tell you how old he is, but yeah.
You can't?
No. It's
right.
either 69, 70. I think it's 69. Could be 70. It's not 70. Surely not.
Yeah, you
Maybe
would know, you'd probably
71.
know that marker, wouldn't you?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe 71.
Are you all over it?
There you go.
Yeah. But it's his birthday.
Happy birthday, Dad. I don't know how you are.
I've been telling people that Maddie's 12 for like 3 months now, and she's not. She didn't turn 12 this September.
Well, you're getting out a little ahead of it.
Yeah.
Getting used to it.
Yeah. So
Greg and I were talking earlier about D-Day.
80 years. Wow.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable. It really is. And I was talking to my dad yesterday, and also saw a special today as I was coming in. I was listening to it actually, not watching it. About the just the whole June 6th, just the whole day, the storming of the beaches in Normandy, and the stories behind it, and just there's just so many remarkable stories, and just the mindset of the soldier during that time, 18 to 21 years of age, that was just selfless and committed to service. And knew the outcome and said, I'm in.
Very good chance. A lot of you ain't gonna make it.
No,
a lot of you didn't.
Greg,
they went anyway.
And knowing that you had these, and I don't know the official term of them. You might, Greg, because you said you saw a special on it. Helmsy, you might even know, but it was these almost like these. Fake assaults, or where it was designed to distract the enemy.
Yeah, they had like blow up tanks, and trucks, and all this stuff to make it look like they were coming in in a different area, and they fell for it.
Yeah, and they were talking about the generals and those that knew, okay, we're not going in, but our job is to distract the enemy. Yeah. And those that are really going to be going in are not with us here, and then when they were jumping out of planes and they were strapping heavy equipment to their legs, they were landing in the water and drowning because it was just too heavy to stay up.
Went wrong. They missed their spots they were supposed to jump because they had to bail out early, and it seems like they called them floating tanks that were supposed to fire cover on the beach. They sunk.
Yeah.
And they still pulled it off.
Yeah.
Lost a lot of people, but they pulled it off.
They were still able to, even though they, to your point, missed their mark on a lot of them, they were able to get together, figure it out,
work it out,
and let's go.
Mission accomplished.
But
how many of these men are still alive today?
I was watching.
There's not many because if they were ages 18 to 21 and it's the 80th anniversary, they're all 98, 99, 100. They're leaning.
They have to be pushed. I saw it a few minutes ago. They're pushing them in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
I mean, they're they're up there.
Mm-hmm. But it's just the mindset of them. A lot of them were like, I don't want to be interviewed. It's not about me or whatever. It was just a totally different mindset. It was just a country committed to service then. They were talking about people that didn't serve, but their whole life was committed to going to a factory and building parts for tanks and different. Everybody was serving in some capacity, and man,
it was
good night. But
it'd be a little different if you had that same situation nowadays. I can promise you that.
Yeah. According to
you wouldn't have people lining up wanting to help.
According to Liberty of Congress, more than 150,000 Allied troops landed on the beaches of Normandy. That's an estimated 11,590 aircraft, 6,938 ships, and landing craft were part of the assault. My goodness, that's a lot. And the invasion resulted in over 6,000 American casualties, and German casualties are estimated between 4,000 and 9,000. The Tom Hanks and Saving Private Ryan, they were saying that a lot of the surviving servicemen, a lot of them couldn't even watch that.
Yeah, it was too real.
Because it was so real. Is that, when it comes to movies and it comes to war movies, I remember watching that for the first time. In y'all's mind, is that one of the most realistic, the storming of the beach, the realistic scenes that you've seen in a movie?
I think so. Yeah, definitely.
I don't have anything to compare it to.
I don't either.
But it seemed realistic for sure.
Yeah.
And there's some emotional moments that'll get you.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Boy, the ending. My goodness. But they
that movie and Pearl Harbor was pretty good too.
Yeah,
it was.
It was.
I forget the guy's
minus the love story.
Greg, I knew you were going to say that.
Minus the love story.
But to his point on the realistic and the way they set the tone with everything.
Yeah.
From a war standpoint and the attack.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Band of Brothers. I watch it all the time.
That's a fantastic show.
Yeah, we were talking about that in Pacific.
Hanks and them that put all that together too. So.
Yeah. Just the Band of Brothers in Pacific.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to watch those.
I'd like to go back and start from the beginning on both of those.
Yeah, I agree. I've only watched both once. Greg, how many times have you watched?
I've watched Band of Brothers several times, in the Pacific probably twice.
Yeah. Reese started watching Pacific again. He was telling me about that. How about look? And this is taking nothing away from the 19 to 21-year-old that's committed to serving now, because y'all are heroes that you go. You know what? I'm in. I will serve. And we have family members that their sons or daughters are going to serve, but the 18 to 21-year-old then, it was just a different mindset, and they didn't have the distractions that we have now. They didn't have technology.
No.
They didn't have phones in their hands all the time. It was just true grit and to overcome the day. Technology was part of the strategic effort. Don't get me wrong, but not like today.
Yeah.
And it
wasn't even close. It wasn't even close to the way it was.
No,
no, you're right. And think of just, the lack of communication back to your families.
Yeah.
You had to write a letter.
Yeah.
Right. And you didn't know if it was going.
But it took a minute.
You didn't know if it was going to get there or not. You didn't know if they'd read it. You didn't know if they had got it.
Months after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
world.
tough deal.
It
now
really
you can
is.
just Zoom and see your family right there, same day. They went months and months and months without even reading anything.
Yeah, and the agony, to your point, Hamzy, of the family members that are like
that not knowing,
knowing.
And back then I don't know what they do now, but that dreaded moment that you see.
They walk up on your porch.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody in uniform coming to tell you that your son had passed. And when they came up to the door, you knew what was going on because there was no other reason for them to be there.
That's right.
They weren't dropping off a package.
They were not. And we were talking too about Band of Brothers when they were dug in the snow and freezing to death, no clothes, and they're calling for help.
No ammunition hardly.
They're calling for help, and the response is, "Hey, buddy, we can't get to you. I'm sorry. You're going to have to hold." And they did.
And that holding pattern was a lot longer back then because of the technology.
Yeah.
We've advanced so much.
We sure have. We sure have. 80th anniversary of D-Day.
But it's these guys that allowed us to advance.
Uh-huh. Amen. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back 16 minutes now past the hour. Don't forget the phone number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. You've got all of the email addresses, social links, all that at rickandbubba.com. Easy to navigate and find the members of the show and the show social links all there at rickandbubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's BIG, V as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Are you somebody who likes deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba, because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigbox. That's BIG, V as in voice, OX. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So what are you missing out on that you'd be doing if you felt better? That's where Relief Factor comes in. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try by visiting relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order, or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. Now, how will I know which one's right for me, Rick? Well, take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, here's one thing Helix knows: there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigvox to save up to 30% off your mattress order, plus a free gift. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigvox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigvox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Kickoff hour is rolling. Rick and Bubba are here. Adler will join us shortly, and then the main show will start at the top of next hour. As we always say each and every day, thank you so much for tuning in and hanging out with us every day. We know there's lots of choices, a lot of different things that could pull you, and we appreciate that you have chosen us. Yesterday, I was telling you guys off air, but I don't know if anybody else was in it, but it's just discussion because we've all been in traffic or traveling, and you come up on like a major thunderstorm or heavy rain, and I have notifications. It was for the first time that I, in my truck, all of a sudden on the little screen on the deal, approaching severe thunderstorm. Approach with caution. And I was like, holy moly. It's the first time it's came through the system in the car. Normally you get them on your phones and stuff like that. But Terry had sent me a notification, and she said, hey, heads up. I know you're traveling back from Huntsville to Birmingham. I was just north of Birmingham on 65. She said, you're approaching a severe thunderstorm. Just wanted to let you know, and that was nice. And so I'm coming in, and you can kind of see the system off in the distance and how it's approaching. And man, I got off in it. And went through, there was a couple of 18-wheelers that I don't know how y'all kept it on the road.
That's a miserable feeling. It's dark and you can't see, and that's horrible. You're just waiting.
At one point, I averaged 19 miles an hour for maybe 15 minutes, maybe.
Wow. That was miserable. Wasn't it?
Oh yeah. Well, I've pulled over on the side of the interstate before, or whatever. But sometimes I think that's even more dangerous because people can't see you. They might come plowing into you. It was so bad. It was tough to even see what was going on in front of you.
What if you'd had them wipers like Helms had before he got them changed?
Hey, good night. My wipers.
Throwing pieces of it.
If my wipers could talk, they would have said, I got nothing else for you.
Oh yeah. Sometimes they're overwhelmed.
I
can't help you.
I am struggling to even get,
And you keep cranking it, thinking there's one more click that'll make it go even faster. And
I did one time, and so I come up on this 18-wheeler, and he's got about 4 or 5 cars, and they're all stacked up. And my truck, I feel the wind; it's hitting, and all the trees on the side of the interstate, you can see them; they're just flopping and all this kind of stuff.
Horrible.
And I'm like, how is that truck driver keeping that in the lanes? Y'all are special, man, at what y'all do. I can't imagine.
The wind gives them a hard time.
Woo! But for about 20 minutes, I guess, north of Birmingham, going south into Birmingham.
Things a little tight in there.
Hey,
did you have to check your seat, make sure you didn't rip it?
I literally said, "Where is the lane?"
Oh yeah,
it got
I've
that
been
dangerous.
there.
And you didn't have to tell everybody to slow down. Everybody was going that slow. It's almost like at one point, you know how sometimes when you're on the interstate, it's like you against everybody else.
Yeah.
For that 20 minutes, we were all in it together.
You were all holding hands.
Yeah, we were.
Keep it slow.
Yeah,
keep it slow.
If you
Nobody
could
try to pass.
If you could roll down the window and talk to the other person and be like, "Hey man, I'm with you. You good?
Hold what we got."
There was no I'm
Don't
flying by
step
you.
out.
No. It's just hold what you got, man. But boy, it was intense yesterday.
No, I can't
Good
stand
night.
It happens on the. This morning I ran through one patch. It didn't get that bad, but I thought, well, here we go.
Yeah.
But I came out of it quick.
Woo! Hello. And so you can't really explain. It's not like, you've been, I'm not saying, I've done anything, spectacular, but you get home and your wife looks at you and like, you have no idea what
I was battling it.
Praise God and thank you, Jesus, for getting me home because you have no idea what I've been through.
So stressful.
Yeah. The old white knuckles.
Oh, yeah. Up on top of that wheel. 10-2, baby.
Oh, my goodness. All right, Helmsy, we only got 2 minutes. I know you've watched a little bit of the video. I have a story for today's show prep, but this guy that was doing the Zoom court appearance, he logged into his court hearing from his car, and the judge got all upset and said, "Hey, you need to report. You're going to jail tonight." Then the update from that was the guy was like, "Well, man, I had a situation in 2022 that was resolved. I shouldn't have even been in this situation." Well, we have another update today.
Don't tell me.
This same guy. I got to tell you, I'm tired of the guy. But the infamous Zoom driver who went viral for logging into the virtual court hearing from his car is now jailed again. As the saga of his suspended license.
What he said?
Apparently, did he ever have one?
According to them, they haven't even. I saw a little report earlier, a news. It's like a package on it, and he had never even had a license.
Can I ask?
And there
were
some conflicting stories
when
on.
You come out and act like you're offended the way you were treated. Knowing
brought
the
his
whole
church
time,
into it. Remember that?
Embarrassing
knowing
me.
the whole time, all they got to do is check. What were you thinking? Do you think they weren't going to check?
Now
they're just going to take your word for it?
Right. Well, now it's revealed.
Idiot.
Now it's been revealed he wasn't driving on a suspended license. He never even had one.
Well, technically, he was right. Y'all didn't suspend it. I just never had one.
He showed up.
Driving
well, here's what's funny is he showed up. I don't know if it's funny, but it is if this is the way you're going to act.
Good gracious.
He showed up in court
Who, the
yesterday
victim?
thinking that all this would go away and he'd clear the air, and he ended up going to jail.
Good night, man.
Serious business.
Again,
you should see the look on his face as he's walking to be locked up, and his friends are like,
what did he think was going to happen?
I don't know.
Seriously, did he think they were just going to take his word for it and apologize to him?
I don't know if he was
I bet they looked at him and said, "Hey, pal, guess what? We checked. You ain't even got a license."
Yeah.
No, they haven't been suspended. You know why? You don't have any.
Golly.
So have a seat. Here's your orange jumpsuit and go in there and get you a seat.
Yeah, so we'll do a full update during the main show,
idiot.
but there's a tease to your update. Apparently the guy didn't even have a license. And who is his attorney?
Stupid. Good night.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back 29 minutes past the hour.
He got to be the victim for a couple of days.
He did.
Good.
Well, he's embarrassed, and he goes to church and serves there at church. Buddy, you don't have a license.
For anyone living with everyday aches and pains, I got a question. What are you missing out on in your life? What would you do if you felt better? The answer is likely a lot. Well, I want to talk to you about our friends at Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily 100% drug-free supplement developed by doctors that's been incredibly effective, even life-changing for so many people, including me. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps your body fight pain naturally. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. In about 3 weeks, you'll know it's working because you feel the difference all day, every day. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, Relief Factor can help. Give it a try and visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4 or ReliefFactor.com. You can always go to rickandbubba.com and find the information under the sponsors button. So here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Go now to ReliefFactor.com. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an Amac membership? Amac is the Association of Mature Citizens, and Amac works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This Amac magazine is wonderful, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining Amac, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of Amac. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed. And we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. So you woke up with a scratchy throat, congestion, a runny nose, and a cough, and you know you're getting sick. Well, you could tough it out, get worse, or take time off work, or hope the doctor can see you in a month, or wait 2 hours at an urgent care, or you can do what I'll be doing. With my new medical emergency kit, match your symptoms to the doctor-recommended prescription and start on the right meds to nip it in the bud. This kit comes with doctor-prescribed meds to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly what to take and when. It includes antibiotics for strep throat, UTIs, bronchitis, and more. No waiting to see the doctor, no waiting at the pharmacy. It's all in the kit, and your medical emergency kit is not a first aid kit. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. You want to order yours in minutes? Get 15% off at urgentcarekit.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, and get 15% off.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
All All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And as always, we thank you for being a part of the show. All right, so we are off and going here, and we thank y'all. I saw Mom and Dad yesterday. By the way, Helmsy's dad's birthday today, and so he told me to tell y'all hey. And
hey, Mr. Wilburn.
They got you up there to finally get it done.
Yeah, he sent a D-Day poem for you to read.
Okay.
If we have time today, we don't have to, and that's never something we have to do because he sends poems on different occasions. He's got some talent there. It just absolutely missed
right
me.
over you.
I mean, like there was just the biggest ramp ever, and I'm underneath, and they just jumped right over me.
You ain't even in the league. I mean, you can't even know where to begin. Kind of like me, right? I wouldn't know with the first line. How you come up with it?
I don't know, but that generation. Well, my dad is in his 80s now, and that's a very patriotic generation.
Yeah.
And my dad really handed that down through the family, and put it in its perspective, but is extremely patriotic. And so when it comes to any national holiday, when it comes to things like today, he's going to write you a poem, and we're going to talk about it too. He said he saw a clip on the national news where there was a 99-year-old over in Normandy, and we talked about them kind of coming across the stage there visiting. He, with him, had a copy of a letter he had written his folks back during the invasion that his mother had saved and all the notes just said I'm okay is what it said, and when he showed that reading it, he couldn't really even get through it. He just broke down. But that's kind of, Helmsy, to what you were talking about. Technology now, you can, if you're serving overseas and have time that you can open up a laptop or get on satellite phone, whatever. I don't know, but there's ways to communicate with the family. Back then, it was just snail mail, and I'm going to send you a note every now and then. I hope you get it.
Yep.
And the note just kind of said, I'm okay.
It's a long travel.
But I'm just trying to think about that. I mean, my gosh, I got one that's driving to the beach today, and I'm like, man, I hope you're okay.
Yeah.
But imagine.
Oh, good night.
And you families, you serving families, I know that y'all deal with that to the current day, to your son or daughter that's currently serving. So that's special. But that would just be agonizing if back then you just had the technology was such that you're just hoping and wishing, but you didn't know.
Yeah. Terrible.
All right. So anyway, he said hello, and he does have a poem for you.
Well, throw it in front of me, and I will definitely read it. I'll try to do it justice.
I got to see Reese up in Huntsville yesterday while I was up there and have dinner with him. Got it back a little late. There was times at dinner.
Where were y'all eating, by the way? I saw
Jim and Nick's.
We were Okay, I couldn't figure out where that place was. It looked nice, and I was like, where is that?
Yeah, there's in Madison. There's a little area that's it just got so much.
For some reason, I had you with the picture. I had you in Helena, so I was trying to figure out where that was in Helena.
Okay,
that's why it was confusing.
Yeah, I got you.
Makes sense.
It really, to be honest with you, it all timed down because. Reese has been saving up. He's got a pickup truck, and with all of his equipment that he uses and tools and stuff like that, his back seat looks like a locker room.
Yeah.
And he's like, Dad, I really need a hard cover or something for the back of my truck. And so he had been saving a little bit from his paychecks and stuff like that. And so it was like time. There was a place in Madison that does that, and it's like, hey. It worked out. I was at my parents' doing some work around the house, and when I finished and was heading back, he was coming out of work, so we hooked up and went by and picked him something out, and he's excited about that. And so afterwards, he's like, "Are you hungry?" I said, "Yeah, I'm starving." He goes, "Man, let's go get something to eat." And I forgot I was 2 hours from the house.
Sure.
I got caught up there.
If you'd went ahead and left, you'd have missed that storm.
Yeah. I would have. But I got to spend time with my youngest. And we sat around and ate and laughed and talked. But I did.
Had a beer.
I forgot. I forgot I was 2 hours. I thought I was like around the corner from the home.
Weeknight. Don't forget that.
Yeah. And you get that full stomach.
Yeah.
And you're worn out. And then you go, okay, well, here we go.
Yeah. Oh, here's a storm. Add that to it.
Oh, it was so good.
I tell you, that woke you up, though.
It did.
That storm will wake you up.
Boy, it woke me up.
But your nose an inch from the windshield.
Yeah. This is weird here, and then we can move on to whatever else you guys want to do. You know how the stories are, Florida Man, and then you know that running joke.
A lot of Florida Man stories.
You can look up Florida Man and like on your birthday or whatever, and you're gonna have some.
There's
stories.
always something.
Yeah.
An extremely amped up Florida Man.
Oh, he's more than just a Florida Man.
Yeah.
He's extremely amped up Florida Man.
Is accused of driving into the lobby of the county jail wearing, nothing but a lady's top.
That's it?
Yes. We have Chief Deputy John whatever talking about all the crazy stuff Joseph Leedy did. Okay? Joseph wearing what I just told you he was wearing. Take a listen.
He threw 2 rubber snakes and multiple cell phones into the lobby and then started pouring motor oil all over his vehicle and then the floor where he was, threatening to light the car and himself on fire. And he kept saying things like, the devil told me to kill everyone, and he kept sharing his disdain for President Donald Trump.
I would never in a million years think somebody tried to break into jail. Break out? Yeah. But break in? It's crazy.
That was another witness.
Guys, I want to step out on the ledge here. I think this guy's got mental problems.
Yeah, I think so. So we had some rubber snakes.
Let's think about that for just a second.
Yeah.
So I got rubber snakes and cell phones. Didn't it say
cell phones?
Plural.
Yes. Yeah, phones. It says phones here in the story.
And he
throws
them out.
Yes.
Then he gets motor oil.
Correct.
Dumps it all over the car and himself.
Right.
Threatens to light his cell phone. All that flammable now. But anyway,
I don't know.
So then
so he starts pouring it all over the place.
While wearing a women's shirt, and that's it.
That's it. Naked on the phone. If
there we go.
Yeah. Threatening to set it all on fire
Kill
and
everybody.
scream how he does it. He hates former President Donald Trump.
Okay, so this is a Bush supporter.
Yeah,
I mean Bush, Biden.
Yeah.
God,
Well, you went on back there,
my
didn't
mind
you?
just broke.
I love too how they say an extremely amped up. Okay.
Oh yeah, extremely amped up Florida Man.
Yeah, extremely amped up Florida Man. We'll have footage here for the main show today.
Imagine dealing with this guy.
Golly. He's now facing.
You have a right to remain silent.
Jail time for multiple counts of aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer, criminal mischief,
naked,
resisting arrest without violence. Well, I don't know about that. You're threatening to set everything on fire, and you got rubber snakes everywhere.
Yeah, I'm missing the rubber. What he thought the rubber snakes.
I don't
know.
And
some reason he had a bunch of cell phones he wanted to throw.
Yeah,
at you.
he did. Lots of phones that he wanted to throw at everybody.
Story.
Helmsy, I'm going to ask you because I know Greg didn't see it, but have you seen these reels, speaking of rubber snakes, where they'll tie these snakes to like somebody that's about to hit the golf ball on the green and be like, snake, and they'll turn around and they don't realize
they can't get away
snake,
from it
and
because
the snake
it's tied to them?
The one with
That's pretty good.
one with the old guy that it starts falling into the golf cart.
I was going to say,
of course, a lot of them probably fake.
It is hilarious.
This
Greg,
guy wasn't.
Greg, these are not fake because you can't fake these reactions. And I got to tell you, I think it's hilarious. But I'm conflicting on this because if they did it to me, because they're hurting themselves the way they're getting out of the way. And like he said, they're running into golf carts. They're trying to get away. They're running and tripping into a ditch.
I like that.
Like the whole thing.
How do they get it tied to them?
All right, so like a belt loop or
They
something
sneak
like
up
that,
behind
and they sneak behind him. And one of them go, "Oh my gosh, snake!" Because every now and then
You
on a golf
see
course,
one,
you might see one.
But
normally it's not on a tee box. This one in particular that's making the rounds now. I don't know how old it is, but he actually headbutts the golf cart because he loses his balance because he's chasing. And he's chasing. He bumps into it and falls out.
You can't fake that.
And then
Greg.
the guys are like, "Man, I'm so sorry. I'm just kidding."
But think about this: snakes don't normally chase people.
They
and
don't.
plus, you're
don't.
dragging it. It's not moving like a snake.
No, I think they freak out and
I do.
You
Yeah.
lose sense of reality and kind of where you are. I mean, you
Because
look at
normally
people
if you
like
see a snake, now black racer, they'll act like they're good, but if you'll stop, they'll stop. But most snakes don't chase people, and when they do this.
See,
they
yeah.
don't just drag.
yeah.
So
well,
we got a bunch of dumb people.
Well, you think about people like Bubba, who's just terrified
you
of
got a
snakes,
phobia of it.
and maybe you just lose it a little bit. But
or they're making it.
you get off in that rabbit hole of watching those videos, buddy.
That's good.
You're there for a minute. I'll try to pull it up in the break for you, since apparently you think it's all fake. You mind went there? Just say it.
World,
just say it.
To be a superstar on Tic Tac and all that.
Tic Tac.
We would. I mean, don't think somebody wouldn't set something up if they think they're going to be sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying all these, but I guarantee you there's a few in there that are mixed up,
right?
That aren't real.
I'll give you that. But this one in particular, either that or this guy is the best actor, and he needs to star in a new role of a major motion picture.
Yeah, I've seen a couple that it didn't look. I went there too, Greg. Because
I get what you're saying.
I get what you're saying, but a lot of these reactions you can't.
Yeah,
you can't.
If somebody's,
they're a heck of an actor if you can.
If they're really scared and they don't think for a second, because I don't move like a snake.
Right.
First of all, they think, what idiot would tie a snake to me? They don't think that's possible.
No, of course not.
Who did this?
Yeah.
Of course, when you feel that string pulling on your belt loop, that's also a sign.
Well, Greg, the snake, you don't feel it.
I'm just saying. You got to think about all these things.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you'd feel it pulling, wouldn't you?
You could think about all those things, or you could just enjoy the video.
Yeah. I don't think he has the ability to do that.
Well, I can't help it.
I know, buddy. I know.
I don't like being this way. It's not fun. It's not fun at all.
Don't change.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Whatever happened to Tony Horton, the guy who created the revolutionary P90X?
2017, I was knocked down. A very rare type of shingles that went straight into my brain. My body was completely wasting away. I started researching everything related to building my muscle back again. That's when I learned about the potential of HMB plus vitamin D3 and what they can do when it comes to helping build new muscle.
So Tony developed high-impact protein by Power Life.
Just add 1 scoop of high-impact protein to a glass of water or your morning smoothie and enjoy the effects of that boss molecule and factory worker combination. Reshaping your body each and every day. More energy, burn more fat, and probably drop a few pounds along the way.
High-impact protein by Power Life is a tasty once-a-day powder that comes in either whey or plant protein. Go to mypowerlife.com and use code ORGANIC to save 30%. Tony even offers a 90-day guarantee. Go to mypowerlife.com or text ORGANIC to 511-511 today.
All individuals are unique. Your results can and will vary. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigvox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother.
All right, 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by amac.us/bigvox. We are so happy to now be aligned with the Association of Mature American Citizens. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and it's a place you can put your money without supporting agendas like Obamacare, bigger government, the Inflation Reduction Act, and so on. So if you would like to check them out right now, you can do so. Just go to amac.us/bigvox. Membership also gets you free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, a community of like-minded patriots who love our nation, plus the AMAC magazine. By joining AMAC now, you'll get a 2-year membership for just $16. That's 2 years for the price of one. So go to AMAC, that's amac.us/bigvox, BIGVOX. That's amac.com, amac.us/bigvox, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, I had no idea, and normally we know when like one of us is doing something, but I had no idea.
Had a busy night.
I know, but I had no idea, Helmsy. Maybe you did that Greg had gone on to on Jimmy Fallon.
He did last. Whenever it was, I didn't know. You kept this from us.
Yeah. I can't believe I actually got a little.
I probably disguised my voice so y'all wouldn't know.
I want you to listen, audience, to what the man says.
Yeah,
this is Greg Burgess.
I hate going. My wife hates going with me. The kids hate going.
Vacation.
I still go because what is the difference of doing one more thing I don't like on top of not liking anything anyway?
What don't you like about a vacation?
Everything. But it doesn't matter because when I do something I don't like, it doesn't bother me. That's all I'm used to. I am a very happy person hating everything throughout my entire life. That's how I would describe myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I'll be honest, that makes sense.
Actually, I'm sorry, that's Jerry Seinfeld.
That's true, but it's parallel thinking.
I just thought that was you, buddy.
Parallel thinking.
You are if you can chisel away, you have a big heart and would
you
would do anything for anybody. It's just, you don't like a whole lot of things.
Well, it ain't
you
that.
go through
it's
life.
Just a lot of things aren't very likable, and some people don't notice.
Here we go.
A lot of that. I didn't make them that way. It's just the way they are.
Well, you've said you sometimes think it's a curse. It's not a gift.
Oh, it is.
But to the
I'd
audience
love to
and
be
to
as
your
gullible as everybody
coworkers,
else.
we think it's a gift because we love how
You missed that shot he just took.
What do you say?
He said, I'm not going to be as gullible as everybody else.
I hate that because being gullible, at least you're happy all the time because things are just wonderful and you get to hear really cool stuff and you believe anything that you see on TikTok and all that. And I wished I could do that. That's got to be a lot of fun. You know.
I'm just going to let you talk.
No, I'm just saying. Whew. You think I'm enjoying good old video or something else and that meter goes off and you go, it's set up.
It's a setup. It's just a setup. Do you think, I know you like to scream right again, but do you think sometimes you miss the mark on it's a setup, but it's real, but you can't let your, okay. You've never done that?
Miss it.
Never done that, okay.
It's usually right.
That's why you like to scream right again.
Right again.
And look, we have mentioned this a number of times, so this isn't new, but we all rub off on each other with our personalities and our quirks. So now we've all got just a little bit of how each one of us thinks, following us around every day.
I'm just kidding.
And look, Helmsy, we've talked about it, and you, the audience, sometimes it's like, wow, Greg, you ruined that for me, because now that's what I'm thinking. You're in a situation, and you're like, dadgummit, Greg. Now you got me. I can't even believe this.
And like the movie thing, I try to quit that because, Lisa gets on to me. She goes, why you got to ruin it?
Yeah.
When something you go, well, that didn't happen.
Right. You could just say based on actual events or based on a true story, and understand the directors and producers, they're going to have a little bit of freedom on how to make it work.
Just enjoy the movie. How about that? Just enjoy it. Sit back and enjoy it.
But for some reason, everything in Titanic is accurate.
Yeah.
You give Titanic a pass.
It did sink. Yes, you're right. Right in the bottom of the ocean.
It did. It did. All right. So anyway,
I don't know if that old lady really threw that diamond out, but
probably not. But
Helms listed that Love Story as a good war movie.
Pearl Harbor's a good war. It's a good movie. That wasn't necessarily a war story. It was realistic. He said realistic.
Yeah,
there was a word he used that you had to actually listen to understand what
the
he was
opening
saying.
scene in Saving Private Ryan here on D-Day is I don't know
it's
if I can
dog.
compare anything to that. I remember when I first saw it, I was like, oh my gracious.
Yeah.
It was tough to sit through and just.
No, I'm just messing with Helms. It is a good movie.
And then Helmsy brought that up. Yeah. That scene of, I would think back then on Pearl Harbor when you're trying to figure out what is going on here. Is this really happening?
I know.
People are sleeping and waking up to those sounds and bombs.
My goodness.
That kicked it all off.
Yeah. Yep. But I know that you love, different movies, war movies especially, and you love to dissect them though, and
Well,
Greg, Days of Thunder has a love story in it too, but you like the NASCAR part of that.
But that's a corny movie.
Greg, why do you have to say everything
really
is corny?
I'll tell you what I do like about it though. It don't look like a cartoon. They actually
no, they're rubbing.
Yeah. No, it's stupid, but it's good.
Well, let me ask you this on the advancements.
It's stupid.
But it's still
on the advancements of movie making and film and all this kind of stuff.
It's no stroke or ace.
So you mean to tell me you think a movie in the 80s when, just the action scenes and all that, if you look back now, it's like, well, that looks kind of corny. That's bad production. You like that better than the new technology?
It's not necessarily bad.
Okay, so but that's what I'm saying. You like that
Yes,
better.
I don't like the cartoon look. I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
They overdo it, especially the fire don't look real. And like I said, I keep bringing Midway up. I almost couldn't watch it. Because I watched the original.
Good night. You brought Midway
to me, the ones you're talking about in the back, not the old cheap ones, but the big movies, the way the effects, when they actually had to really do them, the way that looked, I thought that looked a lot better. It was more of a wow factor.
Mm-hmm.
Need some geek on a computer making pictures.
You feel better?
Yeah.
All right, sitting there with his arm folded. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Adler is here. Rick Bubba are here. We're all here ready to go for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. It starts next with the main show. Don't you go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I picked up on something that you ever been watching something and you're like, I'm waiting for it to click. What does this remind me of? What does this remind me of? And then there's that day it all comes together.
You're like, that's it. That's what it is.
Uh-oh.
So where we live, there's another severe weather precaution today, and they all vary. You don't really know what they're going to do, but you stay ready. And there's different levels, and we got it at this level and this level, and then it may come here, and we think this is a time frame, and then it's going to be up here. Nope, drop back down here. And so you just have to pay attention to it and listen to the experts and respond and be ready. And so,
be alert. Be alert.
Be alert.
Rick, I was hoping that maybe Amanda Helms might have a PSA ready for us today.
I saw that. Do we have one?
Or we could just replay. Can we just replay the last one?
I think you just replay the last one. Although she has got some new information from James Spann in regards to.
Okay.
She was wanting to be able to, she's a lactation consultant, and she wants to know what to do with a baby. Like,
Okay.
Hey, we can't put helmets on babies. What do you do?
Right.
And so you actually put them in a car seat.
Well, how about that?
Put them in the car seat secure where you're going to be. You still want to put some protective gear on their head, but yeah. So she had me ask James that yesterday, and he came through with I know. I mean, there it is.
Let me ask you. I want to say this out to the.
I started to wear my helmet in today.
I want to say this to
you won't believe how big it is
to the audience, because I know that we've all lost the ability to reason. This means you do this if there's a tornado warning in your area.
Correct.
It doesn't mean today you sit there like this all day long. I mean,
right.
it is.
But Rick, you could if you want to be really safe.
You want to be prepared and put it out.
Right.
Have it ready to go.
But we're not putting on helmets and sitting there all day.
Right. And I think some people sometimes, like somebody asked me my reaction to this kind of stuff. I said I try to be cautious and steady, though. I mean, and methodical. Like, even if I hear that there's a tornado warning for my county, I actually take the time to see what part of the county it's actually in.
Right. Yeah.
Because counties are big.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes there'll be one for my county, but it's nowhere near me.
Right.
So I don't go sit and put all this stuff on if the tornado is nowhere near me.
Yeah.
Now if it is at 100%, so just.
Well, I even told Amanda, of course, I got in trouble for this one, but hey, when you do these things, you don't have to get my helmet and shoes out. I know where they are.
Right. Well,
like,
I like them sitting out there. I know she is. I like them out there so we can see them like planes on the deck of an aircraft.
Our video wouldn't have meant as much if my shoes and helmet would have been sitting.
I know,
there.
Helms. She's following the 5 P's.
She is.
Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Mac Daddy
or
threw
six if you listen to School Closing Time.
Right, or Mac Daddy.
Yeah. So the
same area that came out with that extra one.
Yeah. So I, with all this weather stuff going on and the people tied to our show, and again, I know a lot of you in the audience, you don't have any issues today, but a lot of you do, or may. Hopefully, it'll just be a lot of rain and thunder, and it won't be a big deal. And we haven't heard anything where it's already come through that it got bad. So hopefully, it won't get bad for anyone today. We hope. But anyway, I made an observation in our own world, though, that still, but if you're someone who listens to the show or watches the show, you'll still get it because these two people are on the show. And I noticed, and this, just hear me out, I noticed that James Spann and Greg are more alike than we think.
How's that?
Well,
yeah, we all want to hear that one.
Okay, we come back, I'll tell you.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
It's not. I made an observation during the last severe weather coverage. And like I said, when something's happening, you're like, what does this remind me of? It reminds me of something.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, it has hit me, now that we're in another day of, watch out, everybody be ready, and is that it hit me coming to work today. That's it. And I had been thinking about, what does this remind me of? And I've got it.
Okay.
And I think I can convince you. Of course, now you're not going to watch weather coverage the same today after I say this. It's all you're going to be able to think about.
Oh.
So be aware of that. But that one right there and James Spann,
I can't wait to hear this one.
There's some similarities there that you may not have noticed. Guys, I think that we might be able to get this gig, and Bubba was showing it to me earlier. There is a brand that is doing a casting call for a hand model, and they're offering $100,000 for the perfect. And Bubba, you taught me this new phrase, Spokesfist.
That's what they're calling it. They're having a casting call to find a Spokesfist. The gig will pay, as you said, $100,000. This is for a whiskey company. And, this is almost like something off Seinfeld, being a hand model.
No, George was one for a while. We wanted to be one.
Your son was one in a chicken commercial.
No, you're right. Blake actually has done hand modeling. I forgot about that.
Do you think this might be something he would be interested in? Do we need to get him this?
I still laugh and I know we've talked about it on the show, but I'm going to do it again because we're in the story because it still owns me to this day. I was asking him how his work gig had gone, and he said, "Here's exactly how it went. I was the guy that reached in and got a chicken finger, pulled it out of the that little thing they put in that little paper box, pull it out, and he goes, "This is how it went." And when they say back to one, that means let's shoot it again. And he said they would go, "All right, grab the chicken finger, back to one, grab the chicken finger, back to one. All right, grab the chicken finger, back to one. Thank you very much. You're a wrap."
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us. The kickoff hour is done. A brand new hour begins. We get the whole team together. Here's the national anthem. Here we go. A brand new hour is underway, and we thank you for being with us. As I mentioned, going into the national anthem, the kickoff hour's done. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler now all come together as we go forward. Adler now joins the YouTube experience. He'll handle that. He'll be driving from here on out. So hello to all of you that are watching us on YouTube, whether that be live or maybe you're someone who catches the YouTube archive. Maybe you're a Blaze TV subscriber and you got yourself a best of hour. Whatever the case may be, if you're on the viewing option today, welcome. We're glad you're here. If you're listening to America's boldest radio stations, another live option, audio only, all across America, boldest radio stations in America, saying, yes, we will carry the Rick and Bubba Show as is, like it sits. So we thank them for their many years of support as well, and then some of them that have just come on board. That's an option. If you like another live option, but you don't have an affiliate, you can go to the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. A lot of you use that. That's a live option for you. As long as you got Wi-Fi or cellular service, you can always grab the show as it's happening in real time. And then there'll be some entire shows that'll be archived for you over the last few days. You can go back and grab as well. If you want to be archive only, there's an audio option for that too. I want to listen to the show on my own time. That's fine. Or I want to get parts I don't normally get. That's fine too. The podcast channel is a podcast archive option every day of the entire show, including a best of hour. And as of yesterday, you also have a Wednesday Bible study archive there too, if you so desire. And like I said, that was some of the most debated verses in all of the New Testament. It was a wild ride yesterday if you were not able to be with us. So that kind of sets you up on all the different options that you got, live or archive. We're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome in to yet another edition of the long-running Rick and Bubba Show, or as we like to call it, the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Jolene. Jolene. Jolene.
You ever wonder if the writer of that song encountered the same Jolene that stole Dolly Parton's man?
Yeah, is that the same one? How many of them are there?
I mean, she just wrecking folks.
Yeah, I know it.
Got this guy turned upside down, took Dolly's man. Bubba, I know the kickoff hour hit on this, but 80 years ago today, a biggie, the beaches of Normandy, the Allies storming the beach, miraculous what they did, loss of life was horrible, but not near as bad as was predicted. Everything went wrong, it appeared, by earthly standards. I was thinking about our president giving a speech there, and some of the survivors are there, which makes them right at 100. But I bet some of them, if you talk to them, seem like they have better cognitive skills than the current president.
Yeah, that's probably the case, Rick. Right. According to the Library of Congress, 150,000 Allied troops landed on the beaches of Normandy, and the operation put the Allies on a decisive path toward victory. Oh, yeah. An estimated 11,500 aircraft, 6,900 ships, and landing crafts were all part of the assault. D-Day basically was the beginning of the end of World War II and the Axis Empire. Germany ended up surrendering less than a year later. The invasion resulted in over 6,000 American casualties. German casualties are estimated between 4,000 and 9,000. So I guess there's some disagreement there, or the numbers may be a little shaky. But it was there was a lot of things went wrong. General Eisenhower was in charge of the operation, went on to be president later on here in the U.S., But several things went wrong, and thank goodness for us, several things went wrong on the Axis side too. As if I understand the story right, Hitler's aides were afraid to wake him up when they got reports of this starting, and didn't wake him up until sometime later when it was too late.
You know, I heard that too, and I heard Greg mentioning today, and the guys talking about, when you did that diversion where we had the fake tanks and all that, and the blow-up tanks, that got them off. That actually worked a little bit.
Yeah, they had the coastline fortified. Yeah. Machine gunners, the barbed wire, all that stuff. But then they had backup troops to go to the place where the biggest problem was, the Panzer tanks, I think they call them. And they went to the wrong place. So that helped out immensely too. Yeah. It was still a terrible fight.
Yeah.
But
if I recall, the estimations were to take the beach might cost 20,000 lives. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would have been.
And they knew that going
yeah,
in. I heard
right.
y'all make that point. They knew what the deal was.
And you look around and go,
and you look around and go,
many of us
yeah. And of course, today, if we tried to storm a beach, we'd have to wait for Pride Month to be over. But
yeah,
but we'd have too many people in parades. But,
there was I did get a picture from France from
it's so true. I mean,
President Don Killingsworth from Jack State is there with the marching Southerners who are performing. Also, Boaz High School is there. I heard.
How about that?
And good for them. But he had met a 96-year-old veteran from Florida who was still alive. But I think it was him or one of the other ones I saw on TV was shot 3 times. I mean, the survivors they got shot up pretty good.
Well, yeah,
they were just in a hellfire of bullets.
Oh, that movie Saving Private Ryan. Good night.
Oh,
Drop that gate.
Yeah.
Oh man. So
incredible.
We'll continue to touch on that today. You can too when we do phone calls and all that. So the show will continue. We'll be right back. Don't forget rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show you could ever want and need.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you heard of cancer?
So get this: the open casting call is called the search for the $100,000 fist. The person who is ultimately selected for this role will have to appear in print, video, and social media campaigns. Additional role obligations are to be detailed in the winner's contract. Aside from the generous payout, Fistful of Bourbon will award its Spokesfist with a custom-designed bottle in addition to hand spa treatments and workout.
That's funny.
All right, the brand, Rick, will also connect the Spokesfist winner with a top Hollywood hand model to keep the prized fist looking good.
So, but this is, again...
Do they think that anybody really is going to pay,
Two things. You wouldn't believe how much I care about these kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
Things I have to consider. Okay, first of all, I could not even consider this gig while my grandmother was still alive.
Right.
No.
But can people in heaven still see what we're doing? Because even though my face would never be seen and no one would know unless I want to do some interview or something whose fist it was if I got the gig.
Right.
She would still know, wouldn't she?
Well, we really don't know.
We don't know the answer.
We don't know.
Right. Because
I don't think there's a clear picture of that.
Right. So
and I've always been curious about that one myself.
I know. So, but because you can't, this if she knew that I even walked past whiskey, it would be problematic. And but I guess what I would ask, since it's a bourbon, do they want some beautiful hand or should it be a rugged hand, Greg?
Yeah, true.
Greg, over to you now.
That's a good point. I mean,
I mean, it's a fistful of bourbon. Hand, it's not a fistful of cranberry juice. It's a fistful of bourbon. Shouldn't it be kind of a rugged hand?
You would think.
What I really think, while they do want a good hand to do this, I think the contest is part of the advertising campaign.
No doubt.
Because here we are talking about it.
Sure. Yeah, and
now, if you want to enter, and this is why, Spokesfist hopefuls can fill out their application at Fistful of Bourbon's website, which asks for the applicant's contact info, a link to the social media account of their choice, and a short statement on why they would be a good fit for this unique job opportunity. Of course, applicants shouldn't forget to upload photos and videos of their fist for consideration.
Do you think
who here do you think has the best shot at a hand?
Oh. Well, what are they? Are they looking for rugged? Or
I think complete story, complete package. It has to be Greg. Hey, here's this brand. Here's my hand, my fist. I've been with a power company, and I'm now on a nationally syndicated television and radio show, and so there's a lot of marketability with that.
Greg, $100,000.
Oh, I would love to have that gig.
Mm-hmm. It's just.
You kidding me?
We need to almost get do we have a glass or anything we could? With all the different, it's hard to do the camera angles.
Greg, don't you have bourbon in your office?
Yeah, I do. No, and let me explain. Let me explain that. Let me explain it. Let me explain
there is an explanation here.
It's for those rough days.
No, it's never been open.
Mean it like that.
It's never been open. Hey, we had a visitor in the golden ticket seats whose husband worked at the distillery in Lynchburg,
right,
and brought a
Customized
whiskey with the Rick and Bubba logo on the glass, and it's never been opened.
Right.
It's for look.
But just the way you.
I know that sound.
Oh yeah. You say, yes, I do.
I didn't mean. I got me a bump.
All right, so Adler, this camera that points over to where Greg and Helmsley are.
There it is.
If we all went and stood in front of
I'll
it
go
with
get
with our fists, that's where we need to be. All right, so this. Do you have anything we can grab?
Yeah, we got it.
No, Greg. It's going to be a can. We just need a glass. It's not a. We don't hold a bottle. You don't hold a bottle. All right, so
we have cups in there, do we not?
Yeah. Here, why don't we? What about this?
What about right here? Can we go right here?
Here, I'll move.
What about that? Should we do that?
Oh, that's great.
Is that it?
Hi, Greg. Swap with me. You get right over here.
What am I doing?
Here, take either one of these. Take that.
You just reach it.
And you're going to be. We're going to look at you in that camera right there.
So it's a cup. It's not.
No, it's.
We don't know.
It's a glass in that picture that we just saw on the screen.
I tell you what, it's not. That's syrup, barbecue sauce, and hot sauce.
No, it's not that.
Speedy, I think Speedy was on a scavenger hunt in there.
A customized Rick and Bubba bottle of whiskey.
And I'm pretty sure this has been canceled.
yeah, I don't think you can have that.
Go. All right. Nah, it needs to be a small. I think what we got over here is better. Yeah. Okay. All right, Greg.
Greg, you need to look in the camera and say something cool.
It's just
no, you don't get all that. You
just
just
the
get
hand.
the hand.
That's all they want.
You got to
hand.
zoom in, tight shot on the cup.
Tight shot on the cup with Greg's hand. We got to see how his hand looks.
I don't like the way your top finger's bending down.
I know. I'm telling you, I don't have. It's not.
All right, zero in on his hand and the cup.
And just zero in right here live. It's fine.
21 minutes past the hour now. D-Day, 80 years ago today. And we are remembering and celebrating, being grateful for, mourning the loss of life. But again, as it has been said on this show over and over again and was said by our founding fathers, liberty is a lease. It is never paid off, and people have to keep paying the bill for us to retain it. And these that stormed the beach, they were fully aware of what they were doing and why they were doing it, and were willing to do it even at their own peril for the good of others. What a concept. All right, so, Speedy's dad, by the way, well done yesterday going up and getting all the landscaping done in your parents' backyard. I'm sure that went well. You were trying to look for a window and got all that done. Yeah, so it's great. And your dad had your forecast down to the half hour.
How about he was very accurate, and we had a window.
Yeah.
I got there, got it in, got it done.
Got it done.
He wanted to talk a lot about today, D-Day.
Yep.
That age, he's in his 80s now, but that generation, very patriotic generation, and Dad's always. I mean, he's put it in perspective and where it needs to be, but he's always been extremely patriotic and tried to raise us that way. And I've tried to send that on down to my boys. But D-Day is one that's on his calendar for sure and a marker. And so he did write a poem on it.
So, and of course, only this show would take a really heartfelt poem about something as important as D-Day and have Greg read it.
Mm-hmm.
But this is your dad's been fine with this.
Yeah.
He thinks it helps Greg.
Mm-hmm.
I think Greg speaks to our country in a way that is unique.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and I will say this: I think Greg does a really good job doing this.
Okay.
Well, I try to.
And
how about Greg does a very Greg job of doing this?
Yeah, well.
Okay.
He gives us what we expect.
Okay,
try to give Speedy's dad respect.
We got some inspiring music with a little bit of ambience, up and under him here. This is the waves coming in on Normandy Beach and a little bit of music underneath you.
Really, honestly, if you think about it, Mr. Wilburn has been able to do something that nobody else on the planet has ever been able to do.
Except maybe a grandchild.
And yes, and that is to call Greg during the show.
Tame the beast.
Yeah, because
Wow. Well,
it's almost like if Mr. Wilburn walks up and everybody's like, "This thing's going to tear the city up," and all of a sudden he goes, "Calm down."
I got it.
You know,
I got it.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Wilburn, I want to say one thing. well done.
Yeah, I agree.
There you go.
Let this breathe a little bit here. Oh, wow. I'm sorry,
Wow.
Rick. That was on up there. I apologize.
I'm going to have to holler.
Well, on this...
Some of the 100 Overlord.
All right, so here we go. You ready?
This title is Overlord. Some of the 160,000 troops were barely 18 years old as the D-Day Operation Overlord invasion began. 5 beaches along France's Normandy shore would sadly turn into 50 miles of deadly sand. How about that? Europe must be liberated and its inhabitants set free. The evil Nazi death grip must be broken no matter the cost for victory. As landing craft came ashore, the death toll began to rise, and you could hear the wounded moan. While 80 years ago, families everywhere prayed that their soldier would safely come home. Yes, Overlord did its job. The invasion was a success. Its price was high, but 10 months later, the enemy surrendered and Europe was at rest. June 6, 1944 is a special day. Always remember and never forget. Family and lives were sacrificed for our freedom to protect. O current and recent generations, if only you understood or tried to understand, the nation in which you live is a treasure paid for with bravery and courage. It's a bountiful God-given land.
Wow.
John C. Wilburn.
Wow.
That's a good one.
Boy,
That's a good one.
Boy, Dad.
As he would say, if that doesn't move you, you would wet.
I mean,
I had to refocus a couple times.
Yeah, you did a really good job there, Greg. Again,
That's one of the better ones.
Adler, well done on the pictures.
Yeah, good job, buddy.
Like that. That really brought it home.
My goodness, this in sync.
Dad said that he was listening to a clip that the national news played. They were talking to a 99-year-old over in Normandy visiting, and he had a copy of a letter he had written his folks back during the invasion that his mother had saved, and all the note said was that I'm okay. And we were talking about technology now, and those that serve, they have a better way of communicating with the family if it's through, whatever technology they use. But back then, it was just families hoping.
Here comes
and
a letter,
wishing,
and I hope it gets there.
And I hope we get a letter from them, and there's not a car that pulls up outside. I mean, it was just a different time because technology has advanced and helped us a lot. But back then, it was just. I mean,
how about when the old car pulls up with the two guys in the dress clothes out there, and they get out and come to the door and knock? I mean, what a job! Wow.
Yeah, you feel for those guys?
Yeah,
having to deliver
all
that
day,
news.
Yeah.
Woo. Be tough to get them to go to work that day, knowing what you had to do.
Yeah, man. No, thank you. So it's it is good to remember, not to forget, and then, as we've said on the show, and it goes just generations after generations. I don't know that there's anything that we could do that's any more grateful than to not give up what they died for.
Yeah.
I mean,
man,
not back up.
Don't give it up. I mean, it costs so much, and to just give up these liberties that people died for is probably the most disrespectful thing we could do.
Yeah.
And but it's you do what you can, and you do have a voice, and
right now
and you try to let that voice be heard, and the state of this place right now is just it's something's got to change. I mean, we're at a tipping point. Now there are some that think we've passed the tipping point, and I understand that.
Yeah.
That's there's something in our DNA as Americans, though, that we just don't want to take that. We don't want to say no. As long as I've got another breath, as long as there's another day, as long as I can still vote, as long as I can still do this, I can't say it's over and it's to the point of no return. And then at the same time, you're over here realizing that that we are on a path to a new heaven and a new earth if you share a biblical worldview, and it's kind of those things kind of they box, and so what I do is just say, well, he's allowed us to make a difference now, so we do, but he's still going to do whatever is his will, and I'm good with that too.
Yep.
Like we said to the caller yesterday, control what you can control.
All you can do.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. Thank you, Mr. Wilburn. very much. Greg, good job.
PBS just called me. They want me to do a documentary.
I knew it. Yeah. Good job, Adler. Good job, Speedy. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Truck the camera.
Yeah,
fine.
That's no problem. Back to one. Greg, I'm telling you, got a shot. I think you do. Greg, that's a rugged whiskey-looking hand.
Can you
right
get
there.
in tighter, Adler?
Yeah. Back to one. All right.
We really got to get in there tight.
Yeah. Now, Greg, you push the cup toward the camera.
Push it?
Yeah. No, hold it like up in there toward there. Bring it in right there. All right. Now, close it out a little bit.
You got to go back because you're out of focus.
Yeah. Okay.
Go back
my
towards
top
you.
finger's a little short.
Yeah, Greg, I don't know what's wrong with your pointer.
What's wrong with your?
Because I use the middle one so much.
Yeah, I don't know.
You think it's so strong? The other one's just got.
What is
weaker.
wrong with your pointy finger?
I don't know.
Greg, something's really wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't think I'll make the cut, guys.
Yeah, Lee.
Well, I think being Baptist would hurt me.
Okay.
So,
yeah,
especially if we have to dance while we're holding.
Yeah, that's
it.
not a great hand.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna try it.
You know what I want to do?
I can't do it because I'm Baptist, but I'm gonna try it real quick.
Yeah, Greg, don't.
100 grand's $100,000.
It's $100,000 right there. See, Greg, our hands look similar, don't they?
Rick, you could, for all you know, you're picking it up to dump it in the sink so nobody will drink it.
Right. Maybe I'm dumping it out.
Your finger looks normal though.
Yeah, Greg's top finger, something was wrong with that thing.
I don't know. Yeah, that's I don't know.
Set it down and just like ease it towards the camera.
How we doing on break? It's getting close.
You got 50 seconds.
Ooh, that's nice. That's good stuff.
See, I'm coaching. I can be directed.
You can be directed.
Yeah, but I can't do it.
I think my knuckles are too knobby.
Yeah, I can't.
Hams, let's see you grab it. Let's see.
I've never noticed my first finger's got some weirdness about it.
Hamsy, grab it one time, put it towards the camera.
Yeah, that is weird.
Slowly.
You know, I think the shape of that cup's throwing everybody's
Yeah, I
top
think it is
finger
too.
off a little
It
bit.
did too. Yeah, I know. I think you're right because it can't really grab.
Maybe
it.
it's a glass.
I'm going to get that gentleman Jack, make it look real.
Yeah, what they have in the picture that Adler showed, it's just drinking bourbon glass people drink out of. I don't know about it. I'm bad.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Man, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Gentlemen, it's an honor as always to be on this program.
James, before we get into the seriousness again of today, did you by any chance, I know you got a lot going on, you didn't catch last hour on our show, did you?
No, I had to do some television. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. I watching your coverage last week, there was something about some of the ways that you get a little heated, and I kept thinking, what does this remind me of? And it dawned on me, other than your expertise in meteorology, and your love of ham radio, you and Greg Burgess have a lot of similarities. Mm-hmm. You and my brother. This thing of how you people keep asking why they can't see the tornado, and you're like, they're rain wrapped. It's not Oklahoma, and you keep repeating that over and over again. Yeah. That's Greg with his ranting. Of course, let's go to our storm spotter. Of course, I don't know who these idiots are out on the road right now.
I love spotter convergence.
And some of y'all on Facebook, that's not a wall cloud. and
James
so
gets a little bit frustrated.
And I started thinking, I was like, who does he remind me of? And I thought, oh my gosh, it's Greg.
Well,
Greg, I was hoping he's going to say we're two good-looking guys. But I guess
that was coming next. I know.
Well, you know how you get things on your mind, and
he didn't go that way.
You'll say, all right, let's look over here. And of course, now they're around here. They're rain wrapped. Okay, doesn't mean they're not there.
I love those people mad when you go back when you're not going back to programming. They're
right,
complaining about that.
For those of you that keep complaining about program, this is serious.
Yeah, and don't let a sky cam not turn right.
And when you
I don't know who this guy is out there right now driving.
Yeah, when you got a storm spotter pulled off on the side of the road and a funnel cloud is about to cross the interstate and an 18-wheel truck goes by.
So anyway, and that's a compliment. It's just if Greg has something on his mind that's annoying him, he keeps talking about it out loud. It's almost like he's working it out before your very eyes.
Yeah, exactly what we're doing. You figured it out. That you crawled up in our head.
Yeah, right.
My favorite the other night was when he said something about getting his feelings hurt. He goes, "But that's impossible. I have no feelings." I got it, James. I got it.
You got rid of them a long time ago.
I have no feelings left to hurt. None.
You're a walking catalyst. Yeah. So let's talk about today. So it's going to affect a large portion of the audience again, and things vary wildly. But
give us the outlook for today.
Yeah. So again, guys, it's March in the Deep South. This stuff happens. This is not unusual, but it happens. And I will say it is a little odd to have 2 high risks in 2 consecutive weeks, which is what we have here. The highest level risk today, a high risk, this is level 5 out of level 5, includes cities like Tupelo, Mississippi, Columbus, Starkville. In Alabama, it includes Muscle Shoals, Florence, Fayette, Hamilton.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Speaking of being patriotic, did you know you have a choice when it comes to your wireless service? Yeah, you do. Patriot Mobile. Yeah, I know. You gotta. This is money we're gonna spend anyway. Make your phone money matter by going with a company that represents a more conservative, patriotic point of view. And they support free speech. They support the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life. They do hold up our military and our first responders as the heroes that they are. So you do have a choice. Your service is not going to be compromised. Same great service that you're accustomed to as far as, the dependability. They have access to the exact same coverage as any of the other providers out there, Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T. Same service you have now, but you're not supporting agendas that you may not agree with. And you're going to have a U.S.-based customer service team that makes switching easy. You can keep the number you have now if you prefer. You can keep your phone if you prefer. But if you'd like to upgrade, they can help you with that too. Want free activation? All right. Well, then go to patriotmobile.com/bigvox, BIGV as in voice, OX, or call 972-PATRIOT and mention the same promo code. That'll get you free activation. Make your phone money matter by switching to Patriot Mobile. You need the link because maybe you're driving, can't write all this down. Just go to rickandbubba.com. It's right there under sponsors too. All right, so I think Bubba just gave me some really good advice a minute ago. I was telling him that I couldn't, we talk about our age, that we both turned 60 this year, and we have this running joke between us, and I know some of you may think it's insensitive, but we tend to have an insensitive sense of humor here, and we call it the early onset of aging and dementia. And I said, I got an early onset moment this morning. He said, what? I said, I can't remember if I've had 1 or 2 cups of coffee. And I thought this was brilliant. He said, that means you've only had 1.
Uh-huh. That's good, Bob.
I thought that was brilliant. You know what I did? I marched back in there and got my second one.
I used to use the same logic when I would have a biscuit for breakfast. I had 1 or 2.
Right. It means you've only had 1. Also, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today, we'll record this. Canada, and you're saying, Rick, why do we care about Canada? Well, I'll tell you why, because it's right there. Yeah. I mean, it's right there on our
It's a neighbor.
It's right there. It's a neighbor. Leighton Gray is going to be with us. He's an attorney in Canada, and he is trying to save Canada for the road they're on by pointing out that, hey, we got Chinese spies that have gotten involved with elections, and we're headed down the road of communism here in Canada, and Trudeau and his government, and how they've been compromised by the Communist Party. And so we're going to talk to him. He does a podcast called Gray Matter Podcast. He's a litigator by trade. It's considered to be one of the greatest legal minds in North America. And I do believe that we can, as we've tried to tell everybody, Bubba, when countries that we have a relationship with, especially those that touch us, when they start going down a path and our fellow citizens start thinking that they're all that, we probably want to take that warning. So we'll
we need to probably keep an eye on Mexico too. They just elected a new president, first female president they've had.
Yeah, I saw that.
I really don't know where she is on the political scale. I read one thing that she's very much socialist, so I don't know. I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out too myself because, as you correctly pointed out, trying to figure out what's going on there is important. Here it is right now. It says Ouch, this is Babylon B. New female president of Mexico announces plan to give the cartel the silent treatment.
Oh, wow.
Well, they just don't miss, do they?
They don't miss. Bubba, Trump has narrowed his vice president search down to 7.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't know how accurate that list is.
Yeah, baby.
The list. Now, some of these on the list, it won't surprise you. I don't even know who they are. The ones that I know are Rubio, Tim Scott, Ben Carson.
Right.
I don't know who these other ones are.
Yeah, North Dakota's Governor Doug Burgess.
Okay, yeah.
You got J.D. Vance, the Ohio senator. Tim Scott, of course, was a former senator from South Carolina. Florida Representative Byron Donalds, New York Representative Elise, and I can't say her name.
Stefanik?
Yeah, and Trump's cabinet member, Ben Carson.
Whispering Ben
Carson. As
Carson?
you mentioned, have also been listed. Marco Rubio, and I was confused a little bit by that. Now, do I think he would make a good one? Yes. But he is from Florida. I didn't think the president and the vice president could be from the same state. Or is that is that part of the old rules that they did away with?
The last time we went down this road with Trump, and I can't remember who it was it DeSantis then? It was DeSantis. And people said, well, all he would have to do is just change his residency back to New York. And there wouldn't be a problem.
Well, I don't know that he wants to have it in New York now.
No. That plan may not be a good one now.
Yeah.
But I remember they said he could just change because he has houses in all these different places. He could just change that.
Move it around.
Yeah, he was on Trump was on Hannity last night. I didn't see it. I was listening to some of it on my way back from Huntsville, and it was some pretty interesting conversation.
Who do you think would help him out the most? Who would bring the most to the table?
Tim Scott.
Tim is a good one. I mean, now when you think, I understand where you are on that, but when you think about the states that he needs, he's going to get South Carolina, isn't he? Or is that getting more and more in play now? I know North Carolina's not a given anymore.
No.
But but anyway,
does Rubio help him with the Latino community? Does Tim Scott help him with the African American community? He's got, a female here that is in New York, which, she's one of I think there's only 8 or 9 Republicans in the whole state of New York that's in public service. She's one of them. She's also in charge of the Republican, I don't know, it's the Women's Caucus, I think.
The caucus.
Or something.
The caucus.
Ben Carson is an absolute genius, but I don't know that his personality is going to help. Now, would I want him on as sitting in a room with me, helping me through a problem?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Brilliant man.
Would he be a good cabinet guy like before? I think so.
Yeah. He's almost too good a guy to be in the dirty game we're playing.
Yeah.
Like you're right. I'd go to Ben and talk to him and put him to work. The problem with Ben, and I'm a Ben Carson fan, but I'm also a realist, is that you could literally sit down with Ben Carson, I think, and him be furious with you, and go back to one of his friends and say, "How did it go?" Well, Ben said, "I don't think he's mad at all."
Right. I know.
You go, "No, he's really upset with you." I said, "They didn't seem that way at all."
Yeah.
The conversation was very mild. We didn't have any. He didn't raise his voice.
Right.
Steady.
I will tell you too, Congressman Byron Donalds. Every time he talks, man, he is pretty dynamic.
I think
he would be good.
I don't know if he is ready at this point, but I think he will have a big role in the future. He's kind of new to the scene, but he's a great speaker, very motivational, and I think that he will be a real gem for the Republican Party in years to come. But I don't know if he's ready for that.
What about
I really
what
think
happened to him? He's vanished.
You couldn't wait.
You know what? Him as press secretary.
Oh, yes, that would be awesome.
I see that in my dreams.
Now let me ask you this: if it's Rubio, is he going to quit calling him Little Marco?
Yes, he will at that point. He'll even say like he did with DeSantis. Okay, that
retiring.
I'm retiring that nickname.
Well, if you take a sitting,
Greg, I'm very retiring.
If you take a sitting senator, though, you risk the replacement, being a flip. So a lot of it would have to do if The governor appoints those, or it would be a general election or a special election, or you got to be careful you don't create a problem for yourself.
Well, are you a little surprised? Are you a little surprised? And forgive me, because we all struggle with names, and I don't think I'm gonna get this right. But if you're gonna put on the list a female, I don't think there's anything that gets Trump New York. So I don't know the benefit there. Do you think? Were you surprised that is it Tulsi Gabbard?
Was not.
She was
on
rumored
the list.
for the longest
She's not
time.
on the list at all. Does she help you with independence and libertarians?
Keep in mind, this list was leaked out, probably on purpose, so they would get feedback and from the general population on it. I'm not too sure she's not on the list. She's just not. We just don't know.
Well, I'm always looking for, when I see people in the battle, how they handle it, and she's a great communicator. She's got disgusted with the left for all the same reasons that we all have.
Yep.
And she seems to be able to speak to. I don't want to overplay this, but she seems to be able to speak to the votes that you need.
Yeah, I would agree.
Politically, not just gender, but politically.
Statewide, she doesn't really help you being from Hawaii.
Right.
But she's military. She's a former Democrat. She is very smart, well-spoken. She carries herself well. We saw her go into The View and eat their lunch.
Right.
I tell you, if I was picking right now, I believe I'd pick her.
Yeah, she's not on the list, but like you said, that doesn't mean she's not being considered.
Right.
But I just find it interesting.
I think Rubio would be a great VP and an outstanding president, too.
Yeah.
And you got to think about that.
Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be back. The number to be part of the show is 866-WE-BE-BIG. The Rick and Bubba Show will continue right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So pay attention to that, too, if you're not able to get in front of the television.
Stay ready to go.
And have your weather radio and your warnings, and pay attention to them, and just know what's going on, and then adjust. Just stay level-headed and listen, and then do what you need to do to maximize your safety. Thanks, James.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, well, the caller brought it up. Banana Ball, Helmsy and Speedy have researched it. And, Bubba, we have the presentation from the Banana Ball people. And this is like the creator of Banana Ball. And in this, 3-minute video?
Yeah, there's a 3-minute video that explains it.
He can explain a new take on baseball. So here it is.
Leaves a great movie in the middle of the movie. No one leaves a great concert in the middle of the concert. Yet, for some reason, people leave baseball games in the middle every time. And what is that saying? That maybe the game is a little bit too long, a little bit too slow, and a little bit too boring for too many fans. So we had to change it. We have 9 rules to our new game. Number 1 rule is every inning counts. If you win the inning, you get a point. First team to 5 points wins. How do you win an inning? Very easy. You score more runs than the other team. So if the home team scores their run to take the lead, the inning is over, just like that, creating a walk-off moment every single inning. Number 2, there's a 2-hour time limit. Very simple. We don't want 3-hour games. We don't want 4-hour games. We don't want 30-hour games, which most baseball games feel like. It's a 2-hour time limit. When we hit the 2 hours, boom, it's over. Unless there's a tie, and then it goes to our one-on-one showdown. What does that look like? Very simple. Extra innings are boring. You just keep playing, keep playing, keep playing. This is going to a penalty kick situation. One-on-one, pitcher versus hitter. The pitcher has to stop the hitter, or the hitter has to score. So you got a pitcher that can strike guys out, boom, you're ready to go. Or if a hitter tries to hit a ball way out in the outfield, the pitcher's going to run after it. It's going to be a one-on-one play at the plate. That's going to create some excitement at the end of the day. Number 4 rule. Walks are now sprints. Walks are a boring part of baseball. So what's going to happen? If you walk, if you reach the 4th ball, it immediately becomes a sprint. The hitter takes off to first. He can advance to as many bases as he wants, while the catcher has to throw the ball to every single position player before it becomes live. We got action on both sides. What are the fans going to watch? I don't know, but it's going to be exciting. Next rule, no bunting. Bunting sucks. No one gets excited about bunting. We're eliminating it. All right, swing the bat. No bunting.
They threw him out for bunting.
Next rule, no mound visits. Mound visits are boring. The coach does a slow little walk out to the mound to talk about whatever. He's just delaying the game. Fans don't need that. No mound visits. We're done with that. Next rule, you can steal first. All right, let's make it exciting. If a pitcher throws a pass ball, throws a wild pitch, I don't care what count it is. All right, hitter take off, run to first. All right, let's make it exciting. Next rule, if a fan catches a foul ball, it's an out. Simple as that. Don't foul out. Fans are in the game. Everyone's trying to be a part of the game. Now fans can be. Next rule, no stepping out. The games have to be faster, and batters take too much time stepping out, playing with their batting gloves, doing whatever they do. Can't step out. You step out, it's a strike. Very simple there. And yes, if you step out with 2 strikes, you're out. All right? That's how we're going to penalize hitters. Penalizing pitchers for throwing balls, penalizing pitchers for throwing pass balls. Now we're penalizing the hitter for stepping out. This game is called Banana Ball. Yes, it's bananas. Yes, it's crazy. But it's nonstop excitement. It's faster than any baseball game anyone's ever seen. And I'll tell you, for all the fans out there, don't blink. You may miss something. And on June 26th, everyone's going to be able to see it live for the first time.
So there we go. June 26th, the Banana Ball League will begin.
Where are we going to see this?
I think it's in Georgia.
Savannah.
Is it Savannah, Georgia? Wow. That sounds like a lot of fun.
They have my attention.
Yes.
I love the fact that he's got to throw to every position while you walk. You can just keep running.
Helms, you were saying something about the pitcher had a certain amount of time to throw.
No, I didn't say that.
I thought somebody did a minute ago. You had to throw it in so many seconds.
No.
That's in real baseball. The minor leagues.
We did that. We did that story a couple of days
What
ago.
was it? Yeah, they were. I heard something.
Somebody said that when we were discussing.
There wasn't a time limit. I heard somebody. It was something about it. When the catcher throws it back, he has to get ready to pitch. He can't stand. So that something like that was mentioned earlier, and I heard that too.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, well, maybe we saw something, thought that's what they were doing. I don't remember. But bottom line is, I love this idea.
So where do we get to sample this banana ball at? How do we see it?
I think. I mean, surely there'll be of all the channels. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so Bubba, it looks like it's happened again. And what is this new business model where these there's
cameo?
Is it called just cameos?
Yeah.
That's it.
That's what we're saying.
Yeah, where you get these celebrities of all levels.
Yes.
And I'm sure the rate card varies wildly.
Oh, yes.
For them to give you videos, shout outs, and happy birthdays and things like that. Well, the audience has apparently they're lining the pocket of one William Hung.
Oh, yeah.
Because
He's helped us on many of our events we've had.
This is now the new thing in the audience, and I give the audience credit for this. This is why we love you. That if they can find a reason to get William Hung to motivate us.
Oh, yeah.
They'll buy another cameo.
Yeah,
yes, they will.
He's been there at some of the most critical moments, hasn't he?
He really.
This message is a farewell message.
And I want to be. No one has watched this.
No, we stopped.
No one has watched.
So we
it.
have not screened it.
We have not screened it at all.
George Hand.
Thank you, George. Thank you, George.
So just
George, I just want to take a second to thank you.
Hey, let's give George Hand a hand.
Yeah. There you go.
From his car.
So anyway, this is William Hung talking about the last year of the Rick and Bubba Show, and he's going to wish us well.
That's a farewell.
It's a farewell speech.
Okay, all right, here we go. All right, good night.
Monkey grass and green acres. Meh, meh, meh. And pass the gravy, please. Congratulations on 30+ years of the Rick and Bubba Show. Enjoy your retirement, and here's a song for you. And just do it. Be what you want to be. Do what you want to do. Be true yourself. And just do it. Be what you want to be. Do what you want to do. Because it's all up to you.
He tried to do Mac, Mac, Mac. He didn't know what it was. Ma. Oh, I'm going to run that one again. I tell you one thing, starting him out with Green Acres and Monkey Grass and an attempt at Mac, 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 that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Do you think he ever gets tired of singing that?
Yes.
Do it.
No. He got tired of singing it during this message.
I sensed it.
He did back
off. I sensed that.
Did you know what, though? He's tired of more his lights being cut off.
Oh, well, that's true.
Right, so
he's starving. I will have to say,
he'll just
of the 200-plus podcasts we've done, he was one of the better ones
Of
to me.
course he was.
I mean, it was very intriguing.
Let me hear this right, and if y'all can remember for the podcast, we know he does cameos. Now, did y'all say he gives people pointers on how to play poker?
That is correct.
Yeah, he's like a professional
That is
poker
correct.
player.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, very.
All I know is
very
let's
smart
do it.
dude.
And don't forget that Bubba got a message from God, former God.
Wait a minute, I forgot all about that. I forgot all about that.
God, Jesus Christ!
Come on, woman. I forgot all that.
Just throw it on the pontoon boat.
You just throw the pontoon boat in there.
Right. So
Just do it.
I want to hear the first part again. I don't have to hear the song again unless y'all would like to.
Song's pretty
All
uplifting.
right, we'll do the song.
I'll just
too.
listen to
Do the whole thing again. All right, here we go.
Monkey grass and green acres. Meh, meh, meh. And pass the gravy, please. Congratulations on 30-plus years of the Rick and Bubba Show. Enjoy your retirement, and here's a song for you. And just do it. Be what you want to be. Do what you want to do. Be true yourself, and just do it. Be what you want to be. Do what you want to do, because it's all up to you.
Thank you, William Hung.
Instead of Mac. If we can do one thing for William, we need to hook him up with Dr. Dudney.
Greg,
I mean, just
why?
think if he had just
Why?
that.
See, this is rude to risk.
See,
Those of
you
you
find
that
something.
I'm just saying it would.
the
it might
medication
help
is not
us
working.
Night. Can we just enjoy the video?
Fix William's mouth.
Greg,
Meh, meh, meh.
Thank you, Adler. That's good.
Greg, we're sitting here enjoying this, and
you-
all
I
you
just
can
saying
say
it would
is
be a
something
nice
about
thing to
somebody's
do.
appearance.
You got to say it'd be a nice thing.
On
to
the
do.
way out, it would be nice to fix William's mouth.
And there it is.
Oh, okay.
Now he has a draft buddy. It's just like when they eat. But
Just
no,
do it.
But don't you know, like with
Do
Greg,
what you want to do.
if somebody came up and they said, "Hey, we'd like to have a word with Greg. So and so wants to pitch something to him," we'd go, "I don't know how to ask you this. Can I see a picture of him first?"
Rick, I'm just saying it would be a nice
and they're like,
gesture.
"What do you mean?" I said, "Well, if he's got big ears, big nose, something. They got an eye lower. They are one going the wrong way. Greg's not going to listen to what you're pitching."
Yeah.
I just thought it would.
Maybe call it Hung's Grill.
Yes, that'd be good.
And pass the gravy, please.
A lot of that.
This one right here just keeps on giving. Doesn't it?
Just do it.
God.
Greg, now we keep dropping him in.
I can't get him off my
All right,
mind.
how about this? What if you found out you could go to a conference and that was the two speakers?
Oh, I'm there.
Are you ready?
Oh, I'll go a day early and spend the night.
Go a day early and spend the night.
I don't want to be late.
And I want to be well
I
rested.
want to be right there.
Get a good seat.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Ooh. So thank you, listener George Han.
Love you, God. Good.
Yeah, right.
I'll take
Love you. How about this? Adler,
so good,
I think
Adler.
Adler could do an impression of him. He dress himself up.
Yeah.
I think you could come out and do the whole thing. I really do. And the guy's passionate.
No, he's.
Oh, here, pants, Bubba, please.
This is where we're going.
It's more than I remembered. It's more than I remember. It's more than I remember. It's more than I remember.
Y'all.
That was better than I thought it was.
It's better.
Didn't realize it was
I had
that
actually
good.
brought it down a couple of notches.
Did you see Honky beside him trying to be cool and do it?
Yeah, there's nothing worse than
Greg.
What you saying?
Yeah.
we all saw it.
It was
Guys,
briefly.
But you don't have to.
I just saw.
Well, you see what I'm talking about? We're focused on one thing. He's always focused on something else.
I just saw a video of him on a reel, and he was at a really small church. You
This
could tell
guy?
it- Yes, Mike Servin, I think. is his name.
Oh, I need that.
And
You got the name?
I think that's his name. I don't know, but and all of a sudden, hey Rick, and it's the music's not kind of really going, and all of a sudden he comes into the picture. He's like, "Oh God!"
And he comes sliding in. And he comes sliding in.
He comes sliding in right in front of the front row.
Oh my goodness.
He didn't do the Morris Day slide in, does he?
All right, wait a minute.
How much the book?
Wait a minute. Okay, no. The conference
Rick, man,
features.
church.
Greg, the conference features.
This is it?
Your two speakers are William Hung.
This is it?
And you got him, and also music by James Canuck.
Oh, I'll never leave.
Rick. Look, it is. You're right. Now he's put a cowboy hat on.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
I can't. That's fantastic.
Hopping for the Lord.
That's fantastic. Make a joyful noise.
Oh, I love it.
Heaven looks even better, doesn't it?
There it is. There it is.
He's doing it. Look, where's he doing?
He's in the airport.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, Blaze Media now more than ever. Hey, we're approaching an election season that is going to be a dandy. Would you like to know where you stand? Would you like to let your voice be heard? One way to do it is with some of the great swag available from Blaze Media. Go to shopblazemedia.com. Everything from the Blaze Heritage and Blaze Media collections, jackets, T-shirts, hoodies, socks, mugs, candles, flags, and a whole lot more, and you're going to love it. Go right now to shopblazemedia.com. Check out all the cool stuff available from Blaze Media and use the code BLAZE10. That's BLAZE10 to get 10% off the entire order. Shopblazemedia.com, promo code BLAZE10. Go check it out and get you some today. Dr. Bubba, somebody's going to cover Banana Ball. The Ocho, somebody's going to cover Banana Ball. And I'll be all in. I will watch.
Maybe the World Games will pick it up.
I'll watch it. Because it moves pretty fast.
Yeah, it does.
It sounds like it would be a lot of fun.
The Savannah Bananas.
Can I tell you what I love? I love that if the somebody in the crowd catches the foul, you're out.
Yeah, that is good. I like that.
Golly, that's good.
That really gives you a home field advantage because I guess if one of the home players pop up a foul, you'd let it go, right?
Yeah, unless you think so. Unless you get caught up in it.
Unless you pull for the Red Sox,
forget what's going on.
But so that would be interesting, and it's just saying that it's. I guess the league will just feature. They'll have their own teams that play each other because can't just be one team. They got to have somebody to play.
What does this league look like? Do they give us any more details on that?
Well, it's all right. So I'm sitting here and I can tell, and Helmsy, this is the guy here. It looks like that was talking, and the SavannahBananas.com looks like they have information, tickets, schedule. But I'm just trying to see One City World Tour, Mobile, Alabama. Hold on, let's see.
Wait a minute.
So is it two teams just traveling around?
Or it may be multiple teams in one location, like you've talked about with lacrosse before, Rick, and how they're doing that.
Yeah. See a game. You click that, and it
look at
watch
the
games live.
ESPN's involved.
Says
Sports Illustrated.
Watch games live on Bananas Insiders. So it's got ways that you can stream it. It looks like.
So I guess what they'll do is they'll have a league, and they'll have. It doesn't say how many teams. Like you said, they may start with just two to travel around the country for you to see the game, and then try to build some fans, and then come out with more teams, maybe, right?
I'm sure they'll edit this as they go along. They'll say, "Well, this works pretty good. This doesn't. We'll change this."
Well, remember the XFL that you were going to fight for possession to start the game.
Yeah,
they put it on, and people kept getting hurt, and so they finally dropped that.
Right.
The thing was you would run and try to dive on the ball and wrestle away from each other.
Yeah, and then they had to bring the ambulance out for two people on the first play of the game.
Yeah, and they were like, "All right, okay, so that rule, and when we actually implemented it in real time, it didn't work."
Yeah.
So we'll
look
see.
good on paper, didn't happen.
But I'll tell you some of the things that are more serious that we've all talked about. Everybody gets sick and tired of the batter messing with his gloves, messing with his shin guard, messing with his helmet, messing with his bat. The pitcher steps off, keeps throwing over to first, walks around, mound visits. Everybody is tired of all that. I mean, and so that part of it, speeding that part of the game up.
Just speeding the game up in general is what this guy's trying to accomplish, and I agree with him 100%.
Yeah, all the merchandise is pretty good too. This is funny.
Yeah, well, it's a good business idea, and there'll probably be an audience for it, especially.
Yeah.
So did this start as a minor league promotion? Is this how this grew?
I don't know.
Yeah. It looks like one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Savannah Bananas. It looks like a guy that's just frustrated with the speed of the game and finally doing something about it.
We demanded from the team yesterday, Bubba, that we get to the bottom of the missing woman found naked inside a Florida storm drain.
Naked.
How in the world did she get there, and what in the world is this all about? And we have the update today. Apparently, and we were talking about, can you get through these things? Can you crawl around? What is she doing? And we got that done. And the woman has told the officers, we now know what she said to them, that she went for a swim in a canal near her boyfriend's home in West Delray Beach on March the 3rd. Now, this is the part people aren't real sure if she's accurate. While she was swimming, she came across a doorway near a shallow part of the canal. She stated she entered the doorway and noticed a tunnel, and according to the report, she became curious. Now, she's claiming she began walking down the tunnel, which led to another tunnel, and so on, until she became lost. On March the 3rd, after 9 p.m., her boyfriend reported her missing. Police say they do not know how long the woman was in the tunnels. The woman claims she was walking the tunnels lost for about 3 weeks until she saw some light and decided to sit there because she saw people walking by. It is unclear how long it took for someone to notice her.
You remember we were speculating about this, but someone had called in and said the pipes were not big enough, at least where the storm drain was.
Right.
And the picture we saw, it looked like it was tiny. It looked like it might be 2-3 foot across. I don't think you'd go crawling up through that in an area that could be
Well, if you're on
infested
drugs
with,
and have an issue with mental stability, you probably would try it.
Or you just made
making
it up.
And that is the key. She does have a history of that.
Yeah.
So
Mom said she has a history of bizarre stories and stuff.
Oh, really? So she has some mental illness.
Yes.
And you take
addiction.
that, mix it with addicted to drugs.
Yeah.
So it's possible that none of the things she said happened. She just walked around naked and got down in the storm drain and was down in. Minutes past from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, and the Deep South, out to the rest of the world. On various platforms, live and archived. Find them all at rickandbubba.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussard.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Bubba, we have a Hunter Biden update. He's the next one up. This is the ever pursuing of all the problems with Hunter Biden's laptop. The FBI is about to admit to us in video and audio clip 1, and then we'll hear his dad, the president, denying what we're.
For years he's been denying it. We're absolutely lying to all of us. The FBI is going to confirm it, but. For those of you that
I'm sorry, that's a little bit misleading. So yesterday in court, the laptop was submitted as evidence and in the Hunter Biden trial. So the FBI has admitted in court yesterday. This first clip here is 20 minutes. We're not going to play the whole thing, but it's 20 minutes of the mainstream media calling that Russian disinformation, saying that it wasn't credible, saying that it was a Russian plant. Okay. So that's what clip 1A is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. That's a little.
That's right. It looked like we were going to hear them say it is. So you're just saying no that the FBI has admitted in court yesterday, finally, that the laptop is real. Here's people telling us it wasn't real.
And for those of you that think this is going to be the big get even with Joe Biden, remember that this trial is being held in Connecticut. Jill Biden arrived well in advance. The president stopped by the key witness to just have a family visit
of course,
last week. Don't think for a minute that this is not going to be discharged and swept under the rug. I predict he will get away with less than a parking ticket.
So here we go. Here's the montage. We're going to do just a minute and there's so much more we could do, but we'll just go with your basics. You'll get the picture pretty quick.
is about the man once known as America's mayor, Rudy Giuliani, and if he is being used by Russia to influence the 2020 presidential campaign.
President Trump on the attack today, going after Joe Biden and his family with dubious accusations.
I'll tell you what, it's an organized crime family as far as I'm concerned.
The president is referencing a tabloid newspaper story with emails purportedly swiped from the vice president's son, Hunter. But CBS News has learned the president was personally warned by the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, that the man who provided the information to the tabloid, his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, was the target of a Russian influence campaign aimed at discrediting Biden. CBS News has learned the FBI is now looking into whether the information found on the device may be part of a Russian disinformation campaign.
This looks like Russian intelligence. This walks like Russian intelligence. This talks like Russian intelligence. This effort by Rudy Giuliani and the New York Post and Steve Bannon to cook up supposed dirt on Joe Biden looks like a classic Russian playbook disinformation campaign. So,
and that goes on. There's 20 minutes of just for that, just
of all
highlights.
that.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, the FBI in court admitted that no, it is Hunter Biden's laptop, and what's on it would be his possession and his own stuff, which is what was the accusation, which everyone said that's just Russia. Now, let me tell you, when you lose when you lose credibility, I would hate to have to go out and try to sell everybody with my lipstick in hand, Bubba, and my pig under my other arm, that Russia somehow would prefer that Donald Trump be the president, not this bumbling, stumbling old man that we have now. That you're our enemy and you don't prefer Biden? That would be real hard if somebody said, now what's the angle? They don't want Biden to win. I'm like, I don't know that I want to go out and say that.
You know, again, too, and this is just kind of from a common sense standpoint to me, you have an NDA that you pay someone because you think that information may look negative to your family or, as the court found last week, influence an election, which I pointed out, this is going to have a ripple effect no one is ready for. But by the same token, the Clinton campaign paid for a disinformation. The whole Russian thing was a joke. It was cooked up. It was, it was campaign fodder, so to speak. They leaked it into the media. Then they went out and made, reports on what the media was saying. But none of that is interference election. I just find that strange.
Yeah.
Or election interference.
Yeah, and here's the president himself. He's going to deny that this is during when they debated Trump versus Biden, that this he says this is a laptop that was planted by the Russians. We now know, as of the FBI's admitting this in court, that what the president's about to say is absolutely a lie. So here we go.
Talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race. President Trump,
I have to respond to that.
Please.
Because look,
very quickly.
There are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant. They have said that this has all the five former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
And that's exactly what.
Is this where you're going? This is where he's going. The laptop is Russia,
Gentlemen,
Russia.
I want to stay on the issue of race.
You have to be kidding. Here we go again with Russia.
We're going to continue on the issue of race.
Well,
too, those 50 people Joe Biden was talking about, several of them have come forward now and say they were pressured to say that. Of
course they were.
They didn't know that. They had no evidence on it, but they had to do that to hold on to their job.
Really what it sounds like, Bubba, based on what you're saying and what's being said here and some of the things we know, unfortunately, that has gone on with the FBI modern day, that some inside the FBI drew the line at being accused of perjury in court.
Yeah, they kind of said.
And possibly going to jail.
Enough.
So that laptop is Hunter Biden's. It was not planted by the Russians. That now is a fact.
Now, we'll see what happens, but that part has been established.
Yes.
And then, Bubba, a little more fun video.
Just watch for a technicality to get this whole thing dismissed.
Oh,
Just
please
watch.
don't think Hunter
Just
Biden's
watch.
going to pay a price.
No.
Don't let anybody.
Look,
please don't let your mind go there.
I hate to say this, but it's very obvious. And Rick, again, I want to live in a country where the police, the FBI, everybody is up front and the good guys and doing what they're supposed to do, and the court systems go in there and rule on the law and the facts and the evidence.
And unicorns are on every hillside.
Right. But let me tell you, justice depends on the courtroom you go to.
Now-
And they're on the home field.
Yep.
And Trump was not, and you see how that goes.
And Hunter Biden's defense is trying to say that at the time when he applied for the weapon, he did not think he was an addict. He did not feel he was an addict, so he did not lie on those forms. Yesterday, his girlfriend at the time testified that he was smoking crack every 15 to 20 minutes unless he was asleep during this time period.
Yep. Well, again.
Well, I didn't think I was speeding. I still got a ticket.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
Helms didn't think he parked in the wrong spot. He still got a ticket.
Anybody ever had to deal with drug addicts? How many times have they said, I think I got a problem?
Yeah, not much.
They'll be in denial in a second, and so that their
That's a great defense.
their assessment of themselves as an addict is usually not very dependable.
Yep.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll come back and we'll chat with you, America. All 10 lines are available. The real Greg Burgess rolls in to take phone calls, and we'll hear from you. And we'll find out what is on your mind. You can bring up any topic you like, make a comment, ask a question. When the Rick and Bubba Show continues with your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've heard.
That's what it sounds like to me.
As
I don't know
opposed
where
to-
she'd be in the past, too. So I don't think you can survive naked in a tunnel under the storm drains for 3 weeks, 2, whatever it was.
That doesn't
2
seem,
weeks is a long time.
I think you'd get hypothermia.
doesn't seem
or
likely.
something.
Doesn't seem likely that could be.
Of course,
possible.
they do it on Naked and Afraid all the time.
Greg, it's not the same thing. So they, she says she was walking around in there for 3 weeks. About 3 weeks, it says.
I mean, so we don't eat.
The water
for 3 weeks.
3 weeks. See, that doesn't. I'm sorry, it doesn't wash.
No, because no water would take you out. Quicker than no food.
Yeah, a whole lot quicker.
Yeah.
Now you're in a drain. I guess you could probably figure something out.
Well, you don't want to be drinking that.
No, you don't. You don't. But I mean, desperate times. You never know what she's doing.
Seems like she'd be violently ill though if that would happen.
I think so.
But I'm leaning on that.
I think I'm drunk on drugs and skinny dipping, and something happened, and now somebody's put me in a storm drain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I got to figure out and tell everybody where I've been, so I'm gonna come up with this thing. I've been in the storm drain.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't seem possible. But I mean, maybe maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But
just bizarre, isn't it?
The bottom line is that's her story. So this means she's not saying she was abducted or captured or.
Said she just saw a door, opened it up, went in there, and found a bunch of
And
tunnels
we're all
and
curious
explored
people.
them and got lost.
We're curious people to if we see a bunch of drains and doors and hidden stuff, be like, I wonder what's in there.
They didn't address the
but-
nakedness. Why she's naked.
Skinny dipping, Greg. Everybody
but
knows
in
that.
a
Maybe.
situation where you got drainage water coming out of it, that's really not the thing I want to explore.
I'm swimming in a canal near my boyfriend's home, and hey, here's the door. I'm going in.
Yeah, you never know what you'll find in there. Look at that shot right there.
But
other things swim in there too.
Yeah, but if you're not right, ours where we grew up. If someone's mind is
Not what it ought to be.
Yeah, what not like it's supposed to be.
Yeah, what's not like it's supposed to be. Yeah, mine's bad. What not be like it's supposed to.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess anything's possible, but I don't think you can physically survive 3 weeks with no water.
No, I don't either. I think those numbers may be wrong. That report.
So
The timeline may be off there a little bit.
So, but at least we have the update that we were looking for.
Yeah.
There's still, I don't consider this update where you've answered all my questions.
No, there's still more questions than answers.
But this is where we are on the update. This is what she's saying. This is how she's saying she ended up there.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem possible, but she does
Found
have
a door, Rick. Opened it up and it just led to all kinds of things.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible. I mean, that could happen.
Let me ask you this too.
think so, though.
We're getting a lot of email on Dana Carvey coming out and doing an impersonation of Joe Biden. Has
It's a
anybody
good
seen
one.
that?
It's really good.
It's good.
Is it? Everybody said
He's
it
got
was
him.
really
He's
good.
got his mannerisms.
All right, I
his
need to see
speech
that.
pattern.
So he did a great job with Bush.
He did.
Well, he's
Daddy
got
Bush.
He's got a good one here.
Yeah.
He did.
Funny.
I'll tell you one thing. His Trump's
What
not
was
bad.
it he used to say when he did? He would do Daddy
real
Bush.
good at
Wouldn't be prudent.
Wouldn't be prudent. Right
Not
now.
gonna do it.
Yeah. So
Not gonna do it.
So we'll come back.
Gotta do it.
We'll come back and see if we can see how he's
We gotta
doing.
find that.
But he, his Donald Trump is not bad.
No, he's got a good Trump.
I don't think I ever saw him do Trump.
It's just good. He's got it pretty good.
Alec Baldwin did a
He's
pretty
very
good Trump. I mean, he probably got the front line.
I think
on
he
that.
overdid it the way he do his face.
Yeah,
he got on my nerves.
But
big
that
time.
was part of it.
Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Lines are available, and you can join us at 866 We Be Big, and dial right now. You will get in. Things that you need to know that are coming up. Calvin Speedy Wilburn. Boy, he's out and about this weekend. He's at the Alabama State Games Friday night. BJCC Legacy Arena. If you're going or participating, you got time with Speedy. The Birmingham Stallions, the big playoff game coming up Saturday at Protective Life Stadium, taking on the Michigan Panthers. Speedy will be there for that as well. The winner goes to the championship game for the UFL Championship. So also Southeast Missouri this weekend. Minor Baptist Church, Sherry Burgess and I will be there. Boy, a lot going on. Friday night, a men's event. Saturday morning, a women's event. Saturday night, a marriage event. Sunday morning, I'll be bringing the message there. Honored to be there at Minor Baptist Church. So you can participate in all that or some of that. Get those details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend will focus on the state of Canada. And then, of course, yesterday's archive from the Wednesday Bible study now available on the YouTube and podcast channel. All right, so to the phones we go. Let's go to Mike out of Huntsville. Mike is listening to us on 100.3 The River. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen. As far as the Hunter Biden trial is concerned, I'm on board with what y'all are saying. I don't think he's going to do anything. I can see this scenario playing out too. I can see the appeals courts in New York saying that Trump is guilty. Then when it gets to the Supreme Court, they overturn it, and then the media going crazy saying that the Trump Supreme Court got him off.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, that's exactly, and they'll be screaming to overhaul the court and put 20 people on there or whatever. But you're exactly. I think that scenario is very realistic.
And what you'll find, and Bubba, you just made this point, when Hunter Biden walks, no one will say that the Connecticut court
was for him. That won't
Right,
happen.
none of that. Listen, their stories are already out today.
Right.
And they're basically saying, see what happened with Hunter Biden. This shows you that the American justice system is fair.
No.
And I'm like, no, it ain't over yet.
Right.
And just look at how this handling of classified documents. Trump's case is still pending. I mean, they ain't even started on it yet. Right. Biden's has already been dismissed. He did it, but he's a bumbling old man. We can't get a conviction, so we're going to let him go. I mean, what? What?
Wouldn't you, if you tried to do the 25th Amendment?
That could get you a what the,
Yeah. But what's interesting, if you go out and say, well, do we need to talk about the 25th Amendment? They'll come back and say, he's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I know. But you had a prosecutor who said he's a bumbling old man, we can't get a conviction. Nobody's going to convict him.
We can't get a testimony from him because we don't think he knows what's going on.
Yeah.
But then you say, hey, how about the 25th Amendment? Are you crazy? He's sharp as a tack.
Yeah.
Let's go to, it's a weird world we live in right now. Hunter Biden, any chance you can't?
Hunter Biden's case will probably get dismissed and he'll get an accommodation.
Any chance that Hunter Biden becomes a sacrifice to try to come back? Say, what are you talking about?
Why would they?
Yeah, they can do whatever they want.
They're untouchable right now. They can't do anything.
No, right.
They're not held accountable for it. Okay, Trump's ahead in the polls. That's all they really.
Yeah. And that just shows how horrible the people are.
Why the judge is not worried about the blowback, because look what I did in court. I suppressed what they wanted to do. I let the prosecution run wild. I mean, why am I worried now? You can't get me.
Right. To Barbara in Dothan, News Talk 1039. Barbara, go ahead.
Yes, I am Greg's biggest fan, who wanted Greg to be paid more several years ago when he had the longest drive.
Yes.
But I just want to tell you, I have enjoyed the stories about your parents in the past, because my husband and I are about the same age and have experienced some of the same problems. In fact, my husband went to Auburn at the same time your parents did, and he said your mother was beautiful, and he wanted to date her, but she was already tied up.
Wow. Okay.
Dead. Yeah. My husband, we're the same way about. I love the stories about your dad saying he couldn't get Channel 4. My husband refuses to change anything on DirecTV.
Oh yeah.
He's 83. I'm 79. He played baseball at Auburn and golf. Just a big active person, but slowly, the knees have gone, the back is gone, my memory has gone. So we're going into that same part of old age as your parents, and I'm so sorry about your dad. And I want to tell y'all are about to be 60. 60s are the greatest age.
Yeah.
You're old enough to be listened to and still young enough to do what you want to do.
Yeah.
So I hope y'all enjoy retirement, even though we will all miss all of you very, very much. Greg is still my favorite. He went over the top with his concern and care for his puppies.
Yes, he did, and he won hearts all over America on that one.
Yep, it was the puppies.
Speaking of that, Helmsy, isn't it Mac Daddy's birthday today?
It is.
Mac Daddy. You're talking about I text people and cut my phone off?
I know.
You don't know how old he is?
I don't.
All right, how old? You're 46.
I thought he was born in 52, but I don't think I want to say.
So you said, I heard it on the kickoff hour, you thought he was somewhere between 69 and 71.
Yeah, I think.
So you
my mom threw me for a loop the other day because I thought I had it.
Right.
And she was like, your dad's going to be, and she said a number. And I thought he had already passed that age.
Well, you got to start thinking about, how young can I possibly make him if I'm 46 years old?
I know.
And so you got to add, to that an age that would make sense.
Do you know how old he was when you were born?
No clue. No, let me do this. So 2024 minus 1952 is 72. That's what I had him as. But when I was talking to her the other day, she acted as if
72 feels right to me. I think
it feels right to me too.
Right. I'm just talking about it. He'd have to be at least 70.
And I'm gonna say 71.
I'm gonna say. I know. It was.
Have you
even,
tried?
It was an even year.
Dad, how old are you?
Well, here's what's funny.
Well, Bubba, he won't return the text.
Here's what I'm gonna text. I'm gonna do a test this morning on the text to see. And his phone's off, probably.
Right, maybe reach out to your mom.
Oh, he's saving battery.
So I think I know he was born in an even year, which makes him an even number.
Okay.
Oh, so it's either. I don't think it's 70 because we would all be making a big deal about it.
I think he's 72.
So I think it's 72.
I think
it's got to be 72.
It's not. I think 68's too young.
Yeah, I agree.
You're going way back. He didn't have,
your dad's not 8 years older than me.
Because he didn't have me. I don't think when he was 22.
Right. Yeah.
What year do you think he was born?
I thought it's 52. I think
he's 72. I think you're right.
I think I'm going all in on that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, Rick, all in.
I'm gonna text him. I'll let y'all know if he responds. If he responds, it'll probably be like 3 weeks from now when he turns his phone.
He's saving his battery.
Yeah.
Aaron in Florida. Aaron, go ahead. I got about 30 seconds. Quickly.
I was wondering, why are we talking about anything else other than them not putting Donald Trump in jail? And maybe we could organize a 1 million-man march on New York City to support him at his sentencing day.
Yeah, but then we'd have to go to New York. That's not as intriguing as it once was. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More to cover today on the Rick and Bubba Show. We got plenty more stories. You'll get other opportunities to speak to us as well. Also, don't forget, speaking of our dads, and we were talking about our parents, but Father's Day's coming up. Shop for Dad at rickandbubba.com. Click on the store.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So Dana Carvey, Bubba, has developed a Joe Biden impression. Now, I didn't know if this was even allowed. In the new politically correct entertainment business, can you even do an impression of Joe Biden? And here he is appearing on The Late Show. Still weird that they're doing these talk shows with everybody on Zoom, but here it is.
He's all over these mannerisms and the way he gets words scrambled.
He's Joanne Woodward. Come on. Come on.
Now they said he actually came back on Saturday Night Live to play Biden during one of the debates. So he's been working on it. He's been getting him dialed in.
I've heard he does a pretty good Fauci too. I have not seen that, but I have heard.
Really?
That.
Yeah. I haven't seen him do Fauci. Now the other thing that you were telling me about, Bubba, was this deal with Ted Cruz. Now we just got this story, and Bubba was telling me, and Adler, if you can find that, I apologize for not telling you in the break, but it just landed here. We were discussing it, and this is this ongoing thing, and this is my concern about the world that we're moving into is that we can't reason anything out anymore. Okay, and this is the deal of there's people in the room. You have the vaccine. Somebody has the antibodies, or both people in the room have had both vaccines, and then everybody still starts trying to say things like they want you to wear a mask, and in their presence, and you're like, well, there's nothing, or you're not even close enough to them for anything to possibly go on. So here's Ted Cruz dealing with a reporter who keeps asking him to wear a mask. Here we go.
Would you guys put a mask on for us? Yeah, when I'm talking to the TV camera, I'm not going to wear a mask, and all of us have been immunized, so. How do you make us feel better? You're welcome to step away if you like. The whole point of a vaccine, CDC guidance, is what we're following.
Rick, the thing here.
So the whole point of the whole vaccine thing.
Sure. The thing that's more disturbing here, you have a sitting U.S. senator. You have journalists who are covering him, and the journalists are not covering the story.
No.
They're trying to be the story. They're trying to tell the senator what he should do, how he should act. Look, like I said, they've had the shots. They're following the guidelines. Hey, hush and do your job. Your job is not to tell the senator what his social distancing obligations are. It's to cover what he says, present both sides of the story, and let the people decide. I mean, journalism is a lost art right now. Completely lost.
Yeah. Well, here, let's go back to the science of it all, because we're always told to follow the science.
Yeah, the science.
Of course.
The never-ending, evolving science.
Well, remember, we only follow the science, as you said, in certain situations. We do not follow it when it comes to gender, and we do not follow it when it comes to where life begins.
Nope.
All right, so, but then we follow it if it's expedient to do so for my political view.
Right.
So let's say the science that's out there, and we've heard a lot of different things, and some of it we've seen in practice, so you feel better about some of it than you did in the beginning, okay? So the odds of this reporter or anyone catching coronavirus from a person who has been fully vaccinated and standing more than 6 feet from them Now, I know there's no 100% out there. I got you.
I don't think we can document many cases.
But I bet I can get real close to 100% you're safe right there. Do you agree?
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm more than 6 feet away from a person who's been fully vaccinated.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
We'll find out. All right, 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We are back. Breaking news. It's a shocker. Helmsy's dad, Mac Daddy, has responded to a text from his son. This is a monumental moment. I know today's D-Day, and there's a lot to remember, but I'd write this day down.
I said, I sent this message thinking there's no way he's going to respond.
Mm-hmm.
I said, happy birthday. Put some exclamation points there.
Oh, how many?
3. Not sure why I went with 3, but I did.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. 2 not enough, 4 too many.
Yeah. I said, how old are you? 72. And he just responded back 72.
All right, we got it. So
that's what's funny is he only responded with the number. There's nothing else.
But look,
listen.
That's a start.
It's a fantastic start.
That's great.
Yeah.
Can't believe that first of all, I can't believe he's up right now.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to tell you, him and Mom will sleep in now that they're both retired.
Sure.
And they've been
Why not?
They live the dream.
Why not?
A lot of times I will call Mom after the show because I need to check in. What are you doing? Having coffee and breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
Or, something like that.
You talking about a 10:30 breakfast?
Oh,
good gracious.
And they'll talk about, we just got up like an hour ago.
Yeah, sure they did.
Man, that's awesome.
You know what? They're talking over their coffee. They're taking their time.
Yeah. Dad's like Bubba. He don't drink coffee.
Does he not? Whatever. He's easing into the day with whatever his thing is.
I'm just so excited. I got a text back.
Yeah, that's
now I don't want to abuse this because see, there's things throughout the day that I see on social media and stuff that I wish I could send him. And things that like heads up.
Don't come.
Hey, heads up! Turn it to this channel. Watch this real quick, sports wise.
Don't overwhelm me.
And that's what I'm afraid
You'll
I'll do.
spook him right out of the green
I
field.
know. I'm just gonna let this. I'm gonna be excited about that. I got to respond.
That'll wear the battery down.
Happy birthday, Dad! and I'll leave it at that for now.
There you go. That's a win. Take a win. Move on.
Yep.
By the way, something
next week I'm sending you an encouraging text.
Oh, buddy, I love that. Now, what if you got a heart back? But anyway,
then I'm just going to be Mom's grabbing his phone.
Yeah. So how about the ultimate North Alabama trip we have right now? Something great you could do. Father's Day's coming up. You can register for this. It's from our friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association. North Alabama is just a beautiful part of the country, and I know a lot of times over the summer you start thinking about what could we do a good summer trip. Well, you could win your way on a great summer trip. The ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip giveaway. That word kayak, I just always feel weird when I say it. Anyway, it's got a 2-day guided trip for 2. You'll do the kayak bass fishing with KBF founder Chad Hoover. You get a Yeti prize package. Look, you ever priced a Yeti?
Yeah,
there you go. That? A pair of Wiley X sunglasses, a $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors, and then we get you $500 to spend. It's the ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package, $2,000 worth of stuff, and you register at alabamaroadtrips.org. That's alabamaroadtrips.org, or you can also go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, as we work our way back, I know a lot of people, are asking, so what's everybody going to be doing, in 2025? And I don't know whether you want me to let this out or not, but somebody seems to be on to some of your plans. I didn't know this, and they sent us a picture for us to look at. And,
oh boy!
And that is Bubba for governor. You step right in when Miss K's time is done with the same pantsuit on.
Yeah, I like
and that, there it is. So
I tell you, graphics people or something.
right. So yes, and you said I'm a high stepper, just like the opossum over there getting across the blacktop road. So he's got some Dr. Phil in there.
That's impressive.
Yeah. So
thank you very much.
Yeah. And Bubba, you look fantastic. You got a red shirt on today.
Yeah.
Can I tell you that's not a bad look for you? If those were slacks, not a skirt.
Yeah.
You know it. So that's the only adjustment I'd make.
Yeah.
How about the audience?
That's hey, thank you very much. Thank you.
How about the audience? Speaking of also fun and games, a homeowners association, that can be a blast, can't it? Woo! Isn't that fun? So the homeowners association, just like so many things that we do, they start out with great intentions, and then it just becomes I'm power hungry, and I just want to tell the people what to do.
Yeah.
It started out on, hey, why don't we all be wise and protect our property value? But then it gets out of hand. One of these is we have a man told that he could not have a Trump flag on his dock. The homeowners association said you must remove it. And I don't know what he signed up and agreed to, so I'm going to go ahead and let you know I don't know that.
Right,
Maybe he knew that going in and he violated it, or it's something that he didn't understand or disagreed with. I don't know. But he had the chance to respond to the homeowners association telling him to move the Trump flag off his dock, and this is his response.
Yeah.
He now has wrapped his boat and Trump. I don't know. What do you call that?
It's an eagle. Yeah. It's an eagle. It's got Trump on it. It's got the flag on it. He's flying the American flag and a Trump flag.
Fantastic.
And playing the national anthem wide open.
While rolling down the little causeway there in front of all the houses.
It's a nice boat.
Oh, yeah. 3 motors.
Just sticking his middle finger on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure
Apparently
is.
that's somebody with the homeowners association.
Didn't realize Greg was there.
Yeah. There's Greg helping.
I tell you what I think about your flag. How about this?
Yeah. So he takes the flag off the dock, puts it on his big boat, then wraps the boat in Trump for president stuff. That's awesome. And plays the national anthem driving up and down and the little slough there they've got in front of all the houses.
Good stuff.
Yep. So now imagine if you're one of the people out walking along the water, and you're in that neighborhood, and you're one of the ones that wanted the flag down.
Yeah.
And here comes not a small boat either, by the way.
A very nice boat.
It's one of them big ones. It's one of those you like booked to go out for a fishing trip.
Yeah, it's really nice.
That's a nice wrap.
Then I want to fish off that pretty bad.
Boy.
Yeah. He cut into that dock a little close there. I'd like to see him have some bumpers out for that.
He's kind
I
of
just wish
skint the Trump up a little.
I just wish he had some horsepower back there.
Yeah, ready to go.
I tell you, it cost him $300 to go out to eat.
He's ready to go.
Yeah.
How about I almost pulled a Mickey Dean, God rest his soul, when we were invited down to the lake by our in-laws. You know, he pulls up there to put gas in the boat, and Sherry starts nudging me like that, and I said, you be careful, we don't want to step up to that. And I said,
you don't know how that's
I said,
going
I'll
to
tell you
turn
what
out.
happened to Mickey Dean. And I left my wallet back there, I don't have it. And so later I was like, you know what, I didn't have my wallet with me, but if you need me to go in on the gas, I appreciate it.
You said that?
Yeah, and he said, no way would I do that. You're our guest. And I thought, whew.
My goodness.
You know,
I'm so proud of you.
And I didn't have my wallet with me, and I thought, this is how Speedy feels. This is the way. This
don't
is the
put
way.
that on me.
No, I'm just saying.
Did you do like Speedy?
kind of felt good.
It did. It felt fantastic. Yeah,
Look around.
Yeah, I didn't do the look around thing. I just told Sherry, I said, I don't have my wallet. Because we were getting in the boat, and I didn't have anything to put it in to keep it from getting wet. I didn't know why I would need it.
Yeah.
I didn't know we were stopping for gas. I didn't have any idea.
It was already full.
I pictured that in the water, being splashed or whatever. I mean,
I had to take my wallet in a restaurant last night and buy it.
God forbid.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I met Reese for dinner.
You had to buy it?
Yeah.
How'd that feel? Did you know what to do?
So has your sons learned that talent too?
No,
they're putting it back on.
They've seen their old man in action.
Yeah.
I'm running with the bit.
You're a good sport. Speedy.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You're a good sport. Buddy.
That is, yeah.
Yeah.
And thank you for the many times you've. Well, wait a minute, that's never happened.
Right.
Rick, no, I was just.
You think you get me once for December, Speedy? Just
Bubba, let's go.
sake.
I got you, buddy.
You know what he said today?
We'll go.
Eggers is on me.
Hey, I literally. You
I got it,
took
guys.
the words out of my mouth.
Really?
I was about to tell him where we're going. Hey, got to look at the truck the other day. She looks good over there. Our the assault vehicle.
You're
that
talking
we
about
have.
old Sun Drink?
Yeah, it's white now. I think on one side.
Yeah, it's. It is.
Looks good.
I had not been over there in a while because I normally go out the opposite side.
I hadn't seen it since they hauled it in on that wrecker.
You probably see it getting hauled one more time.
Right.
Fire it, baby.
Yeah. Did we ever take that guy up on his willingness?
Not yet.
I'm gonna write that on the list. All right, we'll be back. 16 minutes to the top of the hour. Our number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. You'll get more opportunities coming up. Anybody out there scared at all of the bird flu? Bubba, guess who's back? Dr. Birx.
Oh, where's she been?
He's back.
Look out.
Rick and Bubba.
I think I'm safe.
I think I'm good.
The journalist, and I'm using that term loosely, is back behind a line, behind a camera.
Right.
And the senator is speaking to the camera. They're there to listen. They're there to ask questions. But that's ridiculous.
He thought he had something. That's all it was.
But could you wear a mask? And I like it.
Why don't he put a helmet on with a breather on it? You know,
I'm so thankful.
You're that worried about
I'm
it.
so thankful that Ted Cruz was able to just finally say,
I know.
because we got to have some no's before we let this thing. I mean, there's going to have to be some people that say no.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're more than 6 feet from me. I'm fully vaccinated. I do not need to wear a mask, and I'm talking to a camera. Not going to. So no. I'm not.
Next question.
I'm not going to do this.
And nobody's forcing you to stand as close as you're standing.
Right.
You can move.
Freely
move.
Rand Paul said he'd like to see us all, Fauci included, do away with the things that appear to be theatrics.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to. I don't want to get into this theatrics thing. Let's stay with. Let's be safe. Let's not be foolish. Let's not put people at unnecessary risk. I'm fine with all that. But when you got fully vaccinated and I'm speaking to a camera and you're more than 6 feet from me, you're not going to tell me to put a mask on.
Yeah.
Because you know why? There's no reason to.
Yeah, there's just no backing for that.
Yeah, I feel real good about your safety right there. I mean, I think you're going to be okay. So we'll come back.
This is just a case of reporter bullying.
Yeah, it's
bullying's what it is.
Well, remember, Ted Cruz is about to launch into Joe Biden's disastrous border situation, and
you mean where we have 16,000 kids in cages right now?
And of course, Cruz wants them called Biden cages. All right, we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls at 866 We Be Big on any topic you want to talk about.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, we have a high school football coach in Massachusetts.
Yeah, I saw this.
Who has been fired over the team's use of anti-Semitic language in play calling. Never, ever heard of this.
I'm not sure. What comments is he using in play calling that would be disrespectful and anti-Semitic?
His team is Duxbury High School, Duxbury. I'm just going to take a stab at that. They're under fire when his team used various phrases calling audibles like Auschwitz and Rabbi and something else I can't even pronounce. In their season opener, they defeated Plymouth North 35-0, but he has been relieved of duties over the terminology they were using. They said there's no place in our community for this kind of hateful speech, said the school committee chair, Kelly somebody. I'm outraged, disappointed, profoundly saddened that we find ourselves here. One, I don't know why they would even choose those words.
Yeah.
And two, is that being I don't understand.
Well,
I guess the whole situation.
You can see, the concentration camp.
Why would you even?
I'm not
why
sure.
would you even wade into that?
But Rabbi,
what's wrong with Omaha
and dreidel?
Right.
That's the word you're looking for.
Yeah,
dreidel.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, well, I don't. Why would you consider?
What is that?
Let me ask you: would you fire the guy?
They use when they're in their meals, I think.
Would you fire him
like
or
a
would
ladle?
you just suspend him?
Something like that. Yeah, I may be wrong. I don't know what is that a dreidel there?
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
like you.
Why even go into all that?
It's not. Doesn't make.
It's a Jewish spinning top toy. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made you out of clay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I do remember that. Okay,
That's my point. Now, Auschwitz, I get, but do you just go to the guy and go, look, I don't know what your intention were here, but that's not good taste. And even if you want to suspend him, but do you fire him over that?
There's just so many words that you can come up with for play calling.
Yeah,
Why
there's
that?
no reason.
I don't know why.
I got that, but I'm
pizza.
I'm kind of with Greg though.
Hot dog.
This seems
Is
like
he Jewish?
It seems like this would just be a simple, hey coach, who by the way has got an outstanding record.
Oh, his record's incredible.
Hey coach, come here and say, let's we're getting some complaints. Let's drop any of this Rabbi dreidel Auschwitz thing. Let's drop that.
Yeah.
It's bothering some people, and he might have said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it would be." Probably concentration camp. You think you would have thought of
That would have been a
now Rabbi
maybe dreidel not.
Yeah, Rabbi and dreidel, especially dreidel, probably not. Might not have thought that was offensive. The first one you can see easily.
Yeah, sure.
But can't this just be a correction? Please stop doing that.
I don't know. Maybe.
Is this a situation where they want to get rid of him?
But look at his
if
record.
they did, it wasn't for his record.
I know.
but
159 and 43 since 2005.
Which goes back to what I've said in a lot of these cases,
strong.
and it may have been negative, but let's say, okay, maybe we don't like what just happened here, but let's look at his whole body of work. Do we see something we should be concerned about? If not, maybe discipline and, move on. I don't know.
The Cuomo continues.
Baby. Here we go.
Governor Cuomo's problems continue to mount as he.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today on another Rick and Bubba show. Father's Day coming up. Don't forget to shop for Dad. rickandbubba.com under the store. We got some great items there for Dad, and he can get a little Rick and Bubba swag, maybe our new collectible tea glasses. Also, themanchurch.com. Cutoff, by the way, is coming up on Monday to get a signed copy of the new 31-day devotional, Sin Always Matters. So if you want to send that to Dad and get a signed copy, you got to get that done with the link there on the homepage at themanchurch.com before Monday. So a couple of options for you. Go out and take care of Dad as we elevate Father's Day. Hopefully, Bubba, we've done our job to take it to, may it just be at least equal to Mother's Day.
Yeah, I started to put out a couple of ideas for dads. Some things Mom could get. I mean, obviously, time with Mom is probably the number one gift.
Sure.
But there's several things out there, and I may put those out on social media.
Yeah,
so be watching for that.
Bubba's Father's Day ideas.
Yeah, there you go.
That's good. And and dads and they're not as, don't overcomplicate it.
Yeah.
Bubba, Deborah Birx is back.
Yeah, how about that? She kind of disappeared, after she was seen going to her parents' house and breaking their own rules of engagement during the pandemic. But she's back now, huh?
Yes, she's back. Couple of items we're going to hear from DB on. Number one, we'll start with the.
Bubba, that don't even look like her. What did she get a facelift?
She got a new hairdo.
I got my hair.
I'm still covering that turkey neck. But
Greg.
Oh
my gosh, Greg.
If you had shown me that picture, I couldn't identify who it was.
No, me either.
No, totally different.
Oh, clearly a wig.
Blondes have more fun.
Let's start with this one.
Dr. Deborah.
The left is trying to get bird flu to. They can't figure out how could bird flu, be used for people to say I can't vote the normal way because I'm afraid of bird flu.
Oh, they're trying so hard to find
I don't know how. I don't feel bird flu. No pun intended. Getting any legs, but
it doesn't sound scary.
So listen to this. What the men that we all grew up around Bubba would call asinine. Here's Dr. Birx suggesting that we test every cow in America. There's 40 million of them.
Help me.
Go ahead.
We're not testing to really see how many people have been exposed and got asymptomatically infected. We should be testing every cow weekly. You can do pooled PCR. We have the technology. The great thing about America is we're incredibly innovative, and we have the ability to have these breakthroughs. We could be pool testing every dairy worker. I do believe that there's undetected cases in humans because we're once again only tracking people with symptoms. When we did that with COVID, the virus spread throughout the Northeast undetected because it took a long time to get to the vulnerable individuals. But in the meantime, hundreds of thousands of people were infected with asymptomatic or mild disease and never came to medical attention. We have to switch from symptoms to actually definitive laboratory testing. We have the capacity.
Now, notice what she just did. She's trying to tell you unofficially, this is just like COVID, bird flu, but it's not. That's a little bit of apples and oranges there.
And remember during COVID when they convinced everybody that you were sick even if you didn't have symptoms?
Right. They love
be
asymptomatic.
Afraid. Yeah.
See, asymptomatic means that I can just declare anybody's got it.
Yeah, right.
That's perfect. And so, but now comes another semi-bomb. Not really. Now that we're basically getting Fauci to admit it now too, sort of, kinda, is that as we all think, can we all agree now, Wuhan was the outbreak? That the gain of function research gone bad, not secure enough. It got out. There was a cover up. Here's even Dr. Birx, who was one of the main ones telling us that didn't happen. Now coming clean to some degree. Here we go.
Do you think there is any veracity to some of the Republican accusations that there was an effort to discredit the lab leak theory?
I think early on, people did take very definitive sides.
And it did divide along party lines. And we're still suffering from that 4 years later in a whole set of issues related to pandemic and pandemic preparedness.
Sure, but on the lab leak specifically, you think that happened?
I do think it happened. I think people were, if you look at what people said about Bob Redfield and how they disparaged him as a scientist because he wanted to bring forward the lab leak potential. And I think the reason he felt he needed to bring it forward was to push against this, it had to be this way, because we didn't know. And we knew we would never know. I mean, we knew with SARS that China was not transparent. We knew with the second SARS, China was not transparent. So we were not going to get an answer, but that shouldn't have held us back 4.5 years later from both ensuring that we protect against lab leaks and we protect that public. I mean, people got infected with HIV in the lab. It happens. It definitely happens. And so we have to put different rules and regulations and guidelines in place to protect the public. We can do that.
Wait a minute. Is the left trying to say they didn't try to cover that up and they didn't try? Because now it's so obvious that what's happened. They're acting like they never did that?
Yes.
Yes. Well, give us any credit till we tried to cover that up? Yeah. We were all here.
It's a lot like Biden saying that it's the Republicans that won't stop the southern border problem.
Right.
It's just, I mean, it's just a version of reality that's not real.
But help me, because I'm trying to get this right. Are they still saying it wasn't a lab leak, or is the new thing is, of course there was, but we never tried to cover it up? Is it the latter now?
I think they're trying to say that now, yes.
Well, that
Oh, I heard that bat sandwich story till I knew that was fake just because it didn't make any sense.
She also admitted,
you didn't have to have science in that.
She also admitted that a credible scientist came forward with the lab leak theory, and he was demonized and called unreliable.
Yeah, they're talking
and
about
not a real scientist.
The guy who was the Surgeon General. We had him on the show.
Right.
Remember?
Yeah.
And he was the first one to bring that forward, and they went after him. You know,
of course, he was
where
right.
did he get his degree? You know, the Bahamas. You know,
of course, he was right.
All that stuff.
Guys, it was factual. You were not allowed to say that it came from the Wuhan lab. You weren't allowed to say it.
No, you were censored. You were put away. You were canceled. You were done away with. Your accounts were done. You couldn't get on social media. You might lose your job.
You're not a scientist anymore.
I mean, I've never. Listen, the point when we can't have the debate about it is when, you know, that there's a problem. That's when it becomes un-American, when we can't talk about it.
Well, and we also have got to
It's just like these flat Earth people, okay? They're as wrong as they can be.
Here he goes.
The fake moon landing people, they're as wrong as they can be. But you know what? Keep having your discussion and your fun. No one's going to tell you can't say that.
There you go.
We just laugh. We think you're crazy, but... And there's no proof.
You didn't have to add that part.
Well, we do. Everybody does.
But no, but they're allowed to bring it forward, but they also have to prove it.
Right.
And what was so bizarre about this one is we've got to get back, and I know you heard it. We weren't the first ones to say it, but this thing where it was common sense is a superpower, because we've got to get back to just not being afraid to say this is a virology lab. It's on the sign, Jon Stewart. This is where the outbreak happened. The president of China, or whatever he's called, would they call him a president?
He is
he's not,
Xi Jinping. What is he? The chairman of the party or something?
The leader of China.
Xi.
The leader of China is not going to be in the wet market wearing a Walgreens mask.
No.
If they think that it happened. These things were so right in front of our faces. And if you sat down and says, all right, we have this pandemic, here's what it is. It came from this part of China where the lab was located. Have we really lost our ability to say, well, that's the most plausible reason?
Yeah.
It's like if somebody tells us it's not plausible, we just go, oh, okay. Can't we think for ourselves? It was absolutely plausible, and it made the most sense. But then because somebody tells you that you can't say that, are we just going to say, oh, okay, sorry? You come back and say, I'm sorry, I just think that has all the possibilities in the world. Just my walking around sense would tell me that. And we don't need to lose that. And we, as you said, Bubba, we can't be allowed to be told by the central government and the powers that be what we can and cannot say. And you can't silence people that are coming to the arena of possibilities. We need to hear them all and then go, that's probably the most plausible.
Right.
This recent bird flu variant, a man in Mexico has died in the first known human case of this bird flu, and looks like they drug him out from underneath the chicken truck, and he was and he had.
You're
bird
terrible.
Flu.
That's awful.
Y'all, they're trying to do it again. They're trying to do it again with this bird flu.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you in part by our friends at firstcup.com. Let me tell you something. Why don't you do this? When you get ready to order this, if you become these life hacks everybody loves, why don't you, instead of ordering 1 bag a month, go ahead and order 2 bags and you get an additional 15% off every 60 days plus free shipping. And you go ahead and get supplied. These coffees are delicious. It's a Christian-owned patriotic coffee company. They stand for core values, family, building community across the nation. All of their roasts are delicious, and they recognize great moments in American history. Become a subscriber now at firstcup.com. Use the code BUBBA. Save 10% if you order once. If you become a subscriber, you get an additional 10% and free shipping.
Already got 2 scandals he's dealing with. We had the COVID patients to the nursing home. Then we've had all the women come forward saying that they were put in an uncomfortable situation or groped or whatever. And now it appears that he used his position as the governor to get his family special treatment when it came to COVID testing, which is strictly prohibited, by the way, in New York by law.
Oh, that's a whole different world.
Mm-hmm. How about those two? Yeah. Right now we're looking at the YouTube feed. You got the Cuomo brothers.
Listen, Governor can't believe he was at the top of the heap. He was riding high,
had a
big
Emmy,
book deal, got an Emmy.
Yeah.
Celebrities falling all over him. Mm-hmm. Please run for president, please. And
he may have had fell down the ladder in 90 days more than anybody ever.
Can I tell you this?
Absolutely.
Governor Cuomo is living out the Don Henley song, New York Minute.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Everything can change in the New York Minute.
It did.
And he was as close to American royalty in political circles. Big left, Democrat from New York.
In this pandemic thing,
his daddy was governor. He is governor. I mean, a lot of them wanted him, like I said, to run for president. They thought he could easily beat Trump.
And people like him love celebrities, loving him anyway. He was the dog.
Eating it up.
Well, I wonder because
not now I couldn't get arrested.
And I'm sure that the Glenn Becks and the Sean Hannitys, I'm sure they've done it. Surely someone has put together a montage of when everybody was just falling all over him.
Oh,
what is this great man, this great leader? Future president. I want to marry him.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
Whoops, watch out. Watch your hands.
Easy. So to put together that montage would be funny to hear.
Oh, I'd love to hear it.
Did you also see the folks coming out against Vice President Harris? Who am I, Joe Biden? Vice President Harris yesterday over her sitting down to talk to Bill Clinton about women's rights.
Yeah, that's good.
When it was pointed out that he had been on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet, logged 27 times.
Yeah.
27 times.
Billy C.
No,
a couple of times.
He ain't going to miss the party.
You got him, he does know a lot about women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does.
And they're polite.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of
he's always there to help.
He caused a lot of
Well, I was asked yesterday, we were discussing this, and somebody was asking me, why does the left, why don't they care about this kind of inconsistency? And I really came to the conclusion is I think those of us that disagree with them and oppose them, they honestly couldn't care less what we think. I think as long as the people that they want to rule over don't seem to care, they live in a world that the people they care about don't hold them accountable, meaning the people that they want to rule over and that they make themselves wealthy and give themselves more power to rule over. As long as those people are fine with them, and they've been led to believe they can do whatever they want and they'll never turn on them, they know that we see the inconsistency, and I think they kind of laugh at how much it annoys us.
Yeah.
I think Bill Clinton loves to know that this group of men is sitting here right now, and he goes, Tell you what I'm gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do something about the empowerment and the plight of women.
Yeah, watch him. Y'all watch him.
And hey, it's gonna drive him crazy. and I think he does it like it just like an end zone dance.
You're probably right.
And
well, you think VP Harris would go? This is not. I mean, seemed like she could wave that one off. You know.
Right. You think Hillary Clinton cares that we see the inconsistency that she wouldn't
Apparently not.
That she wouldn't allow women to speak out against her husband, but then would turn around and say all women who are mistreated by men must be heard.
Yeah.
Do you think she
Rick? She was in charge of something they call the bimbo unit.
But do you think she cares that we realize that and it bothers us? As long as it doesn't bother the people that keep voting for her and want her in power, she didn't care.
Well, I don't think they care unless it hurts them by votes or donations.
Yeah. And Vice President Harris, she was all about women should be believed until proven different, right up to the point that Biden asked her to be his running mate. Then all of a sudden, all that went away.
Yeah. But speaking, she's
him being a racist.
I mean, she knows
he wasn't a racist and he didn't mistreat women.
Well, she knows we saw her say these negative things about Biden.
Right.
But
Rick,
she says, but guess what? The people that it needed to matter to, they voted for us anyway, guys.
That's right.
Rick, the president has put the vice president in charge of the crisis at the border.
That's going well.
She called in testimony, you can look it up, it's running on news sources today. In 2019, in a Senate hearing, she compared the border agents and ICE to the KKK.
Right.
And she's supposed to be in charge of that?
Well, she's a walking contradiction because now she's in charge of it. And Adler has this. Just 2 days ago, she was laughing about if she was going to go to the border when she was asked about it.
Do you have plans to visit the border? Not today.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. I will tell you, we come into this hour a little reckless. I'm hearing a discussion among space bros here, and Bubba said something that caused us all to lose our breath for a moment, that he doesn't really know what's going on. Something involving... what's happening? I don't even know what the... Earth knows. I will tell you, our update feels a little reckless. It feels a little all over the road. Bubba says he's no help here. That's concerning.
I was out of the loop. I knew we had 3 launches.
Adler seems to be taking control. Speedy seems to be chiming.
I knew we had 3 launches at the Cape this week. I did not know we had a Starship attempt. This will be the 4th test flight of the giant Starship from Starbase, Texas.
And pause. What did we launch yesterday and cover live?
That was the Atlas rocket and the Boeing Dreamliner capsule with 2 test pilots going to the International
Wasn't
Space
it called Star something?
It is Starliner.
Starlight, Starbright.
Right.
Starliner.
Don't ask me.
Starliner.
Yeah. So Starliner. That's so funny.
It's the Orion.
How did that feel to look at me
Orion
and go,
capsule.
"Hey, Rick, is that right?"
I
don't know. You might as well toss me the keys to the shuttle.
Well, there's a lot changing in a very short amount of time.
So Starliner was yesterday.
That's the Boeing product.
Today was Star what?
Ship, which is the SpaceX rocket, the big one, the biggest one we've ever launched.
This is back over to Elon Musk.
Yes.
So I mean, all
so
right.
we do have now. Is it going? Was the Starship going into orbit this time?
This is a Starship flight test.
Anybody on it?
No one is on
This
it.
went on yesterday too.
No, this was this morning. This just happened.
This just happened. That's too much space this close to each other.
This one is shaped like a fluke. You ever seen a fluke?
Yeah.
It looks like a fluke.
A little bit better.
Really is.
This is the one that will
was easier to
eventually
look
be
at.
landing on the moon.
This one?
Yes.
Okay. This just happened, Abby?
Yes. This is Starship. Largest rocket in the world ever.
Is that true, Bubba?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you just seem a little reckless in there. I don't mind telling you that.
Look at it go.
Yes. Bring it.
This does not look real.
Greg?
You're right, by the way.
That looks fake.
It does look
got
fake.
drone
fake.
footage.
That's
That is-
fake.
I love that drone being right beside it.
They're just sending a skyscraper into the air.
Good night.
Settle down.
I love
You got to
it.
settle
Do
down.
we have more of it going up?
That's all I had quick going up.
Right.
Bubba, you didn't even know it was happening. Here's
I know. I'm stunned, by the way.
Here's the splashdown if you guys want it. And
so was this successful?
This is it coming back, yes. Judging by the screams of all the nerds and virgins in the room, yes.
That's so good.
That is good.
It's coming back in. Coming through the clouds. Now there's the Gulf of Mexico there.
Just begun, and you can see the water below.
That's awesome.
Now, see, that's what I like. I like this crowd here.
Me too.
I do.
It's phenomenal that they can do
Are you
that.
excited?
Right here on D-Day.
Instead of landing it, they just acted like they were landing in the water.
Yeah.
They said that they were so excited that an impromptu game of Dungeons and Dragons broke out. What are you playing?
It just happened. Can we hear Toby Mac's ignition over that
I
footage?
knew that was
Here we
coming,
come.
and I wish
Yeah.
I'd had it ready.
Now, Bubba, I know that
but I didn't know anything about it.
I didn't either.
You're on the PR front. You've said this forever. You wish there's stadiums full of people watching launches and stuff.
I did.
But you've got to love the excitement and the live audience and all the workers and everybody's in there. That does bring excitement to the launch. Don't you agree?
Oh yeah, but let me tell you, if you were sitting in a stadium 5 miles from that and you felt that go up, it would be unbelievable. I'd buy season tickets.
All right, so here it is. I'm ready if you want to play.
Okay.
All right, so here's it.
Season.
5, 4, 3.
How about that?
Yeah,
we hit it, didn't we? Bubba's crying.
Baby.
Bubba's eyes are wet.
Oh my goodness, his eyes are red.
He got chills. I saw it.
His eyes are as red as his shirt.
Wow.
Look at that.
Wow, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, now Adler, leave it rolling and Adler bring. No, leave it rolling and bring the crowd in as it lands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got to start over or leave it here?
No, leave it. Just let it go.
All right, hold on.
There's that landing zone.
Just got chills.
That landing zone just begun, and you can
I just
see
got
the
chills.
water below.
I did right up until she started talking.
Her voice is a little weak.
Splashdown.
Greg, what's wrong with that?
Does the voice bother you? Yeah. The men were trying to have a conversation.
What'd you say?
The men were trying to have a conversation. She come barreling off in the middle of it.
SpaceX team.
You know who it sounds like, Rick, when Oprah says they're going to Australia?
Because see,
They need to work on who gets to talk.
I'll give you that.
I want to know where the Starship went because we lost the last one in the test, and I mean, what is this?
But what a pleasant surprise for you today.
Oh, I know.
You didn't even know.
I like. Well, listen, this is what's even cooler. So, while they let this one land in the ocean, they're obviously working on being able to control it. They will eventually land it back on the launch pad, and the two chopsticks, they call it, will set another Starship on top of it. They'll refuel it and use it again. And he's trying to get that turnaround time down to an art. Look, we've gone a long way from the first one blowing the pad up and eating it up and not getting up very high. He's 4 in, and he looks like they're getting it dialed in.
Yeah. Listen to the excitement.
That's it. But think if Ken Osborne did it. We have.
Oh yeah, it was so much cooler.
Come That's what they need.
It really could be.
Or Underwater Man.
Yeah.
It's a good time for space folks because there's so many of them now we can't keep up with all the
Well, and what I love is
That's
years
a salty
ago
dog.
you were calling for this. Let the private sector
let them have it out
and let them be part of it. Work together. Let's go.
All right, so that one's
if
300
taxpayers are complaining, let the private people keep it going.
Did you see how big that thing was?
Yeah, 396.
Yes, giant.
Is it 394 or whatever?
Yeah.
Close to 400 feet.
That's a big one.
That's a big old rocket.
Adler, have you got some?
Did you see the
is
graphic?
there a
Look
nar-
how much bigger.
Is
I
there
feel
a-
like Michael Scott right now.
Yeah, is there a narration or something you can show them how they're going to reload this with the giant chopsticks? How it's going to land and they're going to set another one on top? It is pretty cool.
I thought the Falcon 9 was big.
I did too.
No, it's a big old soldier
Is that the one? Seriously, is that the largest there is? We never had
Blue
one bigger
Origin.
than
I
that.
think so.
Yeah, by far.
No, Greg.
No, it's bigger than Low Blue.
And engine-wise, too.
Greg, all rocket talk does not go back to Blue Origin.
And y'all said it, but I'm sorry, I was too excited. What company is this?
SpaceX.
SpaceX.
You didn't hear me play money?
Well, no, I was too excited about the whole thing. I didn't listen to that part.
You're right.
Blue Origin is much smaller rocket. It's 61 feet.
That's what I said, yeah.
Versus
Poor old New
400.
Shepard.
They're gearing up their program right now. I know they're hiring a lot of people in Huntsville.
There it is.
Oh, wow. I'm average height.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But I have before, and I'm sure I will again.
Yeah, well, he just got you in, put you in charge.
There's that uncomfortable laugh when I need to think about it.
She does a laugh, Andrew.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you for being with us. We start this hour with our national anthem. How about it, Bubba?
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere, glad you're back with us today.
Yes. Lord, you mighty. Give him praise. Well, I'll tell you one thing, and you get in the middle of some of that mess yesterday, and you realize you go, boy, there's something out there much bigger than me.
Boy, wow. A lot of stuff out there bigger than us.
You sit there and get out your chainsaw and say, well, that tree is going to take a while, and all of a sudden you see something that's come by and go, I'll take a tree and toss it like it's nothing.
Like a toothpick.
Snap it like a toothpick.
Yep.
So it is, once again, and this seems to happen all too many times, we come back on in the aftermath of a lot of people who these tornadoes in this time of year it has taken life yesterday, also caused a tremendous amount of damage. And thanks to all of you and the Rick and Bubba audience, it was very kind of all of you yesterday to attempt to reach out to us through social media and email. And for those of you that we've had acquaintances and you had our phone number, when you started hearing that these various communities that were impacted yesterday, and it was every single community represented by the guys on this show where we all live included in all that. And as we said, starting the show, praise the Lord, we are all fine. Our family members are fine. And Greg did get some damage to his house. Of course, we know, and there's a lot of rumors out there, and I'm not going to chase those because James Spann can tell us the truth whenever he's ready. But his house was damaged to a pretty significant degree yesterday. But his wife and I think one other son that was there, they're fine. But his house was hit in one of the neighborhoods that received huge damage. So it was a tough day, another tough day.
You know, it was, Rick. We were very lucky. At one point, we had one long track tornado that I think tried to take all of us out.
Yeah,
which
the
I
same
think
tornado.
that's the first time we've had the same tornado go after all of us.
Yeah, I mean, there was one that said, I'm going to get Speedy, I'm going to get Rick, I'm going to get Bubba. And then another one took off after Greg. Mm-hmm. And so we in a whole different part of the state, and Adler and Helms, I mean, it's not like y'all didn't have it around y'all too. Not to the degree we did, but it was still, everybody was in it to some degree. Yeah. Under warnings and stuff like that.
Yeah, we had one that literally just jumped right over our house, and we've got actual footage of it from the ground where it was going up the hill. But just we had I think 5 deaths yesterday, which is 5 too many. But considering the damage, we're very lucky that it wasn't a lot higher than that. And I think the forecasters and the weather spotters and chasers and the ham operators and everybody did a wonderful job yesterday keeping everybody informed the best they could. We were in our safe place, Rick, and we were hanging on, but we got real lucky. A lot of our neighbors did not. So we're praying for them today. I know they've got a long way back, but hey, at least they can rebuild.
No doubt. And I thought nothing really happened yesterday that we didn't get ample warning. And the new way they're kind of approaching it, where if they see one and they start tracking it, they'll start giving warnings half hour, 45 minutes out ahead of it. It's headed to these communities. Here's where it is now. And you really can find out exactly the track of where it's going. They do a pretty good job of telling you exactly what to expect. And but again, you want to go 100%. You hate that anyone loses their life, but it could have been much, much worse. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's amazing how just a few miles or sometimes less.
We're back. 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today on another Rick and Bubba show.
What is not?
All right, so Adler actually gave Bubba news that there was a launch today.
Yep.
Bubba didn't know about it. He's jacked about it. We've seen it. We've all got chills. Bubba's wept. And you were saying there was more that we might be interested in. You found...
So the booster of today's Starship launch, and Starship went into orbit. I still haven't seen any video on that, but the booster came back down. They like practice landed it, but in the ocean.
Right.
Eventually, they will catch it with giant chopsticks. And here's a little video to show you what that's going to look like.
Okay. Greg, this is not real. This is animation. Looks eerily similar.
Yeah.
So there's the landing pad.
That's the launch pad where they took off, and there's the giant chopsticks.
Right, and this is the future. We're still working on this.
Oh, they have the chopsticks.
Do they?
They're ready to test this part. I think after today they'll really be ready to test.
Yeah, because what they did is just pretend to do it today, but just made it the water.
Right, and just I guess they were testing their ability to, stabilize it and all that. But the booster is so big it can't land on its own. It'll have to be literally caught out of midair, which is really cool if you think about it.
Right. Do you guys know how to use chopsticks, by the way?
I do.
Yes,
I do.
I do.
Yeah, I try to get frustrated.
Arthritis.
I'm proficient with it.
Arthritis fights me hard on it, but I can basically use them.
That's good. I was just wondering.
So see, here's the booster coming back in, like we've seen with the Falcon 9s.
Me too.
And they land the Falcon 9 either on the ship or at the launch site, either one. But this one, they're just literally going to catch it in midair. Do we have the audio with it?
Oh, yeah. I thought it might have been trademark music, so I turned it down.
Yeah, smart.
But it is inspirational.
It is.
Oh, look at it come and go. Right.
So this is what it will do eventually.
It's going to catch it right there?
Yep, with the chopsticks.
Okay.
Wow.
And then they will be able to swing it right over to the launch pad again, set her down, refuel her, and get her ready to go again.
Well, how about that?
Isn't that wild? You literally are catching a skyscraper out of the sky.
Yes.
That is incredible. And they've already got the chopsticks installed in Florida and at Texas, or they were working on the ones in Florida. It's already on the ones in Texas.
Bob, I'm looking here. They say the Starliner that was sent up yesterday is actually experiencing helium leaks before it docks.
Really?
Boeing.
Oh no! There's Boeing again.
They don't think it's going to be a big. I think they've already stopped 2 of them.
You know who was in charge of that, don't you? Angel Hernandez.
That was his area.
I'd like to point out the fact that Greg's trying to draft with him. He still pointed out something negative.
Of course.
Well, no, we were. The thing we were acting like we had no news on it. What happened to it? Did it dock? Blah blah blah.
Now, what just happened? I hate to tell y'all this. Bubba said I don't have an update on that one yesterday yet, but and then all of a sudden Greg got him an update.
Yes. Yeah.
And then put on a voice that almost sounded sincere.
It did.
No, I thought it was. I thought it was
Bubba,
news. We were just talking about this.
Was that a good update from Greg?
Yeah. Well, I
got
guess
a few
I'll have
leaks.
to look and see.
possible.
Oh no!
What if they ask for check-in? Everything okay there?
Oh, we got something going on up here. I'm not sure what it is.
Sounds like it could be a helium leak.
Maybe.
Oh no!
Possibly.
What's wrong?
What's wrong with your voice?
What are you talking about? Sounds fine to me.
So does that put them in danger, or just makes their voice funny? Well, I mean, what do we have to worry about here, Bubba?
Greg said they're working on it. Come on, Bubba.
I don't know.
Oh, it says it's not posing a safety risk, and they have more helium in reserve. Why do they need all this helium? Just to do funny voices if they get bored in space?
No, I think the helium helps control the thruster engines, how they direct that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure though.
And this one is Star what?
Starliner.
Starliner, you got us?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you guys experiencing any helium?
No, not that I can tell. It's not real fine.
Got a sensor going on, says you got some helium leaking.
Well, I mean, it might be.
It says.
I don't think it's going to stop them from docking with the space station.
Right, okay.
But they probably wish it was not leaking.
Yeah. Bubba, the ongoing, never-ending update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news
update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
This Zoom driver guy, he goes from the judge was right about him to the judge was wrong about him to now we're back with yet our second update on this Michigan man who became this internet hero for logging into a Zoom court appearance while having a driving offense and zoomed in while driving. The last we heard was that he thought that his reinstatement paperwork had just never gotten to who it was supposed to, that he was okay to drive.
Mm-hmm.
Now the newest development in this saga is saying that he never has had a license at all?
No, not at all. And 7 News out of Detroit helped break all of this. And Adler's pulling up the newscast
every day
on it.
something new.
And you can pull it forward to the stand-up. I think the ladies outside the courthouse. But it kind of breaks it down. Yeah, the judge says he never had a Michigan license.
Yeah, he said, I'm setting the record straight because now the judge, has been under heat for saying, we all just didn't get the paperwork. He's like, this guy has never had a license.
No, he's never had a license, and all this kind of started developing a little bit.
Then. Well, Greg.
And my favorite part in the video is, did you know you didn't have a license? And he just said, I can't really remember.
I think I got it. Speedy,
okay, yeah,
queued up where
you
can
pull it forward, and I know we don't have long, only 2 minutes here, but I think it kind of gives you an idea.
Up in person at a Washtenaw County courthouse
there he is,
today,
he's finally in
hoping
court.
to set the record straight and put this entire saga behind him. Instead, we're reporting on a brand new chapter.
7 News Detroit reporter Kimberly Craig has been keeping up with the twists and turns of this one. She was in court today as it all unfolded.
Well, nothing went the way Corey Harris thought it was going to go in court today. The judge started off by slamming Corey Harris, saying he's never even had a valid driver's license. And the afternoon ended with Harris going to jail.
The person that needed to be blamed is the person that he was staring at in the mirror. He didn't do what he should have done.
The judge came ready to set the record straight with Corey Harris, who has claimed that he thought the suspension on his driver's license was removed 2 years ago.
That court and its friend of the court did nothing wrong. His driving privileges were unsuspended in 2022. That required Mr. Harris to do something. He didn't do it.
The judge said Harris never paid his clearance fees with the court or the Secretary of State to lift the suspension. But that's not all.
He has never had a Michigan license. Ever.
We asked Harris yesterday if he ever had a valid driver's license. He claimed he didn't remember.
Didn't remember?
Having one. Having a driver's license.
I knew I had a permit. I knew that.
A driver's permit or?
I believe. I don't know. I can't say yes and I can't say no.
And that's odd.
Good. That would be a no.
Who doesn't know to have a license?
Don't miss. He's wearing a "Trust Me" shirt in
did
court.
you see the back of it though? It had fingers crossed.
And that says it all, doesn't it?
Wear that in court, by the way.
What the judge says, here's where the two stories collide. He was cleared to go get a driver's license, but he never did.
He never did.
So he was still riding dirty. And he's never had a license since he's been in Michigan.
But he can't remember that, Rick.
Right. So
And he had a permit.
just because you've been given the right to get one, you still have to get one.
Still got to get one.
And he didn't pay his clearance fee. So the judge and the court did nothing wrong, and now Corey's in jail. Why is Corey crying? Because he just got dumped on.
Hey, Corey, listen. Driver's license and driver's license tests are not that difficult.
It's really not.
Okay?
Of course, we'll get another update tomorrow.
Yeah. What?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A mile can make a world of difference when it comes to these tornadoes. And we did have them, and Span was telling us, I don't think this was on the air, I think it was in the break. I remember he was sitting there in queue, and he was saying, this is I know this one is not being treated with as much hype as last week, but he said, I think the conditions this time are there for the strong, long-term, well-organized traveling tornadoes.
Yeah, the long tracks.
Yeah, you don't like them long track. You like them to dissipate and try to get together, and they can't get organized and all this kind of stuff. But boy, they got organized a few times yesterday, and boy, here they
Well,
go.
and
Here
a
we
lot
go.
of times we have to deal with these pop-up tornadoes, which are even worse because you don't know where they're coming from. Yesterday, these long tracks, you see them coming, you see the debris signature, you know they're on the ground, and it gives you time. I want to say this too, Rick. I know there's a lot of destruction out there, but and even from last week when we had some. But our state is used to dealing with this, and they're very resilient. And people here are very proud. They'll get after it. They'll help their neighbors out. The churches are very involved in all this, and we will recover and rebuild. And that's the good news.
Have done it many times.
Yep, we have, and we'll have to do it again. And we'll take care of it this time.
You said this, and it really is what I love about the people in our culture where we live. Is we knew there were going to be two tracks yesterday. So you have one track, then another track is coming later. A few hours later, you're going to be back in this again. And Bubba said it, and he's right. And I heard other people talking about it. So the first track comes through. You hear chainsaws and people working in between the two tracks.
Yeah.
And they'll go ahead and start working even knowing another one's coming, and then they'll take a break, let that come through and start back again.
Yeah. I saw the mayor of one of the towns, I can't remember which one it was last night. Now, once he didn't know it was on, but the second time, he said, look, everybody here owns a chainsaw. We're used to this. We do. This is what we do. We will recover. We'll cut trees. We'll cut our neighbors' trees. We'll pile it up. We'll burn it. And we'll keep going. So, I'm proud of that. And as I was joking in one of my social media posts this morning, we do a little fighting among ourselves, but we'll come together to get this done.
Well, hello, Charlie Daniels.
Yeah, it's a great line.
But let me. So you're right on all of that, and but all I could think about yesterday at one point, and there was a lot going on because we had family members that were in danger, and then then you find yourself in danger, and there's just so much communication, friends in danger, and it was just at one time it was tornado mania where we lived yesterday, and they're trying to communicate and are you okay? Just like Span told us to check on people and all this, but all I could think about at one point yesterday was Tommy from Rochester, New York.
Right.
I thought God love him. He decided to move to Alabama during tornado season. He experienced his first tornado as soon as he'd moved into his new apartment.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I thought about that too.
How do you think Tommy did yesterday?
I don't
think
know.
Daniel from California is looking back going, well.
Yeah.
Well, everywhere has its own problems.
It does.
California, good night.
Oh, I know.
Mudslides and earthquakes. There's you can't really predict an earthquake. No. I mean, you kind of have an idea sometimes they're coming. But.
Well, JC has a teammate, and he's a transfer from Pitt. And he's never experienced stuff like this. Right. And he said, Dad, he's a mess. Because we talked to him yesterday because, the Coleman-Hanceville area, there seems to be a new tornado alley that nobody talks about a lot, and it's from Tuscaloosa through Coleman to northeast Alabama into northwest Georgia that just gets hit all the time. And so Anyway, we were talking to him, and he's like, he freaks out with all this because he's not used to this kind of weather, and I thought that was interesting to hear from JC because he said he's having a tough time with it.
Well, we'll talk more about it when we come back. Where I live, thankfully, 9 out of 10 times the tornadoes go above us and below us.
Yeah.
Okay. And then all of a sudden yesterday, one got loose and came in the middle of those two places,
right through it,
and came right down. I mean, I'm talking about we were in the absolute crosshairs, and it was ugly. And I mean, it was. You don't like when James is on TV and he's talking about your street. One time he's talking about where your truck's parked.
Yeah,
and you're just like, all right. So we're in. Right?
Yeah, when he described my bedroom window, I thought, hey, this is bad.
Well, Greg talked about that yesterday. He said when you're watching James and he's pointing at your house and there's rotation on top of it, he said he's pointing literally like his finger. He said if that thing's accurate, James Spann was pointing at my house. I think I'm going home to no house. Now, praise God, his wife had gone over to my parents' house and they weren't in it this time, even though it was in the same area. I mean, like I said, just little adjustments. You can be in it and out of it. But that thing came right toward Greg's house, wide open. And didn't you say, Helmsy, a few hundred feet?
Yeah.
Let's go. 35 minutes past. Greg, did you get the email yesterday where the guy was asking you about the Raycon everyday earbuds?
I did not.
How do I pay attention?
It's not in here.
He was asking. He was asking about he wanted to know about how if you run with them in, and if you do, how do they act?
I don't know where that went.
Maybe the guy was just saying. Maybe he just wanted us to ask you. I don't know. Maybe
I really didn't see it.
Yeah, he asked.
I never understood that.
I try to stay on top of it.
Why people ask us to ask Greg, just send it to Greg.
Yeah,
well,
Greg is actually, honestly, Greg is actually decent with email.
Yeah, I'm not bad.
Here it came.
I could be better.
Yeah, this is odd, Greg. He's asked all of us, well, some of us, and he doesn't have you on the email.
It's hard for me to answer it.
He said probably best answered by Greg, but I figure he'd never answer me.
You got an apology for me?
He says why.
But you tried to jump me.
I would like for you to apologize that people think you won't answer them.
I don't know why.
I will apologize to you.
I don't answer
Greg's
all.
actually better than people would think.
He said I'm wanting to get these earbuds. He said I have a terrible time with wind noise if I'm running or biking. Greg, when you're running, can you hear the wind noise if it's windy with these?
No, if you get the right, they give you a bunch of sizes.
Yeah,
and you get
customizable gel tip.
Yeah, you get them right. I don't have any problem with the wind. I've run in some high winds too.
Okay,
so I would know.
How about that, Chris?
I hope you run with them behind you.
Yeah,
Chris, there's
from the side, blew me right off the track.
There's your answer. And also the answer why I didn't include you. But anyway, there's never been a better time. Greg just talked about the optimized gel tips for that custom fit. There's 3 customizable sound styles, but you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity now. You can pair 2 devices at once. Those are some new things that have been added as well. Never been a better time. They're about half the price of the other premium audio brands, and because of us, you get an additional 15% off and free shipping. So go to buyraycon.com and then go /bigbox, BIGV as in voice, OX, 15% off and free shipping. Also, that link available to you at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we have one of our favorites. The state of our country just must be a field day for Senator Kennedy out of Louisiana. Because he has the superpower of common sense, and he's not afraid to wield it.
No,
and his just overall just disgusted attitude with the state of all the people trying to play games owns me. He's now going to be talking to our FBI director about investigating the other people involved in the Jeffrey Epstein trafficking rings, and he wants to know.
Where are we at on all that?
How's that going? We all saw the horrible stories. We saw what happened to Jeffrey. The people who were supposed to watch him just took a break.
And the camera just so happened to fail at the same time. Dang the luck.
Camera happened to fail.
What are the odds?
What are the odds of that? And here is Kennedy trying to get some answers. Here we go.
He videotaped sex acts
Oh, my.
with prominent people because he was trying to with young girls that he had procured to try to incur favor with those prominent people and potentially to be able to blackmail them. Now, that's a fact.
Jack?
And the FBI and other federal agencies have raided his houses. Do you have those tapes?
Again, I can't discuss the specifics of our law enforcement operations related to Mr. Epstein or Ms. Maxwell, but obviously we had very active investigation related to both of them. But whether it extends to other people, I'm not sure that's something
But here, a suit was filed yesterday against one of those prominent people by one of the young women sex trafficked, allegedly, said he was part of the ring. It's on the front page, I don't know, is this New York Times, Wall Street Journal? And we keep seeing article after article after article, and we keep hearing about prominent person after prominent person after prominent person. I just want to know if these prominent people are above the law and are going to be and aren't being investigated, or is the FBI investigating them?
Well, no one is above the law.
Except Joe
number
Biden.
one.
Yeah.
As to whether specific people are being investigated, that's not something that I, as I'm sure you can appreciate, can engage on here. We've devoted significant resources to the investigation.
Is it ongoing?
I'm not sure there's anything I can share with you on that, but let me see if we can get back to you and provide a little more
Well, for example, these allegations in this lawsuit, the civil action.
Yeah, I haven't seen
You ought to read
the article.
It'll trigger your gag reflex. Is the FBI going to investigate that?
Well, again, I haven't seen the article, but I would be happy to take a look at it and take it back and see if it's part of something.
I'd just like to know.
I share your.
Yeah, is the FBI still investigating this, or are these prominent people going to go scot-free?
I'm not sure that I can tell you whether or not there is ongoing work being devoted to this. I would be happy to take a look at the specific article. I share your disgust at Mr. Epstein's conduct and Ms. Maxwell's conduct.
And others.
The whole operation.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair.
I don't know why the FBI director could. I understand he can't use names, he can't give specifics, but he could say, just so you know,
we're still investigating.
We are actively investigating this, and we will hold accountable everybody who we think is guilty.
I think.
What's hard about that? You don't have to give names, you don't have to give specifics, you don't have to give anything.
I think a fair question that deserved an answer. Like I said, we don't have to know the details, but is it still going, or did this mysteriously go away with Jeffrey's untimely death in prison that somehow happened when it wasn't supposed to and the cameras were out?
Right.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, had the two laziest guards.
Well, yeah, sure. I have to go back.
Won't go back and check on
Well,
it.
wait a minute. If my whole rotation between the two guards, the entire assignment is that we never leave this person alone because they may be potential for suicide. We can, or somebody killing them. We cannot leave them alone. We do not. That's why there's two of us. We rotate. 12-hour shifts, and there's never a time we're not watching them. And they just decide that they're going rogue on that, and they're going to take a break because they got tired. And right when they took a break, the security camera malfunctioned.
Talking
about bad.
Crazy.
That's incredible.
What a coinky dink.
Wow. How'd that happen? I mean, it just goes. And then I love that we're just supposed to take that sandwich and eat it and never question it.
Yeah.
Also odd that, like, of all the women and girls that were victims and trafficked in this, the only person that's still in jail right now is a woman. Nobody else. None of the people on the list.
Nope.
Also, didn't Weinstein get off? Got off his charges.
I think he's got to be retried.
Okay. All right.
The appellate court pointed out there was some problems in the trial, and I don't know the.
And he's still using that walker that suddenly appeared after he got charged.
Yeah.
He had never had it before. All of a sudden, look, he's got a walker.
Don't you know that every single time something like this happens, Prince Andrew's just going through his regular day, and all of a sudden he thinks he's out of this. He thinks everybody's done with talking about somebody. Says, "Hey, did you hear that senator? What did he say today?
Yeah.
No, what did he say? I'll tell you, he wasn't happy."
Oh my!
He's not bringing the Epstein thing up.
Oh
my! What did he say?
Oh, you talk about somebody that's dirty, and this is Prince Andrew.
Don't look good.
It's so bad.
Pictures,
many others as well.
Yeah, Bill Clinton, not good.
Not good.
Bill,
Well, he just
Bill
he did-
Gates, not good.
Bill Clinton just flew.
Oh, there's a whole
flew on
bunch
the
of
plane.
people
Everybody
on
on the plane said he was nice. He
Yeah.
we wasn't going over.
Well, we
doing
know
that.
Bill doesn't have a history of.
No,
He's going to lay on the beach.
No, are y'all telling me that Bill Clinton would be the type of person that would even be involved in something like that?
No, what?
He's got
A
self-control.
hound? Are you kidding me?
Whoa, you talking about devoted to sexual discipline?
Yes.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, I don't know, but I'll tell you, it's okay to point it out, but once again, I don't know that you're ever going to get what you're looking for.
Oh, Bubba, the Starship is coming back.
Yeah,
It's
I've
coming
got a
back
video
in.
feed of it.
What? Yeah.
We'll take a quick peek.
Space Bros are
She's-
out of control today.
She's heating up.
America.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's what he said. He said if there was 100 feet closer, he would have had. He don't know that he'd had a house.
The pictures we're seeing from his street is just that.
Yeah.
There's things that are just all messed up. But with me being the first house in line when we were in our safe place, when I saw the tree that I had just planted in our front yard blowing one way, and the next second it was blowing the other way, I was like, oh no, this is not good. And it
through what's expected to be the peak heating, but now we're going to start encountering increased pressures as the atmosphere gets thicker and thicker. So we're at 63 kilometers, so we've already made it farther than we did on our last flight when that last signal was coming at 65 kilometers. So again, what we're really looking at here is the performance of the heat shield, of the flaps, of the seals in the flaps. There's just a whole bunch of different areas that we're keeping a really close eye on as we re-enter.
Starship remains on a good anti-trajectory.
And looking like we're still on a good trajectory. If you're seeing little camera moves, that's the flap moving as it continues to maintain the attitude of the vehicle as it re-enters. And I mean, not just camera views, but we've got sensors inside the ship. We've got those sensors down at the very aft end of the vehicle where we pointed out we had some intentionally missing tiles, where we've got some sensors looking at just how hot it's getting around there. We intentionally put those in essentially the least critical part of the heat shield, where if you had any kind of a breach, it wouldn't be great for reusability, but wouldn't be critical for actual making it through the reentry into the landing. "58 kilometers, we're continuing to descend. Again, right now we are over the Indian Ocean. We're actually getting closer and closer to that expected splashdown point, which is just to the off the northwest corner of Australia. And if you keep an eye on our speed, the speed is dropping. We're hitting the thicker part of the atmosphere now. The speed's going to start dropping precipitously. We're going to start getting to transonic pretty soon, and then after that we'll get into subsonic, where we're moving less than the speed of sound. But wow, what a light show so far!
External temperatures are starting to come down.
Again, this camera view is looking right at one of the forward flaps. And we're strategically putting some cameras around the vehicle to just look at the different areas. Looks like we got the flap starting to come apart a little.
Yeah, it does appear that we have a little bit of burn through there. We can see pieces of the vehicle flying off. What a show it has been. It's been like watching Interstellar or something.
This is wild to see this, but the ship is still coming down, which is incredible to see.
How far can it go? That is the the question.
Keep your eye on the altitude in the bottom right-hand corner. We're at 54 kilometers right now.
Break it up.
Now, ultimately, the data is the payload today. We've been saying it multiple times. Our teams are sitting, reviewing this data live, learning where the hot spots are. As you can see, there's an obvious hot spot there with the flap, and learning how we can improve this design. The goal was to get as far through this high heat re-entry as possible. Ideally, we'd love to make it all the way down and perform that landing burn and flip maneuver, but we may not get that far today. We will see.
Again, this is a test, and we are gathering as much data as possible, visual data as well, which we can see here. We are getting a lot of debris covering the camera on your screen, but we can still see some of those sparks and flames from that high heat as ship is making its way back down to Earth.
Ship now at 50 kilometers and closing. The good news is we still got, looks like that camera lens just cracked. It's safe to say ship's getting a little beat up, but that's to be expected on a test flight. We are still learning how to improve the ship for total survival.
It's to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so apparently the Space Bros have taken over the show today. There's so much space exploration that as soon as one ends, another one begins. And apparently something else is happening?
Well, the Starship is coming through the atmosphere on re-entry. It's went further than it did last time.
So what do you mean? Is it?
They also intentionally left some tiles off to see how it would heat up, what kind of damage it would do. And they've had a wing that we were looking at on the camera just heat up and begin to disintegrate. And the camera lens is busted now. We can still see sparks flying off of it. But the ship is still maintaining, and the altitude is coming down. They're about 45 kilometers, and they're down to 9,000 miles an hour.
All right, so help those of us that kick the tires but are not all in.
Right.
What are we talking about? What is this, the Musk thing we just saw?
Yeah,
launch?
this is Starship. Yeah,
okay, so
they went
the
to
other
orbit.
one is the helium problem.
They went to orbit.
That's Boeing.
That's Boeing.
This is Musk, and now this thing's coming back.
They landed the booster that sent the Starship. They did a simulated landing in the water, okay, just to try to get their guidance and all set up. And the Starship is coming back in, but it is having some issues as part of it has disintegrated one of the wings, it looks like.
But
so,
didn't they?
We'll see how they can. But it's holding together. It's still giving telemetry, so we'll see.
Didn't they do this to see if it would disintegrate?
Yeah. This is fine. The data is the payload, as they said. Elon will burn up and blow up something to learn stuff. He's not going to wait 20 years to launch one. He's got a little different engineering and design.
Understood.
Plan. So what you're seeing here now? Well, let's see.
That is great news. Maximum dynamic pressure being the moment in which the vehicle experiences the greatest amount of aerodynamic pressure. Speed still dropping. We're now at 37 kilometers above the ocean.
So one of the little wings is disintegrated off of it, but it's still coming down. And they're going to try to slow it down, turn it around, and act like it's landing, but do it in the water. And it'll be a lost ship, but they're just practicing and getting their ability to turn it, guide it.
Got to lose some to get it right.
That's right. What's the payload?
The data. The data is the payload.
I got it.
You got to crack a couple eggs if you're going to bake a pie, I think is the saying.
Something. I don't think that's it, but if you want to make real mayonnaise, Hellman's used to tell us that.
Yep.
Yeah. You got to crack some eggs
to make real mayonnaise. So anyway, also an alarming moment that we've been talking about. A lot of you remember one of the more famous Rick and Bubba stories is when my family went to one of these animal parks where you drive through and animals come after your car in some instances. And you remember we had some dramatic stories. Mm-hmm. Also, the poorly named Butts Mill Farm.
Sure. Wow.
Sure. Really needed to take a look at that name when the locals run it together, and when you go in to ask where it is. But did
you say ask where it is?
I think
Yeah,
I
he
did.
did.
Bubba, nice catch.
Oh.
So
I heard that
we had. I don't know what Nimrods would make the idea or come up with the idea, and then it stick. Let's ride through one of these animal parks in a convertible.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that idea.
Who in the world? Just the ostriches alone make that a bad idea, because they'll come over and peck your windshield, which if you don't have a windshield and you're in a convertible and they peck your roof, guess what they're pecking now? The top of your head.
Right.
So I don't know why you would do that. And why it would be allowed on a wildlife tour in an animal park at the Fossil Rim Wildlife Center. But a Texas family got more than they were expecting when a giraffe brings the large neck and head into the convertible and lifts up a child.
It tries to pick it up out of the car.
It's trying to pick it up out of the car, which that's nothing for a giraffe if you don't have a roof. I mean, you might as well.
I found the video.
No, is there a video?
Yeah, there's video of it.
Yeah, there is video making the
Look,
It tried to pick it up.
Look.
Oh!
That's a little kid.
there
It's a
goes the
toddler.
giraffe
Wait a
and the
minute.
kid.
It's in the back of a pickup truck. It's not a convertible. It's the back of a pickup truck. He's got the kids in the back of the truck with no roof over them going through animals.
Oh, yeah.
Do you
but
realize how quick, I don't know if they have any predators in there, could jump in the back of that truck?
I bet they have.
Who do you know, Greg? You don't know.
Greg, you don't know.
I'll tell you what, he is super dad.
I don't think they'd allow you in if they had predators.
Do you think this was a good idea?
With the bed of a truck.
Do you think this is a good idea?
No,
With the giraffe? What about when your toddler's in the giraffe's mouth? Good idea?
Not a good idea.
What about when ostriches are pecking on top of its head that's not even fully developed?
Misguided on that.
Soft spot.
You got it pecking on the
Who
head.
decided you could ride?
You don't
the back
think an
of a
ostrich could peck on your kid's head like that? Of course it could.
Yeah,
I've been there.
they
You hadn't
peck
been there.
anyway.
I stormed the beach at Animal Park.
Rick,
We used to go to Lion Country Safari when we were kids every year.
Yes, we did.
what did the giraffe? I wonder what was attracted to the giraffe that it went. Okay, I'm going to grab.
It had a
the
flower.
child.
It could be that beasts are just unpredictable.
Yeah.
That sometimes they're curious and they'll grab something in their mouth and see what's going on.
Look at that. Gets up about as high
Because
as
it's certainly not going to eat
Doesn't
it.
it get a piece of clothing?
Yeah, I think that's what it's got. Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
All right.
What? When it comes up, you see it's got something.
Yeah.
next to it.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, that's his tongue. That's a long.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
a long tongue.
That's a big
It is
old
a
animal,
stud.
isn't it?
No, that
Was
tongue's as
there
long as
no
I got
guy in school
one
with.
that said, "Sir, nice pickup. Don't put your kids in the back of that, especially those that are easily lifted by animals."
Yeah.
I don't.
What would y'all do with that neck for one day?
I would. My whole day
I'd
would
love
be
to just
Eat
have that
apples on top of trees.
I'd just have that. I'd be
I'm picturing you with it.
Well,
Yeah.
most of the day would feature.
I'm sitting over here. My headphones are up here.
Well, most of my day would feature the following statement from my brother. Hey, you got a little neck on you? Hey, neck. How about that neck? That's all I'd hear.
Yeah, well.
I couldn't even enjoy it.
I'd probably be like a peeping Tom or something like that.
Oh, there you go.
That'd be fun.
Boy, that's a little close to the last story.
I'm just kidding.
I like to drive with my head out the sunroof.
Yeah. Like a Jeep go cruising.
Yeah.
And take bugs to the face?
But on
go
that drive,
slow.
on that drive, the bugs aren't out.
Yeah, but if I've got a long neck, I can have anything.
Right. I can have a perfect day.
Bugs don't exist.
I'm a
during this
giraffe.
Think
time.
about changing floodlights. So how easy that would be.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you have to use your mouth. Though.
Give me that.
Well, that's
light.
all right. I think you
Yeah.
could.
I get the
So,
bugs out of that fan in my living room that I can't get into the bulb there.
Yeah, and I dust the fan with my tongue.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
So it was the vehicle behind the pickup truck that got the, as we said, we got the footage. And it says that the incident was an accident, and I got that the giraffe was trying to grab a food bag. Now think about this.
Oh, okay, food.
I have my kids in the back of the picture. They have no roof over them. They have no way to roll the window up, and they've got bags of food that are drawing the animals to them.
So,
and I don't think to myself, I don't know about this. This is a great idea. This may not be a good idea.
Oh my goodness! I found the mom was recording in the back of the truck.
Okay.
Straight up.
Straight up.
Okay, here we go.
I don't know if she cusses. I haven't heard the audio, but look.
Look at that.
I wouldn't play the audio.
Look.
Oh,
She's
my goodness.
the kid's right there. Kid's about to get
Oh, wait,
grabbed.
wait,
oh, she took her hand.
No,
and
no,
was
no, no.
patting-
It's right here. and picks it up right then and there. That was it.
There it goes. There goes.
So Mama's back there in the back of the truck. But again,
They
what
just didn't think
what
about
is she
it,
going to do about a giraffe?
Giraffes aren't known picking children up.
No.
But Greg, you could accidentally pick the
Well,
child
they
up just
did.
going for the food.
That's
I mean, it's
what
what
it
just
is.
happened.
This ain't
I mean, the
kicking,
food's bringing them to you, opening mouth, grabbing and pulling. You want to at least have the option to roll the window up. Or
But you don't think that's a super dad moment? Yeah, y'all climb in the back. I'll drive. Think about that fun.
Well,
going through.
until your kid gets lifted by a giraffe, and then guess what you hear all the way home? I asked you to let me drive so you could sit back there with him because I thought you would be able to protect him from anything, and you put me back there. I don't know why you put me back there. What a dumb idea that was.
Y'all, the audio is amazing. Y'all
Okay,
right? It's clean. It's
Let's
clean.
go for it.
You want to feed the giraffe?
Oh, wow.
Feed him.
What the
Look,
world?
feed him. Come here. Look. Oh, look. Oh.
Suddenly it changed.
Wow.
These are the same people get gored by buffaloes. Same people.
Feed him.
Yeah, that's just a little evil voice.
Same people get gored by buffalo. Same people. Put the baby on the buffalo, honey. Let's get a picture.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Literally went right over our subdivision and then went into what they call Old Town Helena, and it's made national news. That area was hit pretty good.
Sherry made a safe room decision she thinks she upgraded to a safe room. She thinks it's better than the one I have.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah. When it got down to it, when they heard the freight train coming down the street,
Yeah.
Brody said, Mom upgraded us to another spot. And I went back and I said, Sherry, that's not our spot. She goes, I think this spot's even better. She said, more concrete, and I'm completely underground. And I said,
You got to look at which way it's spinning.
yeah. And I said, but I like
Do you agree with it?
I have to go in there and look at it. She had Brody behind the gun safe.
Okay.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we have your cake. Edgar's Bakery has put together a wonderful cake for our birthday boy today, Bill Bubba Bussey, who turns 57 tomorrow. Look at this design.
You know, Rick, they always seem to just be spot on with the design they go with.
Bubba and I talk about that at times. He and we can be food daredevils. So they've put Bubba as if he's Evel Knievel of food,
right?
And he's jumping a ramp over all these foods high in calories and fats. There
Look
they
at
are.
that! They got tacos, donuts, hot dogs, even with a mustard on it.
Yeah.
I mean that's amazing. French fries, a bucket of chicken over there.
And so happy birthday, the daredevil of food, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. There he is.
That is too good.
So cautious
Those guys.
about so many things in life, but when it comes to food, caution is thrown to the wind.
Well, Rick, after such a trying day yesterday, you know how we get over it? That is with cake.
Oh, Bubba, let me tell you something. I've never seen anybody create a cheat day more better than you, my friend. Some of them have been quite creative. Today, this didn't take a lot of creativity.
No. Oh, it looks good, too.
One time, I think you said it was because it was Tuesday. I never did quite follow that one.
This has been a damaging week on that front, too. Yeah.
So do we sing?
Oh, of course.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bubba. Daredevil of food. Yeah!
You know, I hate Greg's not here today, but when I heard he wasn't going to be here, I knew I could wear this shirt because he wouldn't make fun of it.
Yeah, he wouldn't call you Big Salmon today?
Yeah. He asked me if I'm going upstream today. Yeah.
Oh man!
So you also don't have
Bubba.
you don't have a cake buddy today. You know, Greg will draft with you.
He will.
Yeah.
All right, I know what part I'm gonna cut. Is this okay right here, up here?
Speedy,
or would
please,
where would
don't,
you like?
Don't cut one of those pieces that's going to put me in a coma,
Yeah,
okay?
don't-
I can go back for seconds.
His piece should not be referred to as a slab.
Yeah. It doesn't need to be as big as a small birthday cake on its own.
Right.
All right. All right, I won't cut you.
No child should look at the TV going, Bubba's eating the whole cake.
Yeah.
I won't do that.
Let's save a little for later on today. Speedy.
What?
That,
No, I'm
what are
just
you
gonna
doing?
cut right there.
Can you cut cake, by the way? I'm not a very good cake cutter.
No,
have you ever
I'm
tried it?
I'm
Can you cut a cake, Helen?
This is not going to
I
be big
don't.
at all.
I don't have a whole lot of expertise or practice in that.
Adler, can you cut a cake?
Speedy, that is too big.
No, it's sitting big. Not in Bubba's stand. And by the way, like I tell my kids, you don't have to eat it all.
Right, yeah.
Well,
no,
I'm not going to waste.
You don't know how we were raised.
I will say this: he is the way he's cutting that. There's some strategic form behind that.
Yeah.
I saw the way he
He's
did the
done it before.
icing,
He's
and
done it
that
before.
was very strategic.
He may be the cake cutter in his
That was
family.
really good.
Do you know he may be the cake cutter of his family?
I can cut that kind of cake better than I can like a pie. That's where you got to go in. That's the tough.
Yeah. You know what I cut, Bubba? Happy.
Yeah,
because this is what's going to make you.
There you go, Bubba.
Happy.
Bubba, today
All 3 pounds
you
of it.
still have your family tomorrow, so Marty Bubba really doesn't end until tomorrow night.
Right.
But our participation ends today, so we wrap it up with a big old cake from Edgar.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Edgars. You did a wonderful job.
Yeah.
Well, kind of looking
and
at it
somehow
now.
how you cooked all that with tornadoes flying around, I don't know.
Right. Everywhere you look.
I mean, y'all.
Looking
let's
at the
be
cake
honest.
now.
Their place was right in the path of all this too. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty. Now looking at it, that is a pretty big piece.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Well, but like I said, you don't have to eat it all.
No.
I mean, you can. Just. And there's some you can take home too.
What was that?
There's some you can take home.
Or a thumb. You
That
can take.
That thumb you can take home, Bubba. You're really gonna like it.
Rough day yesterday.
Yeah. Everybody's getting slapped out.
Do I need to start marking? I'm a
Taking
mark.
cover will take it out of you. You know.
Let me tell you, there's no more of a helpless feeling because when everything started happening in our world yesterday, so I had this was how my day was supposed to go, and as we always say, if you want to make God laugh, just go up to him and tell him your plans.
Yeah.
So my plans were to do the show yesterday, to then go have lunch with Danny Wood, who we've talked about, my former pastor and still great friend, and who's retiring this coming August, by the way. And so I was going to go meet him for a lunch. Then I was going to get my calcium. What's it called? That thing where they take
Calcium score.
Calcium score. That was the last part of my physical I haven't
Right.
done yet. With being a genetically having a genetic disposition to heart disease, they check my heart ever so often, and they were doing that with Bubba's too. But now he's got a stent, you can't do it. But but anyway, so they want to get my calcium score, and it was and where I was going.
I just had a vision of birthday cake going right through the stent.
There you go.
So anyway, there's no worse feeling because Danny and I were having lunch, and of course they announced at the church that we must take cover, and and there's no worse feeling for you to be standing.
Six minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. We'll get some of your phone calls in this hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So if you're just now joining us, we've covered a lot on the live show today. You can catch all that if you missed it on our YouTube archive or our podcast archive, whichever you prefer. We have talked about D-Day 80 years ago today. We've covered that. We've got a couple of space updates on some things going on in space exploration. We've hit the stories of the day, giving you some updates. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
Bubba, did you know it's shocking that 1 in 10 Americans get eczema? Now, I have been seeing a lot more of this lately. You know, that little itchy skin thing, and hey, I'm itchy, and I've got eczema, and I got this, I got that. Now they've been doing research going, why are we seeing such an uptick in Americans with eczema? And they're now going back, and they found kind of a culprit that's not going to make everybody happy. I don't know that it's overly surprising, but it's not going to make anybody happy. Salty foods. If you're eating foods that are high in salt, you really run up your chance of getting eczema. And they think it's the urge. The surge is tied directly to that. And they remind you that one of the items that seems to carry the most sodium is the McDonald's Big Mac.
It's linked to a 22% raised risk of eczema.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, why are you itching for? Eating Big Macs. Are you allergic to them? No, it gave me eczema.
Now, experts believe the salt can
Little
trigger the
salty.
growth of a common type of bacteria that lives on our skin, which scientists believe is responsible for the surge or the urge to scratch, leading to skin damage.
Yeah. So they're saying that the increase by 22%.
Wow.
And so they said, so if you want to maybe lower your risk of eczema, you got to watch the salt in your diet.
Gotta watch it.
Says 90% of Americans eat too much salt, according to the FDA. Adults, according to them, should limit their daily intake to below 2.3 grams a day, and 90% of Americans exceed that. And as you said, the Big Mac, it'll take your daily. You'll go
up
above
22%.
Yeah.
How much sodium is in the Big Mac? What do they say?
A bunch.
There's a lot of numbers here.
Yeah,
You
there's
filter
so
through
many.
and get caught up in the high grass there. if you're not
All it did
careful.
was tell us the amount of sodium was linked to a 22% risk of
lot.
eczema.
1,000 milligrams.
Are you just?
That's just what I see online.
1,000 milligrams.
So how many?
Is
how many
one
grams
is
is
1
that?
gram then, isn't it?
So that would be
right. Milli is 1,000th.
Well, I guess
So 1,000 milli anything would be one of whatever you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I'm just seeing that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of numbers. A lot of numbers.
You are intelligent.
I'm also seeing another report that says 2.3 grams of salt per serving.
Per serving
For
What
Big
the-
Mac?
For Big Mac.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to only get 2.3 a day?
No, it's 2.3 for the Big Mac, and you're saying 1 a day, right?
No.
Adler?
No, it says
1 gram a day?
It says the FDA says we should all limit to 2.3 grams a day. And are they saying the Big Mac already gets you to that limit?
If I go straight to McDonald's.com, it says the sodium in a Big Mac is 1,000 milligrams, which is 46% of your daily value of sodium. So half your sodium in that one Big Mac.
So that would be about right. If 1,000 milligrams is and round figures is a half,
right? Yeah.
Then 2.3 per day would be about right.
Yeah. There you go.
There you go. There you go.
There it is.
There she is.
There he is. When's the
Get in there.
When's the last time you had a Big Mac?
Been a long time.
It's never been my choice there.
I don't eat a lot of.
I go quarter pounder
hamburgers. Other than I don't cook on the grill. Not occasionally. Occasionally.
Yeah, I don't either.
I will say this.
I'm not anti them.
No. But I'm like you. I pretty much stay with the grill ones.
Well, I'll say this: when I was in the fast food world, a couple years ago, Big Mac was my go-to.
Really?
Anytime the kids wanted to go through McDonald's, it was always my go-to.
Did you just itch while saying that?
I absolutely loved the Big Mac.
There you're right.
So you're
Now,
not.
I haven't
bothered-
had one. I have not had one in probably since the pandemic.
Right. All right. So let me
But-
ask you this. So you are fine. This was always
But I never had eczema.
My issue is it's only 1 in 10. You made
Sure.
it. But I always had an issue because I liked ketchup and mustard on my hamburgers.
There was something about it.
And that just gave me Thousand Island dressing, claiming to be
Well.
some secret sauce.
But it's a little different, but I'll give you that.
Yeah, but so that was always my pushback a little bit to go, I don't know that I want my condiment just to be
Loved
Thousand Island, so I would sometimes add ketchup to a Big Mac.
You know what I don't
which
like?
I know
Really?
makes Bubba a fan of me.
You know what I don't like
like
about
that
it?
either.
I don't like that middle bun.
Okay, too much bread?
Too much bread. Don't need the middle bun.
So you're quarter pounder with cheese?
Oh, yeah, all day long. That's a good burger. Get you a double if you're feeling crazy.
They still do that, or do they outlaw that?
Oh, no, the double's still there.
You feel like it should be outlawed.
Right,
yeah.
I do.
I think if some point this year I found myself and I hadn't eaten for 10, 12 hours, and that was the only place I could go, and you could tell me that for the next month you're going to have eczema, I'd still order the Big Mac.
Oh, of course. Yeah, because you think maybe not.
that sandwich was it was the world to me for a while, guys.
It was, when
ate
I
way too many of them.
When I was, hitting that pretty regular, which means back when you either were young or had small children, because it was such a go-to.
Yeah.
It's like I would take the Big Mac and it would not be my go-to, but I would declare today's a Big Mac day. I liked it as a nice little different pitch.
Yeah, change up.
Yeah, but
I don't mind just two regulars.
I don't either. Bubba and I used to do that a lot.
I
Go
used
two
to
regular
I
meals?
would go two.
Me too.
More
I
than
love that.
likely, I would do two singles.
I
or
like that too.
regulars.
Yeah.
Than,
Yeah.
than
They got-
a
I
big
mean, they got a
because
combo
it's just easier to handle. and
Yeah.
all that.
Yeah. Better price.
Got them little onions.
Yeah.
Speedy weighing in.
That's good, sweetie. Man, that's good.
Yeah. But it's salt intake, no matter how you get it. They're saying salty snacks.
Oh, good old salt.
All that kind of stuff.
Chips.
Anybody in here ever had eczema?
No, have not.
Dated a girl with it.
You made a mental note of that?
I gave her outdoor hands straight up. Y'all remember?
I forgot about outdoor hands.
This was like
Please clarify what you mean by
15.
that. It's the
That's none of our business.
It's the name of a product.
Indoor or outdoor.
It is a product that was called Outdoor Hands.
Right.
That kept your skin from cracking and all that.
We endorsed that for years.
She had it in between her fingers. She had it in between.
Oh, it was
her-
between fingers.
Yeah, it was between her fingers.
Nice.
Maddie deals with it a little bit at the house.
It's not funny, Speedy.
Yeah, I think
No,
Not funny.
no. Just.
So a lot of flakes, huh?
Yeah. So
yeah.
salt. Back to salt. If I go and look it up here, you can help your sodium levels and your blood pressure levels just a little bit if you drink a ton of water every day and increase your potassium intake. Greg,
Okay.
don't look at me like that.
Eat a banana.
That's right.
Greg, stop doing that.
Just looking.
I can see you. I can see what you're doing.
Well, look, in this case,
So did you? was
what
it
you did right there,
like
you're the little kid in the
lot
back
of
of the truck,
dandruff?
and
Is
you've got a bag of food, and now you're upset that Greg's come over there. Okay, of course, you brought him to the truck now.
So Adler, was it a dandruff thing, or did you say on the hands?
It was
or what?
eczema is on your skin.
It's
it's
just
not
itching.
dandruff.
Yeah, it's just you know, you
Eczema,
break out a little
seborrhea,
bit.
psoriasis. We've all had that.
Sure.
At least it wasn't halitosis.
Yeah.
Good. Nah.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
No, unless you're Dr. Katz.
Yeah,
Then you're thankful for it.
you are.
That was a great point you made the
I
other
mean,
day.
he made millions off that.
I was in
all
a
because
band.
his daughter's breast stunk.
Yeah, I was in a band with a guy. I was in a band with a guy that had really bad halitosis.
Halitosis?
And every time I was about to tell him, he would do something like rude that would bug me. I'd be like, I'm just gonna leave him with that.
We'll go phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're watching the coverage, and you see, because his house is not that far from mine, and we're both watching and communicating with our wives who are at our homes, but we're not there. But we can't get there because we're taking cover, and you're just like, well, and we just keep looking at each other, going, turning up our street, you know, and then you're trying to watch on the TV and get a text or something from your wife. And and then you're looking at the TV and the map, and you're like, "Has it passed them? Are they still? Y'all still good? Is it passed? Has it gone past you? Trying to figure it out, and then hearing from you because it hit you first, and then going through all that. So, my wife, of course, who is the daredevil of weather, she's just out.
Sirens going off.
Look, she's just going out in her normal day. She's literally checking out at the grocery store. Because she said we needed coffee filters and trash bags, and so she said I'm checking out. People are freaking.
Never mind the flying bricks.
No, and she goes, and people are freaking out, and I'm hearing sirens going everywhere, and I'm like, what's going on? And she goes, all I can think about is I hope they check me out, and I'm like, that's all you were thinking about, and so anyway,
Let's go get me.
She gets in her car, and our son lives about 7 minutes from us, but he's in an apartment complex, and as Span said on the show, if you can leave an apartment if you're not on the ground level. And it's kind of weird. His setup, he's kind of the bottom floor, but then he isn't. Like when he's up on a hill.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's on the bottom, but the back of his apartment actually is on a cliff. Looking out. So I didn't really know how that. What does that mean?
Right.
But we've often said he didn't have a downstairs, or place. So if you got bad weather, just come down to the house.
Yeah.
You're only 7 minutes from the house. Of course, little do you know, he was leaving where he was and going right into the storm. But anyway,
gotta time it down.
But anyway, so he's headed to the house with plenty of time, and he gets there and he's expecting, like in most normal homes, for mom to be all freaked out and whatever. He goes, I get home, mom's not even there, and then stuff's going on, all this stuff. And he's like, he calls her and Sherry says, hey babe, mom, yeah, where are you? I'm at the house. Where are you? I'm just coming back from the grocery store.
Then you could hear
and of course, all you've heard all day is, stay. You got this, and we watching. We got this thing coming. It's tracking.
Right.
And Sherry's literally, I can't hear you, baby. There's a siren. You know what I mean? And so but he said, hey, let me tell you about Mama. He said when she heard that freight train,
got serious.
There wasn't no more. She got off that motorcycle, kept her helmet on because she needed it.
Yeah.
But hey, no more daredevil.
Turn that off.
He said, Mama went from always saying, look, don't overreact to, hey, do you hear? Hey, Sherry said, when you hear that freight train, and it does sound like a train.
Yeah.
She said it is an awful feeling.
Golly.
And I've only heard it and been in one time, and that's good for me. Yeah. I've been, I've taken cover before and whatever, but this one got close to them. I mean, I was actually in one in '83 where it took the side off the building. I was in and all that, and that's you won't forget that. And of course, there's other people been through much worse than that. But just if you've been in one, you're a little bit just a little bit. Right. And it's just a little bit gun shy, and so they took cover, and again it hit places near all of our homes where there was devastation in your community, Speedy, Bubba, and yours, and mine, and I mean some really bad devastation. Thankfully, no loss of life there, but then you get up into Ohatchee and up there where Greg and my parents and Helmsley, your family. Yeah, there was death up there, sadly. Yeah. Was it 5? Was that the total?
I think 5 total. Yes. 3 or 4 in Ohatchee, 1 in Wellington.
But your phone, as long as you have cell service, so now people are hearing that all of our neighborhoods are in the line. So the phones are just, there's so many different group texts and people they're coming in from everywhere. You're trying to communicate with your family that is in one part of the tornadoes, your family that's in this part of the tornadoes, your friends from the show in this part of the tornado, just various people in these different parts of the tornado, and all this is going on. And then, of course, keep in mind, I'm still trying to communicate on how I'm getting to McGee, Mississippi.
Yeah, so you got all that going on.
Rick, at one time, when I opened my eyes from praying right after the lights went off, when I thought it was getting us, I looked down at my phone and I had 77 unanswered texts.
Correct. Senator Tommy Tuberville joins us. Senator, welcome to the show. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning. I'm doing a lot better than y'all are, I guess. Thoughts and prayers go out to everybody there. I watched it last night to the middle of the night. I got back from the border about 1:30, staying in a hotel room here, and man, it just seemed like every time at this time of year last year, we lost, I guess, close to a dozen people down at Beauregard, and it was devastating. And I'm glad to hear everybody in your office is safe, but our thoughts and prayers go out with everybody there that lost loved ones.
20 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. The Patriot Mobile phone troll, ready to go. Make your phone money matter. Make the switch today to Patriot Mobile. We're going to patriotmobile.com/bigvox. BIGV as in voice, OX. And activation will be free. Let's get started with the phone troll. John is in the great state of Massachusetts. Standing by, the buzzer will grab you at 30, so get your thoughts together. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Bring information, questions, and comments to the table, please. John gets us started. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
President Biden was 1.5 years old on D-Day, which means he could walk and possibly talk better than he can now.
So good. That's good. Wow, sad, but good. Alabama, Chester standing by. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
When you were kids, what is the furthest y'all rode in the back of a truck?
All the way from Little League practice home.
We went to Atlanta to see the Braves.
Atlanta.
We rode to
in
Six
the back
Flags.
of a truck? Yeah, it had a cab on the truck.
I got you. Several times we went to Six Flags in the back of a truck. One time it didn't have a cover.
Yeah. So probably 2.5 to 3 hours.
If we'd had a wreck, we'd have been launched 100 foot, in the air.
Oh, it really was stupid.
It was.
Let's go to Belinda. Riding in the back of the truck, that's how you got the team home.
Yeah. We did that. We went that far with it. Now, we didn't get on the interstate.
We'd be on I-20.
By the way,
Of course, I was a little younger. So.
But I know.
By then, there's laws against
Listen for the gasp from the modern-day parents. Do you know why we all piled in the back of the truck of our coach? Because our parents weren't at practice.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
Mama,
because you know why they had jobs.
They had things they were doing.
Something better to do.
They didn't sit there and fly like a helicopter over you through every single practice.
Right. And thank goodness they didn't.
And here's the part I've often said, and we did a whole bit about this, so I know we've done this before, is they left us with men that were smoking and finishing Pabst Blue Ribbons, fought in Vietnam, had duffel bags, and swore. And our parents were concerned about them, but today we're afraid Phil the accountant is going to be mean to our kid.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to Belinda. Belinda, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Geez, you keep having all these good topics to talk about, and then I would need the whole show. But the reason I called was I wanted to comment on eczema, your discussion a few minutes ago. I've had it on and off all my life. If people will use powder, most people try to put creams, lotions, such, but when it's
Excellent.
like he said earlier, between the fingers or behind the knee, in the bend of the knees or something. Baby powder on it. Keep it dry. It will help.
All right. Good tip.
Little monkey butt powder.
Yeah.
Just waiting on it. Good tip.
Remember we had some of that here.
Yeah.
Lisa in Georgia. Lisa, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey guys, I love the show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I eat at McDonald's every single Friday night, and I get the Big Mac, and I've been doing that probably for about 30 years, and I never ever skip a Friday night.
Well
Never.
done, Lisa.
Every Friday.
You know what they say? The key to enjoying life, always having something to look forward to.
That's right.
We go to Shelley in Missouri. We'll be Sherry now be in southern Missouri tomorrow, Lord willing. Go ahead, Shelley. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Rick. Yes, I will see you and your wife, Sherry. My husband and I are going Saturday night. But anyway, real quick, my liberal-leaning, very sweet friend the other day informed me that her rescue dog, which is a mix of, she did the DNA test, mix of all these breeds.
Oh, yeah.
It's wrong to call them a Heinz 57 mutt now. You're supposed to call them all-American. Now, are you
You're
aware
making
of
that
this?
up. You're making that up.
No,
Please
I'm
tell
not.
me.
No,
Please
look at the Westminster Dog Show thing.
All American.
Yes.
Oh, Shelley. See you and your husband this weekend. That's great. Wow. By the way, I know we all get these same reels that come popping up. Have you seen, he's either Irish or Scottish, the comedian that talks about the Americans are way too into their dogs? Have you seen this bit?
I don't think I have.
All right, I'll tell you in the break. But I don't think it's worth doing a segment over, but it sure was funny.
That's funny.
He did a test to prove his point that was fantastic. Let's go to Amanda in Tennessee. Amanda, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, enjoy the show.
Thank you.
Bubba.
Yes.
Bubba, my daughter is in South Padre Island on a internship, and she texted this morning saying that she was awaiting the rocket launch, and she was a little nervous about it. And I was wondering about it because you hadn't said anything about it. But she sent a text message a little later. She says it was anticlimactic because it was.
I didn't hear
No
it.
time out for a space call?
Well, I was trying to follow that. Like I said, there's so many launches this week. I think we had 3 scheduled for.
Which one is
the
she
Cape.
talking about?
She must have been. Where did she say she was at?
I don't know. It was a space thing, so I stopped listening.
South Padre Island.
South Padre.
Where is that at?
Lowest tip of Texas.
Okay.
Just south of Padre.
Okay.
I've been to South Padre Island several times.
That's good.
Buddy, we know you're from Texas.
Yeah,
we got you,
Texas.
Mr. San Antonio.
Somebody brought up Texas.
Now, you don't remember it.
Let me know if you want more info.
Of course, he was a criminal there, but that's fine.
Ray, welcome to the show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Bullet keychain.
I was at Fiesta,
So,
Texas.
as you guys do the whole cavalcade of celebrities in the last year, I want to know when is Orange Justice coming back?
Orange Justice. We can't have the final year of Rick and Bubba and not have Orange Justice.
That's good. That's a good call.
I'd like to see her. That's been a while.
Yeah.
Amy and Op 1077. Amy,
And
go
Black
ahead.
Friday.
Yeah. I love Black Friday.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hey, I have a daredevil parent story.
Okay.
My mom was driving my dad's truck, and I was in the bed of the truck with a camper.
Time out, Rick.
I thought we were all getting out, and we weren't. She jams the gas. I fall out the back, hit my head on the asphalt, and the next thing I know, I'm laying on the couch with a wet bath cloth over my head, and they're eating dinner.
It's so different back
Get
then.
up. Walk
She'll
it
wake
off.
up eventually.
You'll
Put her
be
in
fine.
here.
She wasn't. She was only out for a little while. Wake up. We're gonna need to eat.
Yeah, I was fine.
No.
Yeah, whole
Greg,
different world.
Well, I know we've talked about this. I was visiting with her Monday, and she said,
Oh, yeah.
and you remember this. She says, I remember we got to talking about. Oh, I know what it was. We got talking about the time that when Brody was a little boy, that he got choked on ice he'd taken out of somebody's cup while we were waiting to be seated. That was at a table near us, and that I was dislodging it while telling the waitress, the hostess, to go ahead and seat us because we didn't want to miss
Yeah,
her.
you
Whatever.
don't want-
I said he'll be all right, and he was. But she said that. Listen to this. Think what you would say today. She said I was probably 2.5, standing next to mom and dad in the front seat, standing in the middle, fully standing, no seatbelt, no anything. And they had to slam the brakes on, and I had a piece of hard candy in my mouth, and I got choked, and they had to get out in the intersection and dislodge it.
And then
standing in the middle of the seat with a piece of hard candy, no seatbelt. It was just
I used to ride on the
different
armrest when I was a little.
Oh, yeah.
And you didn't have a seatbelt because it was an armrest.
That's correct.
But as a little kid, we all thought it was a kid's seat.
Our sister rode there. I remember when she rode there.
She rode right in between mom
With a
and dad.
metal dash.
Yeah.
And no seatbelt.
Let's go to Brett in Florida. Brett, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, back on the vice president, if the candidates are from the same state, this was talked about when DeSantis was thought about running with Trump. They lose the electoral votes from that state. That's the reason why it wouldn't be a good pick for Rubio.
Right, but can't Trump just change
No,
his
wait
residence?
a minute. You don't lose electoral votes from anywhere. I don't think that's right. I've never heard that.
Yeah. Bubba says BS.
No, I just don't think it's right. Now, I think at one time you couldn't run from the same state, but that may have been when they chose them separate. I don't really know, but I don't think you lose electoral votes.
I think the
I've
same
never heard
state
of that.
thing is still in place.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about, can't he just simply change his residency and they still run?
Well, Rubio couldn't because he's a
No, I'm
senator
talking
from
about
there.
Trump. I'm talking about Trump. It just be New York now.
I don't know if he wants to go outside the confines of Florida, though.
Well, that's
right.
Bubba says no.
FOS. No, I just don't think you can lose electoral votes. I just don't.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Lost their homes. It's sad.
It was a wild day. It was. You just came from the border. We saw yesterday President Biden saying, "Look, I inherited this. I haven't caused this. Our administration hasn't caused this. They don't know whether to call it a crisis or a challenge. It is a real issue. You've been there, so update us on what's going on."
Yeah, I've been coming down here for years, coaching in Texas in two places and recruiting. And I've got buddies that work for the Border Patrol, work for Texas Rangers, and work in hospitals. And so this is a problem we've had ongoing. Not one president's ever done anything good down here. They politicize it. It's not a Democrat problem or a Republican problem. It's our problem that we hadn't taken care of. Just listening to the Border Patrol last night about 1 o'clock. Several of them looked at me. I said, after looking at this mess, and it's a human problem. I said, what do we do? He said, well, President Trump had the best answers for this down here that we've ever had. And this administration's come in and just changed it all, and it is a catastrophe. And let me tell y'all something. I watched, there's a bridge that comes across Rio Grande Valley. We stood there and watched them come across the water. They walk under this bridge, and then we have checkpoints for Border Patrol. They're welcoming them, giving them water, food, clothing. They line them all up. Infants, I'm talking about 1, 2, 3-month-olds carried by their moms. Little kids that are 3, 4 years old. One 7-year-old girl came by herself. And, they're doing the best they can with them. The problem that we've got down here is this administration come in and they hate President Trump so much is they just said, we want to do away with all of it. Instead of having a plan before they started, putting out the welcome mat, they just put the welcome mat out first, and there was no organization to it. And these Border Patrol people and law enforcement are doing a great job. They're working night and day, 3 shifts, just doing as much as they can. They bring them in, and they document them. They put them on buses and send them in our country. A lot of them are not COVID tested. And, we've spent trillions of dollars and people have lost their lives and their educations over this pandemic. And Joe Biden's letting them all in and not even thinking about it. I don't understand their thinking. I really don't. But hopefully, we get control of it. But it's not a pretty sight. It's just double what you think it is. It's a bad situation.
Senator, tell us exactly what was Trump's policy and why did it work so much better than what we're doing now? And what should we be doing? How can we get back to that?
He worked with the president of Mexico. And this coming straight from the Border Patrol. This is Coach telling you what he's heard last night from the people that's been here forever. Worked with the people of Mexico. Mexican president came around, he stopped as many as he possibly could. President Trump building a wall. We have to build a wall. We don't have enough people here to protect this border with people coming in, which is kind of a sideshow for the cartels. They're running the border, and then we have to double up, take our men off the other places, and they run the drugs through, where they know that we don't have people. But work with the Mexican government. Joe Biden has not done that, and so he's welcome Matt. They're coming across their country. Most people here last night that we saw, hundreds of them were from Honduras and Guatemala, and it's a 2-month walk, by the way. And a lot of them don't make it, unfortunately. But the best thing that the Border Patrol says is when they come here, you put them on a plane, you send them home. If you ever open the door to say, listen, you get here, we'll put you all over the country, you're here, we'll take care of you, it just sends a message. They go get on the phones and send a message to their friends back in these other countries. Come on in. Man, they're taking care of us. We can't do that.
Well,
we're immigrants. We want people to come here, but they've got to come the right way.
Yeah, legal immigration. I've also heard just yesterday, Senator, and see if you saw this, where we had Border Patrol agents that are becoming so disenfranchised, they don't feel like that they were told by the Trump administration, do your job, we'll give you what you need. Now they feel like that they have been cuffed and they can't do their job, and a lot of them are saying, I'm leaving this line of work because I'm not allowed to do anything.
Well, they saw the good in the last few years. Now, we still had an influx of people coming in, even with the Trump administration, but he was trying to get that wall up to where we could centralize, our people working where they're not overwhelmed. But, Biden stopped it, and there's holes in the wall, all up and down the border. And it's just, they're taking advantage. The cartels of Mexico run our border. And
we're back. Thank you for being with us today. Anybody got any need to have some debt removed that's been hanging over you? Did you get pulled in one of those high-interest loans, high-interest credit cards, haunting you day by day? Getting the calls, you see it, and you're like, oh, here they are again. Well, why don't you remove that dark cloud by going to zapmydebt.com?
Zap it.
Zapmydebt.com. How far behind are you? Is it weighing on you? Are you starting to feel like there's no way out? Well, there is. Zap My Debt might be able to provide that. I mean, they've got some incredible aggressive strategies, and that's what if I got a problem, let's get aggressive. Let's go. I mean, let's get after it. They're not going to stretch it out, like the old traditional ways they do this, and we stretch it out over years and try to lower the payment. They want to get aggressive. Let's get in there and get it out. Let's go after that principle. Let's get in there and see if we can't find some of these people that are willing to lower that interest rate for you, and let's get this done, and let's get it done permanently. Go to zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com. This is an organization called Zero Debt USA, and they will talk to you for free. No obligation to use them. They'll say, here's what we would do. And then hopefully you will say yes, and then put them into work for you, and they can get you out of debt permanently. So go to zapmydebt.com to talk to someone right now, or find their link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Hey, Rick, real quick, I want to give a shout-out. Got a real sweet email from Bridget in Sweetwater, Tennessee. She says, my husband, Tyler Blankenship, is from Sweetwater, Tennessee, and has been diagnosed with liver cancer.
Oh, man.
He's been listening to you guys for 20 years. Introduced me to your show on our first date.
How about that? Now, that's smart.
His first treatment is today, and what do you think he's listening to? And she sent pictures of him getting his chemo treatment, and he's watching on YouTube.
Man. How about that? Well, hey, man, did she give his name or just say husband?
It's Tyler Blankenship.
Hey, Tyler, what's up, buddy?
Tyler, good luck, brother.
Yeah, sure.
Hang in there.
Yeah, thank you. And what a smart move. If you're going to marry somebody, you better make sure they want this show first.
That's right. That's right.
Bubba, this is something that I think is brilliant, but it's dividing customers in Missouri. And just talked to someone from Missouri on the phones a minute ago, and like I say, Sherry and I go into southern Missouri this weekend.
Ooh, show me.
So the Show Me State. There's a restaurant that has divided customers into extreme age restrictions to avoid drama and to allow the older people to enjoy happy hour.
Okay.
Now this is this is controversial. He says that he has taken exclusivity to a new level there is an age restriction on customers, and this is all about that. When people, you've heard the cranky old man, cranky old people scenario.
Mm-hmm.
He says it's not a stereotype, and he would rather not have that drama. So he wants the annoying young people to leave the older people alone, and he's dividing them into two groups, and you cannot interact.
That's fun.
They get happy hour to themselves.
That may not be a
Some of
bad
the
idea.
younger people are mad because they're saying, "How can I be too young? We're treating the older people, better than the less seasoned diners."
Yeah.
Anybody ever? Well, I like Caribbean food, I guess. Ever heard of West African and Caribbean food?
No.
I haven't really.
A sophisticated environment with unique ambiance. So anyway, it says the older people come in for happy hour, says the restaurant owner. They want some good food, and they don't want to have to worry about young people bringing all that drama in there, being rowdy and loud and can't handle their liquor.
Yeah,
and
all that stuff.
He says, so I'm getting some backlash. He said, but I'm sticking to the code because it gives these seasoned citizens, this is his quote,
seasoned citizens,
pure happiness in a pure happy hour utopia.
All right.
I want them to feel like this is their home away from home. They can come here and feel like they're at a resort and not be bothered by some of the annoying young people and their annoying young ways.
What's the cutoff age, did it say?
It looks like you've got to be a guy at 36 says he's being cut out and he's mad about it.
Cut out of what? The young or the old?
The old. He can't go over there.
You can't go to the old.
If you want to have happy.
Well, I think at 36 you probably are acting right.
You're at the adult table by then, right?
All right, so here we actually have a video about a package on it. Here it is.
To Bliss. 2 weeks ago, 36-year-old Marvin can't stop chattering about the age restrictions at Bliss. Women must be at least 30 years old and men 35 to enter the business.
Okay.
It's just something for the older people to come do and have a happy hour, come get some good food, and not have to worry about some of the young folks that bring some of that drama.
And of course, we have been getting a little backlash, but that's okay because we're sticking to our code.
Everyone who enters the restaurant will have to show their ID to a hostess or a St. Louis County police officer after
Okay. So it sounds like, so notice the maturity level. They said a man's got to get to 35 to come in here, and a woman only 30.
I did see that.
Yeah, and that's accurate, by
That
the way.
is fair.
I
That's
tell
fair.
people all the time, Sherry and I, there's 6 years difference in our age. And I said I did that so we'd be somewhere around the same maturity level.
That's good.
That's
Yeah,
right.
and she said, well, apparently you should have had more distance. But anyway, so I understand what they're saying. Look, there's a time period here when we have our happy hour and we got our finger foods out.
Mm-hmm.
We want people that have gotten their act together in life to come in here and not have to deal with those who don't.
Right.
Yep.
And it has created a great atmosphere, and I'm sticking to it. You know what that means? The people that don't want all that garbage, and I'm bold enough to not let it in here.
Mm-hmm.
They're coming here in droves.
Well,
Yeah.
but let me ask you this. I understand what they're wanting to do, but how are they going to get around age discrimination charge?
Is there such thing about going
don't
the other
think
way?
so.
Is that only
I
for
don't
older
know.
people?
Look,
Can you do young age
I'm
discrimination?
just
I doubt
playing, devil's advocate here
Right.
because you can't have any kind of rule now
Mm-mm.
about anything.
No.
I mean, you can't even tell a guy he's a guy.
That's
No,
true.
So how are you going to tell
That's a good point.
a 35-year-old, a 34-year-old, they can't come in a 35-year-old establishment? And by the way, it's a different age for male and female, as you pointed out.
Yep.
You can't have that. That's gender discrimination.
It's smart, but it really, I don't know how it's being allowed.
I support the private business owners' right to do it, but is it legal? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there's certain things you can't do as a private business owner.
That wasn't funny, Greg.
Yeah, that's it.
I didn't say it great. All right, I'll admit it. All right.
I respect the right.
Also, they want to have something nice. The restaurant looked pretty nice, and they want to keep it that way.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
A lot of green in
and sometimes the youngsters get a little rowdy and
noticed
start
there's
breaking
some-
stuff.
Well, I
I
think
noticed there's some empty seats though.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
it's
they
not
love
gonna
that.
help.
They
No.
love that, but maybe
Evidently.
he's going up on the. But anyway, but I would say this. I think one of the things too is you hear that age and whatever, and you're like, but when you think, and we've said this a lot, today's 25-year-old is so immature. It's like a bunch of kids coming in.
Mm-hmm.
There was a day, if a person was 25 years old, they would have been more in tune to today's 35-year-old or 40-year-old.
Right.
And now we're so stunted on our maturity level. And then we've lost the ability to just come to conclusion what I'm doing right now is not appropriate behavior.
Right.
Involving, your kids, involving yourself. And, there was a time then we all in society kind of agreed what was appropriate and not appropriate. And those,
not anymore.
And those days are over.
Yeah.
Just completely over. It's like we get off in our own little world and how it impacts others in social settings. It's like, that your kid's really screaming.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you said that.
Yeah,
I was in a
really
restaurant
screaming.
last night with Reese, and I looked around, and there was two couples, and they had 3 kids, all under the age of, let's say, maybe 2 or 3, young kids, and that was an experience all in its own because they had their issues, right? And we've all been
I've been there, sure.
I'm sitting here and I'm talking to a 20-year-old son, and we've got our kind of deal. And over on the other side looked like an older couple just having like dinner together. All 3 different experiences because of who's with you. I mean, it's just a fact. I mean, we've all had young kids or teenagers sit around us, and they're just being them. But it's just different. So he's trying to separate them.
I even remember, because our generation still did it, we might have been the last, but I still remember as a husband and wife, there would be a discussion, and you'd always offer yourself up first. It wasn't, we're not going to take the kid out of here. Which one of us is going to?
Yeah, right.
It wasn't, we're not going to.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll take him outside. Or her or whatever. Okay, and you didn't really do that for the benefit of your table. You did it for the benefit for the other tables.
Correct.
Like for instance, maybe somebody's in there celebrating an anniversary,
right?
And they had in their mind a nice evening together,
right?
And they're empty nesters, and they just want to have a nice dinner that's going to be pretty expensive. And you go, well, you know what? Now I'm raining on their parade, so I will sacrifice so that they have the experience they wanted, and I'll get out here and see if I can get my kids settled down. And if I can, we'll come back in. If not, I'll keep them company out here, and maybe we'll go ahead and wrap up and go. But now it's like, by golly, no matter what I'm doing, no matter how loud I am, how loud everybody is, how inappropriate we're all acting, we're in our own little world, kind of like Bubba's story, one of the most famous from a concert. And no matter how it's affecting other people, who cares?
That's right.
And there was a time there was a time that wasn't the case.
That's right. Yeah.
So I think this guy's saying, let's create an environment where the odds of people not knowing how to act get reduced a little bit.
Yeah.
But you're right, Bubba. I don't know that he can do that. But maybe. I don't know.
All right. Can he get away with it for how long?
I wonder what part of Missouri that restaurant's in.
Yeah, I know. I kind of like checking it out.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Joe Biden just puts Kamala Harris in charge of this down here, and they're all going, well, that's putting the fox in the hen house. She's a globalist. She doesn't believe in borders. Well, what kind of help are we going to get with her? And, you can't imagine, how a country like ours has just dropped the ball for years, and not just now, but for years, on putting a wall up, controlling our border, knowing that we need people to come in here, because we're all immigrants at some point, but not just open and openly and just let them and not have a plan when they get here.
Well, Senator, we know that they're wanting a better life, and we don't blame them for that.
Sure.
It seems like maybe they'd want to emulate what we're doing in their countries to try to change that, as opposed to just flooding in here. But is there a more sinister plan to this, too, you think?
Well, we're not hearing anything. And again, I'm getting this from the people that do it for a living down here on the Border Patrol. It's just, hey, just do the best you can, let them come in. I mean, there's buses lined up. Once they go through this checkpoint of walking underneath this bridge, sleeping on the ground like sleeping in a livestock pen. There's no grass now. It's all dirt. And they put these silver blankets over them. They call them out, call them by name, and bring them up and put them on these buses and send them to these locations in Midland and San Antonio. It's just, they're doing the best they can, but it's just, there's no plan. It'd be like playing a football game without a game plan or not practicing at all.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are visiting today with Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville. He's just come from the border situation, and he is not giving a good report. Said it is unbelievable. It is chaotic. The plan that we had to finish the wall and then kind of
have a central location for people to be vetted out as they enter so we can use our resources more effectively and not overwhelm them. That all has been thrown up in the air. As soon as the Biden administration took over, they just said, oh, all the stuff we were doing, we're stopping. We'll cancel it. And Senator, one of the things you have proposed is some legislation to address an issue about illegal immigrants just being released into the country without a notice to appear in court. Tell us about this legislation a little bit.
Yeah, we're presenting a bill. We wrote it up this week. We just looked at the situation, and Ted Cruz co-signed it for me, and several other senators, and they're all behind it. It basically, I saw it last night, is these young men, women, and kids come across the border. They check them in, they put them on these buses, and they send them to places, and they get out, and they have no direction after that. So they should have in their hand a document that says you need to check in with the Border Patrol in your area at this date, no later than this date. And so they don't have that right now. We're just bringing them across, sending them out, and we don't know where they're at. We're not giving them any guidance to what they do after they get here. They're supposed to have a court date where they can talk about their asylum and why they're here, but we're just trying to help out. And so the bill is we proposed it yesterday. We wrote it up, and I think it's got a great chance of passing, hopefully, because even the Democrats at the point that they're in, I think they're even looking at something to try to help, because the administration right now has no handle on this.
And Senator, the fact that the media is not allowed in, we've got, 15,000 minors in custody now? We had 400, and they were losing their mind during the Trump administration. So I don't know. I mean, we want to help people that need to be helped. I think that's, part of our makeup as Americans, but I can't help but think that some of this is just a political move to try to turn Texas purple.
Well, and probably a lot of that, Bubba. But the problem is, we're people of compassion, and it's amazing the compassion that these Border Patrol people have here, and they're dealing with an unknown of what people, who they are, and what they've got with them, or their guns or whatever. But they're compassionate and they're taking care of them. But again, it's a situation where we've created over the years, and we better get an answer to it, because we're really the only country left that's got a little bit of a handle on its economy with this pandemic that's come through. People want to come here for a better life, and again, as I said, we're all immigrants. But
we're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us as we get ready to wrap up another hour. One more segment to wrap it up. Did you miss any of the show today? Well, go back and catch it in the Rick and Bubba archives, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study, too, also that archive now available, so you can grab that at either place as well. So a couple of things to hit before we go. We have the Darwin Awards, Bubba, and this is a miraculous, still kind of dumb, but then one that has the worst case scenario, worst outcome. But this thing where people are trying to get selfies of themselves just as a train goes by.
Crazy. I do not
standing
get this.
in front of a train.
Not a good choice.
And we have, I don't know why we do this. I don't understand it. It's and here's a person like trying to get a selfie and with a train. And,
oh my gosh!
And just gets run over. The train person is like honking. What? Could the train person have set on the horn any louder?
And they can't stop.
Yeah. Now see, this person's at a good distance. That's fine. But look at this person wanting to get that selfie, leaning into the track as a freight train comes by and gets hit right in the back of the head.
Yeah, the train hangs over the tracks. The track is not the clear area. That's just where the wheels go.
Right. See, this person's far enough away.
Yeah. Wow.
But that person.
Well, if you get on one of those bikes and get in traffic, you'll do this too.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Now, did she make it?
She did.
Okay.
But then there's another
Do
person.
we have the picture she took, by the way?
No, I don't. I don't.
That would be good to have.
I'm curious.
Kind of wish it was video.
But this is this woman did not live.
Why is there a crowd?
I'm not going to show it.
Why
all.
is there a crowd doing
She
it?
didn't live?
This woman does not live. The woman in orange.
Different person.
This is in Mexico. That last one was Brazil. This is in Mexico.
So she's about to be dead.
This woman in orange right here with her kid.
Oh
my
God!
God.
I want to see that.
What are you thinking?
What are you thinking?
Again,
I gotta say,
I think she's thinking the track
Yeah, I guess.
is where the limit is.
Yeah.
It's not.
And I'm gonna get right up against it.
They both got struck right in the back of the head, but one happened to be wearing a bike helmet.
Yeah. The bike helmet probably was the difference.
Yes. Y'all, and this one is screaming
I was
by.
going to say, that one's moving a little
so
quicker.
fast.
Way fast.
A lot of people there want to take a picture.
All
Something.
right.
What are you thinking?
I can't believe I have to say this, but I would like to announce to the world: do not lean into a track with a train coming down trying to get a selfie.
Can I ask a question? What's so popular about this train?
Yeah,
like there's a lot of people there.
I guess it's a cool looking train.
I think it was like
don't
a
know.
classic train or something of some kind, a historic train or something.
Yeah, it's kind of cool looking.
It is a history being made.
Of course, it kills you, but
Golly.
listen, if you're standing by a railroad track, leaning into the track to get a selfie of a train, that's stupid.
It is.
With your child right beside you.
Don't do this. It's not worth the picture.
senseless. Yeah,
just stand way
ridiculous.
off the track and get a picture of it. I mean, what are we doing?
That's awful.
It's like getting hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat connected to a train. I mean, it's a train hit.
She
a train
never knew
hit.
it.
Yeah, you really can't come up with anything any worse.
It's like getting hit by a train.
It's
It
like
is.
getting hit by a train.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Much lighter note, we go to Major League Baseball. Now, Bubba, you're from the pitching world.
Yeah.
So pitchers get very annoyed if you keep trying to get an out of the. And I don't have a rule now. You can't get an out of the box but one time and all this.
Yeah, timed and all that stuff. That's still going on.
So
there's a lot of little unwritten rules in baseball.
Oh, they have
that
so many.
They get hung up on.
They have so many.
You know, if you're hot dogging or flipping the bat and all that stuff.
Well, a lot of times,
I always thought the best way to keep them from flipping the bat's not let them go yard.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, once
Seager
once the hitter steps in the box and makes eye contact with the pitcher, he can't see the clock, but the pitcher has the advantage of seeing the countdown clock. So a lot of times these pitchers will hold the batter frozen, waiting until the last second, and then he throws. I don't know if that's the case now, but some batters are getting frustrated, going, all right,
They need a clock that they can see, too.
I'm getting my one time out this at bat because you got me here frozen for 7 seconds waiting on you to wind
They do
up.
need a clock.
I don't
know why that would be hard to do.
And I don't know if that's what happens here, but that might be why time is gone.
So he steps out, it aggravates the pitcher. Then the next pitch, he decks him with it.
So he steps out right in the middle of the windup.
Seager.
Right?
Love the way he swings the bat, by the way.
Double for Seager's 33rd. Stranded in scoring position.
Oh, he's talking a little bit too. That doesn't help.
No.
I don't.
Weaver don't take things like that lightly.
Well, apparently not.
No.
Okay, in that situation, it looks like he wasn't letting him get ready. He was like, hang on.
How much time does he need?
I'm getting blanking ready. Yeah. And, of course, we know what's coming, and yes.
Oh, that was a good
Seager
one, too.
gets hit by
a
a pitch, and Weaver gets tossed.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Brian O'Nora
See you, Weave.
has just ejected
I got to
Jared
tell you, I'm
Weaver.
with Weaver on this one.
Boy,
Are you?
He made it count, too.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy, I mean, come on, get in the box.
And you try and be cute.
Well, it looks like he is
He's
in the
doing
box.
that. Yeah, he's
But
in
I'm
the
talking
box.
about, but he keeps going
My
up
gosh,
there.
give him 2 seconds to get set.
He's
he
also
needs-
hollering at the guy and all that.
Well, that's because the pitcher's ready to go, and he's like, let's go.
Yeah. You're complaining about me getting ready. I'm ready.
Right.
Throw the pitch.
Well, he
Yeah,
did.
I can see both sides.
Yeah, I can
guess.
too.
Yeah, I guess you could be on either side.
And I'm always going to go with the hitter. Yeah, I'm a hitter.
He got hammered.
How about this? If I was the hitter, I would have done
Pitchers
what he
have all
did.
the
If I was the
advantages.
pitcher, I would have done what the pitcher did.
Yeah.
And
It's one of those.
What's the score of the game?
Oh, it's Seattle's
Oh,
up.
that
but
stings.
Weaver's probably give up a few runs, which hurt.
Sure, he's angry.
He's got 77 pitches, 76.
Yeah, he's
now.
about gone anyway,
There's
probably.
2 outs, though, in that inning, so it's not that bad.
This garnered like famous moments just like this in the past. And I watched the one yesterday of Pedro against Gary Sheffield, and it was a dandy.
Yeah,
really.
Oh, look, hey, he was giving Pedro every kind of step in, step out, move the bat around, and buddy, he just had had enough, and he drilled him. And they stand there and they bark and bark and bark for quite a while.
Yeah.
But it was.
I think baseball has done a great job of moving things along, but there are a few tweaks they could make.
Here's what you were talking about, Rick.
Is this it? Okay, yeah.
The dugout.
You went on in there.
No, that's not.
Is that not it?
That's not it. No.
Well, that just tells you they've had history.
Yeah, but you're right. This is the one I'm talking about. This one is it here.
Okay.
See how he keeps doing the bat around like this,
yeah.
and he keeps moving around and all this kind of stuff.
Well, it goes back to the pitch.
He's trying to
before.
back him up, and so in a minute he just drills him. In a minute he just had enough and he drills him because Sheffield keeps doing it.
Is that Sheffield?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell by the bat sway.
That was his thing, though.
Yeah.
He always.
But
did
I mean, he
that.
kept stepping in and out.
Okay, so that goes back.
Yeah, and Pedro was going to come out.
And that's it.
I've had enough of this.
And that's it.
And that was before the timer, so he could do as many times as he wanted. And Pedro,
And he had a warning shot there.
yeah.
And that's the last one.
And I'm getting angry.
Yes.
And so he kept on doing it, and then he hit him, and then it's funny. Pedro does not even change his facial expression. He just watches him all the way down to first base.
Yeah.
And just stares at him. He was absolutely done. But like you said,
great.
Bubba, baseball and their multiple unwritten rules.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they've just got
you
so many.
don't want to get caught stealing or bunting if you're way
Look,
ahead.
there it is. There now he's been hit. Look, and they're talking all the way down
You know
first base.
what Sheffield's saying?
Look,
Rick?
look, and he just keeps looking at him.
You must not know about me.
You must not know about me. Of course, he's stinging right now. He took it right to the back.
Sure. He feels it.
But you can't let him know it stung. But it
No,
does.
no,
But
no.
You want to rub it so bad you can't stand it.
Don't you dare rub that.
It stings so bad too. I don't leave a mark.
And you're thinking, I'm gonna have a bruise at the pool
Sure,
tomorrow.
right. Yeah. I'm gonna have the lining of the ball in my back. Top of the hour.
See the threads.
Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and